real quick.
I love that.
Okay. Is there like a...
Speed up here, Brax.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's matchup. I'm Vrax, joined by Zep, and we're here for the 5v5 Remakes tourney here in Splitgate.
Unfortunately, I'm having some audio issues here. Vrax can't hear you currently off the bat. Might be something here. What a way to start this, folks. My apologies. I don't know if you can hear me through the beginning of this, Vrax.
Well,
Are you able to hear me,
hey,
Vrax?
we have a... We have
you can hear me.
Okay,
But I,
good.
unfortunately,
All
I'm
right,
unable
we
to
have a
hear
nice
Vrax.
matchup
Apologies
today.
for this,
You know,
folks,
we have
off the bat.
a bunch of teams that are going to be playing today.
Let's see if we can get
And
this
the best part
fixed.
about this tournament is that it's a Remakes tournament.
Fortunately, unable to hear at the moment. No audio coming through here on my end. Let's
Do you hear me now?
Yes, Frax, I could hear you now. Apologize. The system that we're currently using, the audio was unable to come through there, ever so slightly delayed. Apologies, folks, for watching at home. We'll start this from the beginning. Frax, you take us off again. We'll just pretend it never happened. We'll go
All
from the
right,
beginning.
so I apologize for what you just had to go through, but welcome everybody. My name is Vrax, and today I am joined by Zep, and today we're gonna be in the 5v5 Remakes tourney. And if you clue what I am talking about, every single map you see today has been completely recreated and revamped by some amazing map builders.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting into this, Frax. You know, as someone who's relatively new to Splitgate, never really gotten mad into the competitive and only coming into it, you know, from like quite a late stage, never even knew many of the main maps. So it's kind of fascinating to see going into this. I'm quite new to the game, new to the competitive. It's all quite a first-time experience for me, and because we're going into custom-made maps that are based off maps already in the game, for us as watching as casters who are experienced or new, and for players, it's going to be a new experience for them as well. So we're sort of all in the same boat here off the bat, and honestly, I just can't wait to get into it and see how everyone gets on these maps.
I mean, hey, the map lineup today, it is awesome. We're going to be looking at Atlantis 2.0, which is a remake of Atlantis. We're going to be looking at Helix 2.0, which is a remake of Helix. And map 3, our tiebreaker map, if we need to use it, is going to be Abyss, which you may not know what Abyss is, but it's a remake of Abyss. You know, the popular map Abyss that you all know, love, and have probably played many times before. We have a revamped version of that with a new name called Abyss. So don't miss your shots while you're playing on that map.
I love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
exactly. But quickly, just so then our viewers at home get a feel of what we're dealing with today, let's take a look at today's bracket so we can all see what teams we're expecting today. First match here on the stream is going to be BDE and 7Z Esports, as you can see at the top of the bracket here. Other teams that we have in today's games are going to be Seaville and Team 14, Screaming Weenies and Thunderstruck, Five Guys and Kipar, Jortals and XSET, Racers and Christmas Goblins, British Blokes and Gomers, and then at the very top there, making it straight into round 2, we have the OGs. So
It's rigged. It's rigged. They're getting straight to round 2. Those lucky guys.
There's definitely a lot going on here. There's definitely gonna be a lot of different faces that we have to learn today, skill levels that we have to see, all of the above. But honestly, I am super excited to start getting into these matchups.
Oh, I'm super excited myself. I mean, looking at this, right, you know, you guys watching at home, people working on this casting job, you guys probably know these teams, you know these players. I'm coming into it from a new perspective myself, so everything that I'm going to be seeing here, watching along with you, all I'm going to know about these players is really what we just see off these games. So it's going to be really interesting to see what teams are on form, because that's really what counts in a tournament, isn't it? You can have the best rank, the best skills, you could have done so well prior to this, but if you're not on form on the night, then no matter how good you've done before, that's not going to count. So it'll be just about, from my perspective at least, and I'm sure for some of you guys at home, just seeing what team plays the best on the day and trying to take into account their momentum going forward. And maybe then looking back afterwards, we could see, oh, some of these teams were actually underdogs before going into this. But for me, as a neutral, as a newbie, so to speak, it's just going to be really cool to see all these teams go into it.
And definitely a cool aspect to this tournament is obviously the whole fact that these maps have been custom built just for this. So obviously, you know the map names, you know Atlantis, you know Helix, you know Abyss, but these maps are not exactly the same. Obviously, they're going to look different, and most importantly, they're going to feel different. You know, these maps were built with improvement in mind as well. So these maps were built to obviously have a different gameplay aspect. As we're seeing right now, this is going to be Atlantis 2.0, one of the custom maps we're going to be playing today. It has the Atlantis feel, but it's obviously not exactly the same, as there's been some modifications made to it to improve gameplay and obviously add some tricks to these players that are going to be playing.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see how these teams handle the map being the same but ever so slightly different. We talked about it before when we were getting ready to get into these games, that both of these all teams in this tournament are going to have to see how quickly they can adapt to the slight changes, and players who may not be quite up there in the skill levels of other players can use this as the perfect time to take advantage of just getting in there and trying to take other teams by surprise before the map knowledge has been really worked out. They have an opportunity here to create upsets, which from the neutral point of view is going to create a very entertaining tournament.
Yeah, and we're going to be playing in 3 different game modes today. So map 1, we're going to be having Atlantis 2.0 in ranked domination. Map 2 is going to be Helix 2.0 on ranked King of the Hill. And if we need a round 3, we're going to be having map 3 on the Abyss remake, a miss, in ranked team deathmatch. So we're definitely gonna have a large variety of game modes that we're gonna see today. And obviously there's a catch here with map 3 here. Obviously we have a tiebreaker round and we really need to know who's gonna, you know, bring it home. So something that we've added on for this actually is, for a miss, portal guns are disabled. This is something that some of you guys may have been familiar with. There was a game mode that did come out in Splitgate for a short period of time where there was no portals. So we're using that aspect for our map 3 tiebreaker if we have to get to it, which should bring some interesting gameplay.
Oh, that's going to just absolutely shake up the scene. I mean, just even from playing Splitgate, you know yourself, you look at some people and you're like, the reason you're doing so well in this is just because of your portal skills. Your portal skills are out of this world. So being able to go into these maps and not using portals, it's going to be really fascinating to see how teams manage to cope with that being taken away.
I mean, hey, we're going to be getting into map 1 very quickly here. Atlantis 2.0. We're going to be having BPE versus 7Z Esports. And our first matchup here, ranked domination, we're already seeing Alpha take the lead very early on. As we see Chill Mormon, Charmander currently playing for United. I Give Zero Fox, Rocco, and Untoward Banana. And then on our Bravo side, we're going to see a whole different lineup of players. I'm going to butcher these names very badly, but it's fine. Elizadale, J.E., Freeho, Ismail, Reyna, and Volder. I am terrible at names, and I probably butchered every single one of those, but it is completely fine because we're not here for my pronunciation of names. We're here for some good gameplay as we're getting here into map 1.
Well, those pronunciation of the names are certainly better than me, and honestly, just looking at the beginning of this game, looking at Chill 1 there with the portal plays, you can just really tell how high of a level that this is going to be. Just trying to get ahead off the bat, and as you said there, Alpha took an early lead, and they are keeping that early lead now, 121 to 35. Doing really good work here off the bat, and Bravo very early on leaving themselves with a lot to do.
Yeah, remember, the point of this game is going to be to get onto those hills, get those points, and make sure you're getting those points for your team. So we see Alpha holding all the 3 points right now, A, B, and C. You know, they have a very, very big lead here, and it's looking very good for them here. Obviously, we are going to be playing to 700 points here whenever we're playing domination in today's matchups. And, you know, Alpha's already dominating. They're already at 200 points. They're getting very close to being halfway there already. Obviously, our Bravo team's not going to give up just yet. You know, there's still another 8 minutes left, and this whole game still can turn around.
Oh, exactly. I mean, that's kind of the beauty with a Splitgate domination, is that you may look at the score initially and go 200, 250 points ahead. It's already over, but in reality, it isn't. You can pull this back so quickly. So Bravo cannot let their heads drop here at the moment. They just got to keep going, keep pushing forward, and maybe their shot is just a little cold. Maybe once they warm up into this, we could see a way closer game.
Yeah, and just something I thought that might be interesting to mention here. So 7Z Esports and BPE are actually our 8th and 9th seed. BPE being in the 8th seed and 7Z Esports being in the 9th seed. So basically, the way that we did our matchups today is we lined them up in terms of their ranking, overall with their teams, and basically we tried to create some fair matchups. These teams are actually dead in the middle, but right now we're seeing a very large lead from this Alpha side. Charmander already at 18 kills, 3 deaths, definitely being a powerhouse for his team right now.
19 and 4 off the bat. He was just doing phenomenal work. They're absolutely dominating. You know, as we talk about skill levels, like, you're trying to make things as fair as possible, but when you have players like EU Charmander just now on 21 and 4, 22, man doesn't stop. Honestly, it just really shows you the levels to this game, and so far he is just showing why he is an absolute top player.
Bravo slowly starting to take these points here as we see they're holding B and C. All they need just left is Alpha, but they're unable to hold the other site as Alpha comes over and takes B from their possession. Like I said, it's about getting these portals. It's about making sure you secure these points for your team. We're gonna see this railgun go off. Charmander gonna get that kill there with the railgun. We're seeing these points, you know, get thrown left and right. We're seeing these players, you know, trying to secure these points. And honestly, Bravo, like I said, still has a chance. You know, they were in a horrible position in the beginning of this matchup. But, you know, we're seeing them pick it up very quickly here.
I'm watching Charmander here. I just gotta say, sometimes you don't even know what to say because it's just beautiful to watch. I mean, if you're a fan of the Bravo team, you might be watching and cringing at the moment, but EU Charmander is just, he makes it look beautiful. He's making it look easy here with the port plays, the places that he's sitting. I mean, we did see some of the railgun kills that he got there. He's just an expert with every weapon. And honestly, can you blame the fact that we're just watching his perspective? Because 28 and 4, he's not stopping as he gets a 10 collection agency. And will he stop at this rate? He's got 11. Is he going to get 12? He doesn't. My word, he is making a statement here early on.
Yeah, I mean, Charmander is definitely going to be a player to watch between this map and the next map, and possibly map 3 if we get there already in game 1 here. You know, anything is still possible. There's still 5 minutes left on that timer. Alpha trying to hold all 3 points at once. They can't seem to do it right now. They did get it in the beginning, but Bravo is definitely regrouping, you know, rethinking what they have to do here to make sure that Alpha cannot pick up this round.
Well, now 500 to 200, essentially. The point gap has grown, and if Bravo want to pull themselves back into this, which it is possible, but they're going to have to do a near flawless performance now, which is probably unlikely. The reality for Bravo is that they've got to reset themselves, get their gun skills going, get the teamwork and comms going so that they can go into map 2 and start off on the right foot and not give themselves such a tough mountain to climb at the beginning of it.
And just a reminder, we are playing to 700 points on domination. So, you know, Alpha getting very close there, just being 150 points away. Obviously, they only have 1 point captured right now. Bravo obviously having the 2. But you see, this can switch around very quickly. Bravo now holding 2, Alpha now holding 1. These players are definitely not giving up without a fight. They do not want to lose to Alpha. They still have a chance, and they are definitely putting their money's worth into this fight.
Well, I mean, you thought for a second it was just going to be a runaway map for Alpha, but instead Bravo not giving up. And now it's 280 to 577. Don't get me wrong, there's a long way still for them to go in this map to pull it back. And as you see there, Alpha now controlling B and C. They'll pull ahead again now, and Bravo are going to have to do something really quick if they want to salvage this map. But Bravo can definitely be happy with how they managed to at least come back into this, considering how dominated they were. See that kill going in there, and we again look at Alpha, and you go to EU Charmander now 40 and 7. It must be very hard from the perspective of Bravo to try and regain when you're getting dominated on the kills, at least by one player so badly. But I mean, so far we're giving it a good shot. Yeah,
definitely they're giving it their all right now, but it might not be enough. Alpha right now just 20 points away from bringing this in. Charmander definitely one of our key players right now, 41 and 8. Rocco was currently spectating 16 and 11, and that is going to be map 1 in game 1 completed. We just got to talk for a second about Charmander here. You know, 42 and 8. Like, there's no one else in the lobby that is relatively close to this right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have to give him man of the match, right? Would you give him man of the match? I mean, it's a pretty tight one, wouldn't you say?
I think, if we had to pick an MVP for this map right here, it definitely has to go to Charmander. What was that, 42 kills that we just saw there on this map? Like, that, Charmander went in, had a plan, knew what he had to do, and executed it perfectly. And I can't wait to see what he does going into map 2.
And my God, as well, one thing to consider with this is game number 1. Is this man just warming up? Is he about to take this tournament by storm? If you are any other team watching that game and you know that you're going to try and go through and have to come up against him, you are going to be terrified. But it's not over yet. As you said, map number 2 is coming up, and the other team could very easily come back into it. They did give a good push there, despite being dominated on the kills. They gave a good push. We're coming back into it. As we talked about, they just gave themselves too high of a mountain to climb with the deficit they accrued at the very start. But map number 2, you're starting fresh, and they could take advantage of that.
Exactly, you're starting fresh, and also it's in a new game mode because obviously this was domination. There's 3 points to capture on the map, but map 2 is different. It's ranked King of the Hill. There's only 1 point, so it doesn't come down to can you rotate around the map and capture these points, while defending the points that you already have captured. This one's all about getting to 1 point while it moves around the map and basically making sure you're holding it for your team the entire way through. And that's really where this whole dynamic of the game changes there.
Well, that's what it'll be really scary in this mode as well, to see Charmander play, because he was doing so well at being able to hold certain areas, and going into this game mode having to lock down one area. If he's able to kill as well as he did on the last map, he won't even need his teammates. He'll just be there getting all the kills himself. 1v5, it won't matter because he'll just spin on everyone. But if you're the other team, you just can't be thinking like that at the moment. You have to go into this game giving it your best shot. Pretend map 1 didn't happen, take it to a map 3, and it's going to be really interesting to watch.
I mean, here we are currently looking at Helix 2.0 map 2, which we're going to be getting into very soon. I mean, just look at this map. It looks awesome, and I cannot wait to see what type of matchups we have on here.
I mean, it is just a fantastic creation. I mean, shout out to the map creators who work so hard at sort of redesigning these maps, adding their own little element to them. You really do love to see it. And as the players as well playing this, I'm sure they respect the effort that everyone has gone into to make this what it is.
There is just so much that could be done on this map. Like we were talking about earlier in the stream, these maps, although they are remakes of the original maps, they also have some slight twists to throw off, the players. Some of these players are going to come in here knowing the original map, but what they aren't going to know, what the real difficulty is going to be, is knowing the changes that these map creators have went and put in to, change up the way the game is played, change the way these players think about the game, and obviously put a challenge for the players that are experienced in these maps.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, with making those map changes, so many players, the reason why they get so good at the game is the map knowledge, knowing every little nook and cranny, knowing exactly where to peek from, where players could come from based off certain timings. If you're a team who's maybe not feeling as confident in your gunshot, this is something that you should try to exploit instantly. If you see a new path that you don't think is going to be watched because the pro players or the really high players don't know about this position, then you got to push that position, get flanked up, and try and just, change the game, change the tempo of the game, make players think, God, I don't actually know where the other team is coming from. And if you can shake things up like that, then you really do give yourself a fighting chance if you're the underdog.
Yeah, and going into map 2 here, we're going to have to definitely keep an eye on Charmander once again. And Charmander, don't think I forget about our Minecraft date. If you impress me again with how good you're playing today, I might just have to take you up on that. But that's not what we're here to talk about right now. Let's keep my personal life out of this. Let's talk more about Charmander here, just on the topic of Charmander. Let's talk about the performance that we saw and the performance that we're expecting as we go into map 2 here. Charmander went in there 40 kills. The second highest kill, if I'm not mistaken, was about 22. Charmander was almost double, what the second highest one is. And I think that's just something we have to talk about here going into our next map.
Well, I want to talk more about this Minecraft date. This is taking me off guard. Why wasn't I invited on this?
well, you see. You do tournaments, Charmander pops off, and you know, you're just like, you know, you want to see more Charmander, so you schedule a Minecraft date. But like I said, we're not here to talk about me and my relationship life and you know, me and Charmander, but Charmander hit my DMs. We'll talk about this later. But anyways, we're here to talk about Charmander and his performance. What are you expecting? You know, we saw a 40 bomb just now. Obviously going into a more team-focused mode where you're centralized around one singular point on the map. Do you think we're going to see a 50 bomb coming in from Charmander this time, or do you think we're going to see less or about roughly what we saw last time?
Well, it is very possible that we could see a 50 bomb. I mean, ultimately, it will be about, you know, how the team structures around him. I mean, obviously, the team should know by this point that he's the man in form. He's the man getting the most kills. So how are they going to play it? Do they want him centralized as much as possible, doing as much damage as possible? Or are they going to have him act more of a supporting role, allowing for the rest of his teammates to get into an area and let the game flow, sort of give them the room to play how they want to play, so you have a better overall team performance? I mean, when you're getting as many kills as he got, at the back of your head, you might just want to say, hey, look, I'm just gonna YOLO this, go straight into it myself, go for that 50 bomb, go as hard as I can. But it may be more beneficial for him if he just went around the map picking up kills where he can and just cutting off the supply to the hill to give his teammates the room to pick up that time and get any people that may slip through the cracks.
Yeah, and shortly we're going to start getting into map 2, Helix 2.0. I'm very, very excited to see what's going to happen on this map. You know, like we were talking about and we keep mentioning, you know, there's so many changes these players have to adapt to. And regardless of the performance we saw last game, King of the Hill is a completely different mode. We could see, you know, a new top player, you know? As much as I love Charmander, you know, Charmander may not do so well in King of the Hill. We don't know. You know, there's only one way to find out as soon as we get into map 2. And I cannot wait to get into this matchup and see what we got going on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we did have a case of beginner's luck when it comes to the tournament. You know, first game in, he may be terrible. He may be terrible. That may be the most kills he ever gets. I mean, you never know. That might be the best he'll ever do.
I believe in
Splitgate.
Charmander. I believe in Charmander. I think he's got better games than him. You know, this was just him, you know, showcasing what he can do, and going into map 2, you know, we're gonna get in here and we're gonna see him do the exact same thing, but we're gonna see him do it more. We're gonna see more of him. We're gonna see more kills. We're gonna see his name. We're gonna see his name on this board a lot.
Well, for your sake, wanting that Minecraft date, I sure hope he manages to keep up the performances and keeps it going. It'll make it more exciting for sure. And as we're about to get into map number 2 here, I really am looking forward to seeing what he does. Because after that map 1, look, no disrespect to any of the other players that are playing in this, but he certainly is the man of the moment in this instant.
You know, let's talk about Charmander. We're getting into a Helix 2.0 map 2 as we're starting off watching Charmander. You know, obviously no bias here. I love Charmander and I can't wait to see what he's going to do this map, but no bias while we're watching this game. You know, all we're going to base off of here is obviously the performance. You know, we see him try to go for that kill, manages to get the assist there. Already trying to figure out these portals while he has the rocket launcher very early on, getting that rocket launcher kill. He's going to be using these portals very quickly to get himself around the map, obviously focusing on these power weapons and getting that rocket launcher very early on into this match.
I mean, that's something that myself, even playing Splitgate, often never really considered, but it's such a vital aspect, is that if your team can get enough control of the map, you do have control of where those weapons spawn, and that can make the game like entirely different. You could be a person with better gun skill, but if you can't get access to the weapons, then the team that's managed to cut off your supply will take complete advantage of that. And as we're sitting here on what might as well be Charmander Cam at the moment, 7-0 off the bat, he's having a fantastic start, and he must know we're talking about him, because I feel like he's almost showing off at this point as he's looking to get another kill, and he does now. 8-0 at the moment. What a fantastic start from him.
Yeah, and we're seeing a great lead coming in from Alpha. Just want to point out the fact here, because I'm not sure if you're aware or if the chat's aware, but this map only goes to 300 points. Obviously, being on a different mode, there's different rules involved and different points that have to be met. And on this map, we're going to be going to 300 points. Alpha already at 56 points very early on. you know, so they are not very far away from getting to 100, and they're getting very close already to victory. Bravo, though, still has time, and we're seeing Bravo get on that hill now, managing to pick off the kill right here. They're going to be holding this and trying to catch up to Alpha as quickly as they can to tie up this match.
Game over.
Well, one thing to consider there, as well, as we do have to restart this map. Unfortunately, we did focus on Charmander so much, but you look at Rocco as well. He had 6 kills, and if you're there and you're looking at Team Bravo, or your perspective of Team Bravo, sorry, and you're looking at Team Alpha, and you see another player beginning to pick up quite a substantial number of kills as well, along with Charmander, that's going to be such a demoralizing factor that they're going to have to try and push through. But you know, for the moment, looking at this, of course, we're completely objective here, but it's not looking good for Team Bravo at the moment. They're leaving themselves with a lot of work to do, and you know, it's not over. It's not over by any means. But I mean, if we were betting people and you had to put your money where your mouth is, you would like to think Team Alpha are going to come away with this. But maybe that's just my perspective. What are you thinking of this? And your non-biased position here.
In my non-biased position here, forgetting all about Charmander, let's just think about the fact also that we just had to get a restart going on here, you know? So maybe these players knew the restart was coming. You know, Bravo still has a chance here. Obviously, we had to stop for technical reasons as we start, you know, to get ourselves ready to get back into the matchup. And I'm obviously not speaking English right now. I don't know what words came out of my mouth there. But basically what I'm trying to say here is maybe these players were prepared to have a restart. Maybe they knew the restart was coming. And obviously they just didn't put their all forward as they were waiting for it, you know? So once we get into this restart, it's still anybody's game. You know, we're gonna have a full wiped score. And, you know, I still think Bravo has a chance here. And I think we possibly could still see a map 3 here in game 1.
Most certainly, it is very possible they knew there was the reset coming, and there may have been technical difficulties involved. Believe me, as someone who does stream and cast Call of Duty Vanguard at times, that is a game that practically lives more on technical issues. If we do a 5-hour stream of that, it's 4.5 hours of technical issues and 30 minutes of gameplay. You know, that's how it ran. So we're plenty used to them. But yeah, as you said, Bravo, they may have known the reset was coming. They may not have been too bothered. And, you know, they may have been maybe trying to let Alpha feel a little bit more comfortable going into this one. Maybe been like, yeah, we know the reset is coming. You know, don't give your all. Don't use your strategies yet. You know, let Alpha sort of feel a little secure in how they're going to play this. And then Bravo just could come in, hit hard, and shock at Team Alpha off the bat. And that could be their way to getting an early lead and trying to get us to a map 3.
And honestly, that's a very interesting way to think about it that I would have never thought about, you know? Maybe they knew this restart was coming, maybe they knew we were going to need it, and maybe they used it to their advantage here, you know? We don't necessarily know, you know? All we can do at this point is wait and see what they do. You know, I still have high hopes for Bravo. I would love to see us go into a map 3 in game 1, because I know the last time we had a tournament like this, map 3 barely got touched. Now, I would love to see map 3. You know, we have to think about the whole aspect of no portals on map 3. Obviously, we have a miss as the map, as we're calling it, because obviously, since there's no portals, it's going to come down to all about aim. You know, it's going to be who can aim better than somebody else. It's not about, hey, can I flank around you with a portal and get behind you and catch you off guard? It's going to be about, hey, can I tap your head a couple of times and make sure you're dead so I get a point? You know, that's what it's going to come down to. So that's really what I would love to see. I would love to see us get into map 3. But focusing here on, you know, map 2, obviously, it's still in Bravo's field. Bravo still has a chance to bring this back, and I think we still could see it.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely could see it. I mean, oh, it's just going to be fascinating to see if we do get into any map 3s. I mean, you were talking about there about not having the portals involved. If you're a team that, you know, just isn't really not quite there in terms of the portal usage, you know, as we talked about earlier, you know, some players, they're just absolute experts with portals. That's what makes them so good at this game. And if you're a team that maybe just isn't feeling as confident on portals, if you can just, maybe you lose that map 1, say as Bravo did there, and we go into the hypothetical map 2, which is of course about to begin very shortly, and you're just there and you're like, right, these guys are better with the portals than we are, but we're just going to try and scrape through this map, try and get this victory, and then you just sneak that map a next thing you know, you're going into that map 3 and you may have taken away one of the biggest advantages for the other team that they could have had. And that's where the playing field could become level, because it's two very different skill sets, whether you're really good at the aiming and can lock onto people's heads, or whether you use the portals and the angles and the skills involved in moving between portals quickly. Take that away from one team and you could be in for a very different game.
Yeah, and a big thing to note here is Charmander obviously was one of our top players, and when we were spectating him, we noticed a lot of portal usage. You know, I would love to see what would happen when you put Charmander into, you know, put him into Abyss, tell him, hey, you have no portal gun, now what can you do? You know, are we still going to see those 40 bombs? Are we still going to see him be on top? Are we still going to see his team dominate? You know, things like that is all things that we have to worry about. But we're going to be getting into map 2, obviously the restart, in just a moment here. I am very excited. We're going to get right into it. We're going to get into King of the Hill, seeing Alpha hold that point very early on. Remember, this is King of the Hill. We're seeing Charmander once again targeting that rocket launcher. You know, power weapons are a very important aspect of the game. It can definitely change, you know, the amount of damage that you're doing to another team. And Charmander definitely knows that. As you see the rocket launcher get thrown into the point, Charmander taking out one player. You know, Charmander understands that these power weapons can make or break a game. We're seeing 3 kills come out with that rocket launcher. I mean, Charmander just understands that you need to take control of these power weapons and use that to take control of the point.
Well, it comes down to, as well, if you're Charmander, you need to have a lot of trust in your teammates as well, because sometimes when you're looking to get these power weapons, that means you're an extra couple of seconds of getting to a point and being able to help out your teammates. But, you know, if you're not a team that's that coordinated, you may end up being in a position where, you know, that's actually a disadvantage. Sure, you may have the power weapon, but you've given up complete control of the hill. But Charmander clearly has trust in his team. He goes, right, I can go get this power weapon. You guys just do a bit of work, keep them occupied until I get in here and clean up. And talk about cleaning up, this man is 8-0 already. Definitely starting out strong, and he doesn't look like he's stopping any minute as he's looking for kill number 10. I'm curious to see, as he just gets taken out there, I'll be curious to see in these games, it'll just be a question of how many kills in a row will he get, how many 10 bombs is he going to get, 15 bombs. It's just, he's performing at a really, really high level here at the moment.
You know, speaking of curiosity, I just want to bring up how curious I am about some of the angles that these players have access to. Early on, there was one of the players that completely went above the entire map, just went right over the top there, and used that to their advantage. You know, that goes into the sense of, like, you know, there's aspects in this that can be used by these players. I mean, look at this right now. We're seeing a pretty close matchup here. As I was saying, Bravo still has it in them to take this matchup back. And obviously, they are not wasting any time tying up this game here and slowly taking it into the lead. Bravo now holding the lead against Alpha. It is not over just yet for this team. We can very possibly see map 3 here, as these teams are very neck and neck right now.
Maybe I was right on Bravo holding back until we got into the restart, because they are looking like a different team here. I mean, again, we talk about Charmander a lot, but how can we not give him the kills? He is performing well, but the difference maker here is that Bravo are also managing to match in terms of the team altogether getting kills. Sure, they may be getting outslayed a little bit, but Bravo, they're getting the time, and that is what matters here. And going back to what you're saying as well, as we're on board here, so nearly getting Free-Joe, should I say, nearly getting that 3-piece Holden Hill. But as you were talking about how player managed to jump over the map and use that to his advantage, I suppose there's 2 viewpoints in that, right? You could look at it as being exploitative and you don't like players that do that, but I would also argue as well that some of the best first-person shooters that we've had have sort of had mini exploits and mini angles sort of outside the map, so to speak, where you could get around and create an angle. And you know, I would argue that's a skill in of itself, you know, to get a feel for the map and get around the unique angles and just take every advantage that you can.
Yeah, and obviously, as we keep saying, you know, Bravo is not out just yet. Obviously, we're going to 300. We saw at this point, we were seeing already in 100 to 4 before we had our match pause, you know, when we had to fix some server things. But it is very close, you know, now that we had the restart. 116 to 76 right now. Bravo still has it in them. We're seeing that rocket launcher come out for 4 kills. Wow, I am speechless there.
Well, I mean, what can you do when you have a hill that's in such a confined space and the rocket launcher comes in? Unless you take that player out instantly, it is good night, as we've just seen there. 4 kills. I mean, it's so entertaining to watch when you see things come into play like that, because there's very rarely games out there with weapons where it can just shake up the entire structure of a point. Like if you see a point locked down, as long as the team usually just holds an angle, they have a good chance of keeping it. But with Splitgate, it's like, I'm just going to get my rocket launcher and take you all out with one hit. You know, it can so quickly change how a game and how a certain hill is playing.
I mean, we're seeing these teams neck and neck right now. We're seeing a completely different turnaround from what we saw in map 1. And like I said, it's a completely different game mode, and, you know, there's a completely different aspect to this game now. You know, originally, they were able to split up and able to, you know, try to capture points in small groups. But now it's really different. Now they really have to push as a team and work as a team in order to capture these points. You know, we're seeing Alpha right now, 132. Bravo currently in possession of the hill, 114 points. It is still anybody's game. We still have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. And honestly, I'm really rooting for Bravo here. I would love to see them pick it up in map 2.
It would be amazing to see them pick it up as well. And one thing to take into consideration as well, it's not like Alpha have dropped on the kills. I mean, Charmander is still doing what he does best. We've got Unforward Banana on 22, Rocco on 14 will make that 15 now. They are still outslaying here on the kills, but as you're saying about the difference in King of the Hill and how it's revolved around teamwork, you know, Bravo are just playing the map arguably more intelligently at the moment, as they're managing to take advantage of getting time on the hill even when they're not picking up quite as many kills. It's definitely like 2 different play styles that we're seeing here, and it's keeping the game really close. It'll be fascinating to see which one comes out on top here at the end.
I am very, very interested. You know, obviously, Bravo has learned about these power weapons. They've learned that Charmander loves to use those power weapens, and they use their own power weapon against him. You know, that rocket launcher, we've seen Charmander going very early in the game to get that rocket launcher, and he had that rocket launcher used completely against him, you know? Like this spot right here, I just have to mention it, you know. It's a crazy spot there, you know, that could be used to make or break somebody's game there. That rocket launcher coming in once again from that Bravo team, you know, going back to my point that they realize that Charmander is going to be using this rocket launcher, and they've prioritized taking this rocket launcher before Charmander can get to it. And obviously that is doing some wonders for them, because they are not very far. Oh, we're seeing another rocket launcher kill come in there. You know, still another 3 minutes left in the game. It's first to 300 points. It is very close.
And you were wondering before the game if Charmander was going to manage to get a 50 bomb on that number 2, and it looks like he has done it. Will he get a 60 bomb? It is very possible here, as it's unbelievable to watch. 53 and 6. What a KD for him, and the rest of his team really picking up on the kills as well. As we talked about Untoward Banana earlier, he's 33 and 11. The KDs will be something to brag about regardless of what the score will be in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. Charmander, like we keep mentioning, 56 and 7. 56 kills, 7 deaths, and he's not on track to stop anytime soon. We're seeing a double kill, almost a triple kill, but he cannot seem to capitalize on that. I just have to say, I think we might see close to 70 kills from Charmander. You know, this team is definitely dominating, but Bravo is not going to let that stop them. You know, there's only about a 30-point difference right now, and that's what's scary, because this is a huge turnaround from what we saw in map 1. You know, in map 1, they tend to be struggling, you know, to capture those points, but now that they're working in a big team environment, they're seeming to be more collected together, able to work together, and now they're really turning this around. You know, Alpha only being 99 points away from taking this one home, but Bravo not far behind. Bravo only 25 points behind them, obviously holding that hill, but sadly falling to the Alpha team, but definitely quickly taking it over. They're going to be trying to hold this as long as possible to tie up this matchup and try to take it home.
Well, if you're Team Alpha here and you somehow manage to lose this game with Charmander getting what could easily be 70 kills in this lobby, I mean, that shouldn't happen. No player should be getting 70 kills and then losing the game. You definitely have to go back to the drawing board if something like that happens, because even if you win a map number 3 and you move on in this tournament, then you have to play against arguably potentially better or more experienced players. You cannot allow something like that to happen, because if you're managing to pick up those kills right, then there's something tactically going wrong. And that's why I always say for any competitive game is that the first thing you should try and nail down is your tactics, and the skill will come later. The tactics is what will separate you from other players and give you an advantage in situations where there may be some player who's just unbelievable with a certain weapon or really good with the weapons, but he doesn't have the brain for the game, the map knowledge, the intelligence to play certain modes. And you know, that's something that Alpha not locking down at the moment, as you're I'm sure it's about to say Bravo now taking the lead.
Yeah, Bravo in the lead now, 30 seconds left. Alpha is going to need to get onto this point and get Bravo off, but Bravo has a very good hold on this point. Alpha going to be trying to get on here, trying to get the kill, cannot seem to get it. This might be a good game for Bravo right here. 15 seconds now remaining on the clock. Bravo currently in the lead. Alpha needs to get on that point if they want to try to save this. 10 seconds remaining. Bravo still holding very strong against Alpha, covering all those portal walls, not letting Alpha on this point. 1 second remaining, yet we're going to see it go into overtime as Alpha gains control. Bravo just needs to get them off of the point, and they're going to be taking this match home. I honestly think we're going to be seeing a map 3 here. You know, it is very close. Alpha just needs to maintain this point until they can beat Bravo's score, and if they can do that, they're going to be taking it home. We're seeing only 10 points needed, so Bravo's going to have to hop on here very quickly, but Alpha is not giving up just yet. We're going to be 27 seconds into overtime, and Alpha is going to be able to bring it back. And
what a clutch.
Wow. There's no way here. Charmander 77-13. Oh my gosh. Untoward Banana 48-17. Chill Mormon 24-20. Rocco 31-24. I am at a loss of words. I'm at a loss of breath from what we just witnessed in the last couple of seconds of that match there.
I mean, if you're Team Bravo, you must just be disgusted. I mean, you put in all the hard work, all that effort, managed to pull the game back despite being outslayed, which clearly shows just a phenomenal knowledge of tactics and teamwork and pulling together and mental strength, not letting the lack of kills in comparison to the other team get the better of you and just getting so close. But that's where we saw the slaying power of Charmander come into effect. I believe before we went on to overtime, or as we were just about to hit that overtime, he was only on around, I say only, he was only on around 70 kills, and he ended up finishing the game with, I believe, 77. So he went in there, he clutched up, he managed to pick up the kills quickly, and you kind of just saw the dominance of kills once it came to just being on the point, and tactics went out the window when you just had to get them off the point or stay on the point if you're the other team. That's just where you saw the raw killing ability come in, and that's where Alpha have been exceeding through all these matches, and they use that to their advantage to pull away with the win there on map 2.
Yeah, and you know, now we're going to be seeing a lot more of Charmander and his team. You know, hopefully we're going to see a ton of more domination from this team. And obviously that's just their first match of the night. You know, we have, what is it? It's 4 rounds here. We have round 1, round 2, we have semifinals, we have finals. You know, so there's still a lot of opportunities for other teams to come up. There's still other opportunities for teams to take out Charmander and his team. But you know, this team's very solid, and, you know, they showed that. And, you know, we just have to talk about that. You know, just this team came in here, they knew what they were doing, and we are definitely going to see more of this team going into the rest of the matches tonight. But as we do get ready for our next matchup, we are going to head over to a short break while we go get some water. You guys should also get some water, and we get you guys ready for whatever is coming up next. So we'll be back after a short break. Well, after a very short break, we are ready to watch another matchup. We're going to be watching XSET versus Jortals. Now, this XSET team may not be the team that you're thinking of that's playing in SPS right now. It's actually some XSET members mixed in with other players, but you know, they're representing as XSET today. I am super excited. I know some of the players that are going to be playing on that team. But also I'm excited to see what we're seeing from Jortals. Obviously we're having Tanner Trees on that team, Voodoo Genius, Chalk. You know, we're seeing a lot of familiar names that I am aware of. Zep, I know you may not be aware of any of the names that I'm talking about right now.
Not one.
But I promise you, this is going to be a match that you're going to be very impressed with.
Well, I have to say, honestly, so far from that first game we've seen, I was really impressed, right? I mean, when we had that map 1, it was such a dominant performance, and we were debating then in between games, you know, was it going to be a walk in the park? Was it going to go to a map 3? You kind of had the sneaking suspicions that we could go to a map 3, and you were so close to being right, being on the money. But then a bit of a caster curse came in, and Alpha did manage to sneak it, you know. But what a game to start us off with. And as we're going into this one, you know, as someone who, as we said, you know, I don't know the names. I'm not the most read up expert on all things Splitgate, but just that I think that means I can come in from a more sort of neutral perspective. And the one word that's on my mind at the moment is just excitement, because like I'm just so excited to see where it goes and you know, who shows their talents. And I'm absolutely taking your word for it if you say this one's going to be a cracker, because I know that first one was.
I mean, hey, look, I don't want to wait too long to be getting into this matchup. So before we get into this matchup, I do want to take a look at the bracket here, just so then the people at home, you know, get a look about what we're looking at here going into round 2. Obviously, for round 2, we're going to be seeing OGs and BPE, Seaville and Screamin Weenies, 5 guys, and the winner of the matchup we're about to watch here. And then we have the British Blokes going up against either the Racers or the Christmas Goblins. So obviously there's still some matches that have to get completed and scored and all of that stuff, which actually I believe the Racers and Christmas Goblins match was just scored, with Racers moving on. So Racers are going to be facing the British Blokes in round 2. But before we can get into round 2, we do have to finish up round 1 with our XSET and Jortals match. So very shortly we're going to be getting into this XSET and Jortals map, but let's take a look at the map that we are dealing with here. It's going to be the same map. We're going to be looking at Atlantis 2.0, map 1. Like we said, it's going to be the same map rotation that we're seeing. So we're going to see Atlantis 2.0 unranked domination. Honestly, I am very ready and very excited to see Jortals versus XSET in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just super excited to see this matchup in general, and looking at this map as well. You know, it would be hard not to appreciate just the level of detail and design that went into making these maps. You know, obviously, as we said, basing this one off Atlantis, but making the little changes. You know, I just kind of look at it and admire how close to the original thing it is, but just with those tiny differences. You know, it's really cool to see the map that the community can come together and make maps for a game that come out so well, and it gives such a cool arena for these teams to come in and play against each other, and shakes it up. You know, it makes it interesting. You know, we like to see the competitive stuff where it's on the maps that we know, the guns that we know, and the modes that we know, but every now and then you just like to see things being shaken up, and we get something different. And having custom maps like these is just it's the perfect blend of the familiarity with things that we already know, and then those slight changes. So I really cannot wait to get into this one and see this map and these teams get at it.
The time and precision that was taken into making these custom maps is awesome. You know, we're going to be getting right into it. Atlantis 2.0, map 1 in this matchup. Your Alpha team is going to be Jortals, and your Bravo team is going to be XSET. I'm excited for this. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's gonna be a great game. I'm just fascinated to see who's gonna pop off the bat. Are we gonna have a more even performance, or are we gonna have a Charmander 2.0? Are we gonna have someone looking to crunch the numbers? It'll be very interesting to see who starts off on a strong foot here. As you know, Alpha seem to be taking the early lead at the moment now, 40-14. So far, so good for them. But
wow,
very early on.
I mean, we're seeing that railgun come into play very early there, and you know, I just couldn't keep my mouth shut when I saw that. You know, these players they knew that they had to utilize the power weapons. They got the power weapons early on, and we saw 2 kills get dropped there with that railgun. You know, all about this game. It's going to be about the portals and the power weapons. If you are good with your portals and you have control of the power weapons, all that's left to do is utilize all of that to get yourself on the point and secure points for your team. Alpha is doing that beautifully right now as we see them capturing A, B, and C all at once as they pick up an 100-point lead against our Bravo team.
Well, this ABC is indeed as easy as 1, 2, 3 because just such a dominant performance from them off the bat. Like they say, 162 to 21, such a good performance. And just to go back to what you were talking about with the railgun, I mean, I just personally love to see the railgun. As soon as you hear that gun charging up for the shot, it's like your heart just stops for a second as the player just hoping that everyone lines up so you can just get that perfect kill. And it's a fantastic weapon to watch. And as you're saying about how teams can utilize these power weapons, it'd be very interesting to see what team comes into this and utilizes them the best. And well, it looked like it was Alpha there that was utilizing it the best so far. But it does look like we are going to have to restart here. Another technical issue, unfortunately, but Alpha, they'll surely be feeling confident off that initial display, definitely staking their claim here and showing that, you know, we're in this one to win it, Bravo. It's up to you guys to have to pull it back.
I mean, hey, welcome to live streaming, welcome to live production. This is what happens, and these are the issues we face. So, you know, we're gonna start getting a restart on this map. But, you know, I just want to mention something that we were seeing here. You know, when we first watched game one, you know, we saw that there was a team that came out above everyone else, and we had the team that didn't perform very well in that first matchup. But as soon as we got into map 2, everything seemed to have changed. You know, the team that we saw were like the underdog, I guess you can consider them here. They like strived in the King of the Hill game mode. And you know, based on the performance that we saw before this restart that we're getting here, I think we might be seeing very similar, you know? Obviously, XSET was very low with their points. They were not having a good day when it came to capturing those points compared to our other team on Alpha. But that doesn't mean that it's completely over for XSET. Remember, we have 3 possible maps that can be played, 2 of them which are guaranteed. And honestly, I think it's gonna be one of those games where we're gonna see Alpha pick it up, we're gonna go into map 2, and XSET's gonna just dominate in that map.
Well, I think that's, again, I've been talking about, you know, the map creators and the people who've put this tournament together. One thing that I think you have to tip your hat off to in this regard then is the variety in gameplay styles and the way that this has been set up. They clearly, from map 1 and how, or game 1, should I say, and how we think game 2 is going to go, because it's showing very similar patterns, it definitely just shows that this map selection that we have for this tournament really utilizes all aspects of the game. So it's not just going to be a case of if you're dominant on map 1, map 2 is going to play so similar to the point of where we're never going to see a map 3 and it's going to be a walk in the park. You know, each map and each mode brings out different elements of qualities that is just going to make it a way more fascinating and entertaining game to watch from a neutral perspective.
I mean, hey, you know, we're going to start getting into this matchup, you know, as soon as possible. You know, but honestly, I'm really excited for both teams here. You know, we have yet to see a map 3 on the stream here. Obviously, we're only in our 2nd game, so there's still a lot of opportunity to see it. But I think this might be where we see it. You know, we're going to be getting right back into this game with the restart. Alpha already taking A, and obviously looking to take B and C as quickly as possible, as they already take the lead. Bravo, though, is going to be trying to take that A site from them, trying to get some points on the board for their team. What do you think we're going to see here? I mean, do you think we're going to see what we saw before the restart? We're going to see domination from our Alpha team and, you know, kind of pulled back from our Bravo team? Or do you think that this restart is going to give them the energy that they need to bring this back and, you know, win it for them? I mean, you know,
actually... Well, if I had to predict, I have a feeling that we're going to run into another technical issue, which will mean that we'll have to wait to get into map number 1 once again. But that's just my guess. I mean, I don't know where I got that idea from, but that's what I think is going to happen.
You know, you're going back to the whole streamer's curse. You know, this is all your fault. You cursed us. We're gonna have restarts the rest of the stream tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching at home, we do apologize for the technical issues, but once again, this is live production. Stuff happens, and unfortunately, we just got to put up with it. But, you know, let's keep talking about these teams. Let's keep talking about what we've seen so far in that first match before we had to do the restart. You know, obviously, we keep talking about how XSET obviously wasn't performing as well as, you know, we wanted to see from them. But when we saw this brief restart here, you know, before another technical difficulty, go figure, you know, we saw them picking up some points very quickly. You know, it was getting pretty close neck and neck. They took a site from our alpha side very quickly. And honestly, I think they still have a very good chance going into here.
I mean, that's what I was going to say before we did get interrupted by the technical difficulty. You know, when you were asking me what I think I'm going to see here from this game, I think we're going to see an instance of where, if I had to take a guess, I still think Alpha could potentially dominate this map, but I don't think it'll be as dominant of performance, right? Because Bravo will have gone in there and they'll have learned how Alpha want to play, have seen the patterns of play, and will be a little warm, you know? The nerves maybe of getting into this game will have died down a little bit. They'll see how these players want to play and they'll be able to read it a little better. Whether enough they'll have enough skill and have read enough to be able to keep Alpha at bay is a different question, and my guess would be no, because you have to also look at it from the other side. Alpha have seen how Bravo want to play, so unless Team Bravo have a strategy in there that could really shake things up based off what they learned, Alpha have learned how the other team wants to play as well, and they'll be feeling confident going into this. Now, whether that confidence will make them even play better or it'll be a hindrance, maybe, we will see, of course, when we get into it. But I think it will definitely be a more even performance across the board for both teams because of the technical difficulties.
Yeah, I mean, hey, stuff happens, you know? We've had a couple technical difficulties throughout the stream today. You know, stuff like this happens, you know? But let's remind everybody, you know, we're here to have a good time. You know, we had some amazing people put some crazy amounts of time that I probably couldn't imagine putting into this event to make sure that it went as smooth as possible. But sometimes, you know, even things with the best planning don't always go as planned, and you know, that's what we're seeing today. But you know, we just have to look past that and think about, you know, let's think about the maps that we have here. You know, we've seen these custom maps here, and you know, the amount of time and precision that went into recreating them and then obviously modifying them to give new aspects to them, that's just crazy to see. And these players are taking advantage of it and also having to kind of relearn a map that they already know, in the sense that things have been changed. It's not the same map that they've been playing with for, you know, all the time that it's been out for. It's been changed, been modified, and these players have to adapt to that.
100%. Like, one thing to consider as well that a lot of people may not consider when having to create these maps and create the differences in the map to make it more unique is, like, where do you create the differences? If you maybe spend the time and effort, you want to change this part of the map, open up a lane, and then only to find out that changes the map too much or adds an element that doesn't work, and then having to restart that. It's really cool to see how seamless the changes have worked into just putting all this together, and that's why I'm just really excited to see more of these maps going forward.
I mean, hey, talking about seamless changes, how about we change from here to the gameplay, because we're going to be getting back into it. Hopefully that will be our last restart. We'll be able to get some gameplay going on here. But, you know, it's going to be all about getting onto these points, securing these points for your team and getting those points, as we see Alpha taking B very quickly and getting that nice lead for their team. Bravo and not far behind and capturing A for their team. You know, honestly, it's still anybody's game. I mean, we're seeing Bravo take an early lead here on top of Alpha. And, you know, I honestly have high hopes for Bravo going into this.
I mean, this is where Bravo, you have to think you've gotten your silver lining, right? An unfortunate technical difficulty that no one could have foresaw. No one's fault, but really the game's fault. And you're Bravo. What a kill, by the way. That was a fantastic kill. But going back to it, I mean, if you're Bravo, you just got to think, we've been given a silver lining here. Let's take full advantage of it. And they seem to have done that, as even though Alpha are pulling away, way tighter off the bat than it was when we first started.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're seeing Alpha not want Bravo to hold that lead and taking it back to them as quickly as they were able to get it in the beginning. You know, Bravo came in, they took the lead very quick from Alpha, and Alpha said, nope, not today. Took it back from them as they take B and C. All they're missing now is A and level full cap again. But Bravo's obviously putting up a good fight here, you know. Bravo's making sure that they're not getting all 3 points, as, you know, prior to the restart, we saw that, you know, they were getting all 3 points very early on, and it did not put Bravo in a very good spot. You know, just like I was saying here, you know, we're going to see Alpha take all 3 points which is not good for Bravo. Bravo needs to make sure that they're utilizing these power weapons, getting onto the points, and clearing off everybody that they possibly can so that they can start catching up to Alpha.
I mean, this is where you can potentially see the dominance come in here from Alpha. Maybe just a little bit of a slow start, but now that they've got the majority of points, they may just be able to hold them and tighten their grip and have more map control. And you look at where the kills are coming from as well. You have Cheat, who's currently 11-3, starting off really well for Alpha at the moment. Not exactly Charmander level that we've seen in game number 1, but definitely starting off well so far. But the kills are not completely even across the board. There is a little more kills towards the side of Alpha, but you know, Bravo, they definitely have things to work with here. They do seem to have the gun skill. I mean, Big E currently 0-4. I mean, if he can pick up the numbers along with maybe one other teammate of his, then they can pull this game back rather easily. But for the moment, it is Alpha with the 2 points, and with each second that passes, they are pulling ahead more and more.
I mean, hey, we're definitely seeing a difference between what we saw before the first restart and what we're seeing now. Bravo was very far behind, but now they seem to be holding their weight up. You know, just as a reminder, this goes till 700 points, and there's still 7 minutes left on that timer, which means there's a lot of time for anybody to bring this one back right now. And Bravo definitely regrouped after realizing what happened during the first restart. After the second restart, they came back, they were ready. Of course, they got hit with that restart, but now they are here and they are ready to fight. They're trying to bring it back as quickly as they can. Alpha with a 200-point lead right now, but doesn't mean they're going to hold that lead. Obviously, they're going to have the full cap here at points A, B, and C. And just like you were saying, you know, I don't think it's ABC 1, 2, 3 super easy, you know? Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that goes into this and ensuring that these players hold these points, but whatever they are doing it insanely well. They're managing to hold A, B, and C, which is a hard thing to do, you know? Making sure you have eyes on all 3 points at once, especially when they are all spread out across the map. Alpha's doing an awesome job at controlling these points.
Well, I think we had a little bit of a caster curse come in there. I did say that the kills were mostly even across the board, but as we now look at Chalk, who's 17-4, and everyone on Team Alpha now on the double digits with kills, and Big E for Team Bravo hasn't been able to pick it back up, and then 2 players on 5 kills. Alpha definitely beginning to pull away with the kills, and it is showing in the score. As you said, Alpha just having way more dominance here, now up what must be nearly 300 points, maybe more from the initial count. It's just Alpha are beginning to really pull away, and maybe Bravo took advantage of something they seen off the start. They took advantage of the reset, but now as Alpha have managed to settle back into this game, it doesn't seem like the rhythms and patterns of the first attempt at this map 1 before the reset are beginning to show, as Alpha do seem like they are going to really pull away with this one.
Yeah, Alpha being just 200 points away from that victory here on map 1. They're getting very close, but obviously it is not over just yet, and Bravo still has a chance. As we see, Yada from the XSET side is going to get dropped down and not able to be able to hold that hill for his team, letting Alpha secure all 3 points again. We're seeing a lot of portals coming in from Chalk. You know, that goes into the aspect of you have to make sure you're utilizing your portals. You know, these portals are a very important aspect of the game. And, you know, we're seeing Chalk on our Alpha side utilize that to their advantage. You know, and it's not looking very good for the Bravo team here. You know, Alpha just 100 points away. You know, Bravo's not giving up just yet. Bravo's trying their best to stay in this running as much as they can, but it is looking very, very difficult, as Alpha is just going to be 80 points away from a victory here on map 1.
I mean, what's fascinating to watch about Alpha here as well, they just seem like as a unit they're just on another level, right? The 5 of them just seem to be pulling up, you know, relatively even kills. I mean, if we look at the difference between Chalk and Your Face, there's 9 kills difference, you know, but you take the KDs into account, you take the overall team performance, how they're dominating on the points, even though maybe not everyone is playing amazingly across the board, like just fantastic, like 10 out of 10 fantastic. They're just working together as a team, and it's showing as they are pretty much about to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, XSET definitely working as a team. We're seeing a lot better performance than what we were seeing in the original matchup before we had to do a restart. Alpha only being 20 points away from securing the victory here on map 1, but Bravo not giving up just yet, uncapping the only point that they had. Bravo unable to hold that though, and obviously Alpha picking it up. We're gonna just be 10 points away from Alpha, Alpha securing this victory on map 1, and that is going to be the end of map 1. Wow, you know, like we saw a lot from XSET going into this. You know, it was definitely better performance than what we had seen originally from them before we had the restart, but XSET definitely came back and they were ready. And I think going into map 2, they're really going to show that, and we're definitely going to see a very, very close match going into map 2. But map 1 here, we're going to see our Alpha team pick it up with, you know, a pretty big point lead, you know, almost double from what our Bravo team had.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem initially as we got back into this after the resets that we had to do that Bravo were taking a stab at it. They'd learned from their early mistakes. And it was sort of a case of when we were hitting maybe the 150, maybe 200 point mark, maybe even a little earlier than that. You're the Bravo side and you're thinking so far so good, right? We're at a bit of a disadvantage here. Alpha are clearly, well, maybe not clearly, but you could argue they were on another wavelength. They were clearly in form, playing well, and Bravo were keeping up. But as I had mentioned earlier in that game, Alpha, it just seemed to be like as Alpha, as soon as they got that 3-point cap, even though they didn't hold it for long, it was like, right, now they had their map control. And even if they were going to lose a point or even 2 points from time to time, they had granted themselves enough control so that if they managed to even just lose a point for 10-15 seconds, they were going to pull it back. And that's what we saw happen, is they just seemed to almost squeeze the life out of Team Bravo, just slowly but surely just extending that lead, not doing anything over the top with like a 3-piece or a 4-piece. They just did it by the books, worked together as a team, played well, picked up kills on the individual level, worked well as a team, and it paid off in the end, as it was quite a substantial lead when they got the victory.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we're going into map 2 very soon here. Helix 2.0, you know, we're obviously doing ranked King of the Hill, first to 300. It's basically domination, but you take away 2 of the hills. You know, this is a very team-heavy mode, and I think what it really is going to come down to in map 2 is which team can, you know, coordinate the best, which team can coordinate their pushes the best, which team can get on and defend the best. It's all about team coordination when it comes to King of the Hill. I know you come from other games, you know, not necessarily Splitgate, but you understand the whole King of the Hill dynamic and what needs to get done in order to secure that. I mean, what do you think we need to see from either team if they want to secure on map 2?
Well, yeah, I think, like, as you're saying there, King of the Hill, it's sort of, whether it's King of the Hill, Hardpoint, whatever name that you'd have for it, it is sort of like, unless you maybe have a search and destroy mode, it is like the other standout mode from all first-person shooters, because it brings out such a unique quality with both teams. As you say, teamwork is such a vital aspect of it. You're all playing around the 1 point, but you also need individuals to step up from moment to moment, where maybe get that 2-piece or 3-piece. You know, there's nothing more entertaining than my team is down on the last up, there's 2 or 3 players left, and you manage to take them out and get those vital points. There's honestly nothing more entertaining than that to as a player and a spectator watching it. But looking at this and the difference between a King of the Hill and a domination, and maybe where we could see it be a way closer game, is that Alpha, we did say that they were playing well as a team, but they were dominating on an individual level in terms of the kills as well. So each player is at a different point, whether it be A, B, or C, picking up the kills and winning their 1v1s or 1v2s. But as you say, this King of the Hill, it's going to be around an individual point, so people are going to be playing way closer together. So maybe Bravo on the 5v5 level, the big team push level, may have an advantage over Alpha, and that's why we could see a way closer game. It is going to be a case of the team performance more so than the individual performance across the board.
Yeah, and talking about that individual performance, you know, that's what really changed the game in our first matchup that we saw. You know, when we watched the first game of tonight's show, you know, we seen that in the beginning, you know, there was a team that obviously had the lead. We would see the points, we saw the kills, we knew which team had the lead. But going into King of the Hill in that match is the same thing that's going to happen, you know, in our upcoming match here, you know, where you have to change from that independent perspective into a more team aspect, and that's really what makes or breaks the game there. You know, can you work well with your team? Can you make coordinated pushes, or can you split up and still work in a team manner to, you know, secure the objective? That's really what it's going to come down to, and that's also the big change between these two modes. You know, one's individual, one's going to be a lot more team oriented, and like I said, it just comes down to which team can coordinate the best.
Well, Rax, I'm going to put you on the spot here because when we were in game 1, you did call that you think there is going to be a map 3, or that you'd like to see a map 3 at least. And you were very close to being right. I even for a second thought you were right, but it was just about taken away from you. But now going into this one, do you see a map 3? Are you going to call a map 3 again, or do you think Team Alpha just have too much in the tank for Team Bravo?
You see, this one's a very close one to call. I feel like right now we're seeing great performance from both teams. In the other game, you know, I felt like once we saw them one restart, we were able to actually see how they worked as a team and what we were able to expect going into the game after the restart. With this one, we don't know what to expect yet. You know, luckily, you know, we haven't seen the map yet with these teams. We haven't had to witness a restart just yet. But, you know, knowing our luck, we might see one. So I think it's a little too early to call it just yet. But based on the performance that we saw, I would like to be hopeful for map 3. Like I said, I would love to see how these teams do in ranked team deathmatch on the remade Abyss map called Amiss, where if you miss your shots, your team's not going to get any points because there's no portals, there's no nothing, and it's team deathmatch, and it's all going to come down to how your aim is. So, I don't know. I mean, I'll put you on the spot here. What do you think?
Oh, this is going to be a tough one because on one level, I do think that the team performances between a domination and King of the Hill, as we talked about earlier, it's different. It is more about the team as a whole tactically rather than all the team getting kills on an individual level. And I'd really like to see a map number 3. Don't get me wrong. It'd be amazing to see. I think the no portals would be such an interesting concept to see and how people can take advantage of not having portals. But I do think back just to that map 1 that we seen. And, you know, when we think back to game 1, map 1, it wasn't so much of a team performance from Alpha. It was Charmander just picking up 10 million kills, whatever it was. Don't remember the number off the top of my head, but it was an insane number. And then because the rest of his team didn't pick up as many kills, it meant that the difference in what was required in terms of team performance was quite a lot for them going into map 2. But whereas we've seen in game 2 map 1 here, Alpha managing to keep it quite consistent across the board in terms of kills, and if they could manage to keep a level like that going into this King of the Hill, then it's not as much of a change up for them. So I could see them potentially having an easier time than maybe expected going into this one. Bravo, they may just have too much to do on their hands if Alpha can keep up just a consistent level of kills across the board. So my heart wants to see a map 3, but my head at the moment, I'm seeing this being over after map 2.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I mean, let's just take a look at this map here. You know, there is a lot that changes compared to Atlantis. I mean, the sheer differences that we see, you know, Atlantis is a lot more closed off than Helix, you know? Helix is a lot more open. You have the outdoor aspect of it all. And there's just so much room, especially on this remade map, to just do some crazy things, you know? So as much as I would like to see a map 3, I am going to have to agree with you here that I'm not so sure if we're going to see one.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, yeah, we really want to see a map 3, but the fact that you've agreed with me now, you were wrong when you said there was a map 3 now, and now because you're agreeing with me, that's the sole reason I think there is going to be a map 3. Because I think look, it is going to be a tough one to call, maybe a bit of a
so now you're just switching around here.
Exactly.
Right.
We can't have the same calls. It'd be boring then. We need to have the change up. But no, in all seriousness, no, I do think Alpha are going to have enough to come away with this map. But what will be interesting to me is just to see the difference. Is it going to be another dominant performance where they win by a lot of points, or are Bravo going to keep this as a tight game? I think if Bravo are to win this one, it will be a case of them sneaking it, right? I don't think there's going to be a complete switch around where Bravo are just in the constant ascendancy and just dominating the map. I think if they win it, they're going to win it through, well, you can maybe say it'd be more slimier fashion rather than an overall dominance. But you know, anything can happen. It's Splitgate, you know, so many different things can happen, but it's just, you know, if you had to put money on it, I think at the moment you'd have to give it to Team Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to agree with you there, but apparently you keep swapping the way you think. So I don't really know what to expect. You know, we're gonna be getting into this matchup very shortly, and like I said, I'm gonna stick with my gut. I don't know if we're gonna see a map 3 right now. You know, you may be thinking, oh, because Frax said we're not gonna see a map 3. Now we're gonna see it. But I think you're wrong in that sense. I think we're gonna see Alpha wipe up this map and take this game home very quickly. You know, I'm still very hopeful that we're gonna see a map 3, but as we get into this match, we're gonna see Alpha already taking points. You know, I want to be hoping for a map 3, but I'm not sure if we're gonna see it in this game.
Well, look, sure, does it really matter at the end of the day, because we're all winners, because we're all having fun, and I'm sure that's what will be in the minds of these players as we get into this map number 2. It is so far Alpha taking the early lead, but Bravo coming right back in very early doors, but Bravo managing to pick up a couple of kills there currently ahead on kills, or at least very even. So you know, it's very early to tell, but you see the 2-piece coming in there. We could be in for a way closer game. Bravo already seem to be picking up more kills and finding them easier than they were at the beginning of map number 1.
You know, I have to keep reminding you, keep switching your mentality on these games. You gotta stick with it. You know,
it's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell with these. It's like the map variety changes it up so much.
Look, obviously, Bravo is doing a very good job at maintaining right now, minus the fact that we just saw somebody from Bravo fall right into the ground. So I don't know how good your prediction's looking there. But remember, it's still very early in the game. Alpha had, you know, the same aspect that this happened last game as well. You know, Bravo had a very early lead, but Alpha took it back very quickly. I think it's the exact same thing we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like Alpha tend to grow into a game, that their weakest point is the start. So, you know, if Bravo can't keep up the numbers early on, which is already kind of looking like what's happening here, then as Alpha grows into this, it could be just a tough night for Bravo. I did just think there for an instant, you keep saying I'm switching allegiances here, but in my defense, I thought there for just a second, Bravo were bringing something to the table where we're going to see a much tighter game, but as we said about map 1, Alpha just seems to get map control, and it's happening again here.
You have a point, but like, at the same time, it's the same thing we saw in map 1. We saw Bravo take the early lead, but then Alpha was right behind, ready to take the lead right after them, you know? So obviously, Bravo was very good at taking the lead very early on, but Alpha definitely is a team that is more consistent in terms of holding this lead and you know, maintaining that lead. You know, we see them take that lead, we see them maintain it for long periods of time, and I just think that's what we're going to continue to see.
Good push in there from Alpha to take that hill back, and you know, this is what it really comes down to at the end. You know, you can get kills in rotations, or you can get kills just off the hill, but when you're stacked on a hill, that's where it really counts.
I just realized something. Sorry to interrupt you, but we actually swapped sides. XSET's going to be on our Bravo, on our Alpha side now. They previously were on Bravo, so actually we're talking completely opposites now here. So my original thought was that the Alpha team, which is now on the Bravo side, was going to have the lead. Your call was going to be that the Bravo side, which is now on the Alpha side, was going to have the lead, which means you're currently right here. It just took me a second to realize that. XSET's currently on the Alpha side. In our first matchup, they were on the Bravo side. So we're actually seeing a flip of the teams here. Same players, just a flip of sides. So you're actually right now with your prediction that Alpha was going to bring this one back. Alpha obviously being our XSET team, which was on Bravo previously. That just confused me for a second. I was like, wait a second, I'm seeing XSET on Alpha now. This isn't right. But yeah, so to clear up the confusion that I just had, team sides have been swapped. So what was previously our Bravo team is now our Alpha team, and vice versa. So right now you are in the right. You are in the right about this previous Bravo team, now Alpha team, bringing it back here. As we see, they almost have a double point lead on top of the new side for Bravo.
Well, I can't believe it took us this long to realize that there was a switch up, and apologies to people at home watching that we did not realize there was a switch up, but now that we do have uniform, it looks like my heart was ruling my head in this instance, as yeah, Alpha, previously Bravo, are doing really well here. I mean, XSET is 21-10. You know, I did allude to it earlier about, you know, the maps that were chosen in the game modes. They offer such a variety of play styles where just if you win map 1, doesn't guarantee any means you're winning map 2, no matter how dominant. And that's what's going to make this whole tournament really, really interesting. As we see here, you know, I did say that with this now Team Alpha, that if they were to win it, it would be more of a slimy way. It wouldn't be as a dominant win as we saw from the other team on map 1. And so far that looks like it could be the case, as we only have what, about a 40-point difference. So if Alpha are to continue in this fashion and maybe pull away with this game, I think we're going to have a map that is going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this team swap is messing with my brain. I'm so confused. But obviously, if our Alpha side wins this, you know, it's going to be a little confusing because you just saw Alpha win last time. But now that teams have swapped, if Alpha wins this map, we are going to be seeing map 3. So maybe you're right about me cursing things, but I don't know. We might actually be getting to see map 3 here very shortly. Alpha 145, Bravo 115. And currently having the possession of the hill. This is a very close matchup, but we know exactly what happened the last time we had a close matchup like this. It got down to the wire, went into overtime, and the team that we thought wasn't going to be able to pick it up came back and picked it up. You know, and that might happen here, but I don't know. What do you think we're gonna see here?
I don't think it's going to be as close as we had in game 1, but it is going to be so hard to tell. I do think Team Alpha could actually come away with this, because what's very surprising about this is that I thought for the team that wasn't as dominant on kills, which of course was Team Alpha in the previous map, they'd have to find different ways of winning map number 2. It would have to come down to coordination. But you look at the kills, I mean, you have XSET on 32 and 14, Lil D on 29 and 13. Just fantastic performances kill-wise coming out here, and while Bravo are keeping it pretty close, Alpha are getting way more kills than I expected them to do here. And this game is getting very tight now, only, what, about 6-7 points in it, barely any points in it, but it just is surprising me how well Alpha are doing here on the kills, and that's a surprising difference that I wasn't expecting.
This is a very close matchup, as we see Alpha holding the lead still, but Bravo is not far behind, only about 20 points behind with another 3 minutes left in the game. It is still anybody's game. You know, this is King of the Hill. We go till 300 points, and, you know, both of these teams have about an equal chance, I'd say, right now, to make it to that 300 points. We're seeing these weapons get utilized very well. We're seeing these teams get on this point. We're seeing this railgun already 2 kills in. I mean, honestly, I think we might see a map 3 after this.
I think it is very possible. I mean, just sitting here as a neutral, and I'm sure for any neutrals watching at home, you couldn't ask for a more entertaining tournament so far, because we've had a consistent map 1 being dominant, map 2 shaking things up. Now, as you say, it could go to a map 3, and that'll be the difference. Will we get our first map 3 of the night here, as we just see a couple of kills there from XSET. He's really loving this map. He's absolutely loving how this plays at the moment. But what will be interesting to watch here as we get into the latter stages of this map is what team is utilizing portals the most. Because if we go into map number 3 and see those portals taken away, I mean, if Alpha are pulling themselves back into this through some expert portal usage, that'll be null and void going into map 3, and they'll have to change up how they play. So it'll be very interesting to watch here what team is making most use out of those portals.
Yeah, we're just under 2 minutes remaining in this match. Alpha still holding the lead. Bravo falling a little farther behind than they actually were. But there's still time left. There's still time left for them to capitalize on this. And there's still time left for Alpha to bring us into map 3. So, I mean, I want to say we're seeing map 3 here. You know, I'm really pushing for this map 3. I really want to see how this no portals play comes out. But, you know, thinking about the current game right now, Alpha's holding a pretty large lead now compared to what we saw just a few minutes ago. You know, it was pretty neck and neck, but Alpha, we're getting close to the 1 minute mark here, and they are holding it very well. We might see this match end before the timer ends, which, you know, is not what we've seen all day today. You know, we've seen the timer get to the end. We've seen the overtime. We have not seen this match end before the timer is over. 1 minute remaining left in the match now. Alpha to 240 points. Bravo 175. It is getting down to the wire, just like you had said earlier in the game. Alpha just barely 50 points away from the end of this map with 43 seconds left on the clock.
Well, put you on the spot here once again,
Hill
as I do
control.
often like to do when we're casting together.
Yeah,
We are seeing two players on Team Alpha dangerously close to a 50 bomb. Do you think we'll see both of them get it, one or none? Who do you think they're
I
gonna pick it
don't
up?
think we're gonna see it. There's 20 seconds left, and as much as I think they can get close to it, I don't think they're going to hit it. You know, their priority shouldn't be the kills right now. It should be getting onto that point and getting the points they need to secure this victory. You know, we're seeing Bravo get on, and we've seen a comeback before, obviously in game 1. And, you know, kills should not be the most of their worries right now. They should be worried about getting onto that point and making sure they maintain it. Now going into overtime, but they cannot seem to get themselves back on the point. Alpha picking up map 2, which means we're going to be seeing our first map 3 of the night.
Wow, what a fantastic performance from Alpha there. I'm not going to lie, I thought that if Alpha were going to win this game, I thought it was going to be way closer than it was, but they surprised me by the amount of kills they were able to pick up there, and they actually seemed towards the end, dare I say it, they seemed quite dominant, or maybe not towards the end, but definitely at certain points in that game. If I was Team Bravo now going into this map number 3, I'm not feeling safe at all, no matter how good that they did on map number 1. And this map 3, again, as we say, taking out Portals, it's just going to be such a different experience. It's going to be a unique one, and my money would still be currently on Team Bravo, even though they did not manage to pull away with the win on that map. If I had to make a guess on the spot, that's where I'm going to try and put my money
so
here.
We're
Maybe
gonna split here then, because honestly, you see, when we first watched map 1, you know, we were talking about how, you know, when you get to King of the Hill, it's more about your team aspect. How is your team going to perform, right? And now that we've seen both these teams on these 2 maps, now we're at an even score, 1-1 right now, going into map 3, where we have to remember that there's no portals involved. It's going to be all about aim, skill, and obviously teamwork. And since XSET was able to take it over and win that map, I think they have the advantage when it comes to the teamwork. So I think going into map 3, we're going to see XSET excel on this map. And honestly, with the teamwork that they have and, you know, the performance that we saw in that last map, if they maintain that momentum that we just saw, I think we're going to see XSET pick up this game.
Well, one of us is right, but one of us is wrong, and it will be fascinating to see which one of us has made the correct guess going into this one. Again, you do rarely see games of this caliber without portals, so it is going to be a really unique experience. And I wonder, will it come down to, like, have any of these teams had much practice not playing with any portals? You know, is this a mode that they'll feel comfortable in, or is this going to be like completely uncharted territory for both of these teams? We may be completely wrong in how we see these games going, purely because one team has decided to themselves, hey, do you want to do a couple of custom games, run no portals, it'll be fun? And that could honestly be what the difference maker is. One team may be completely out of their depth without the portals.
I mean, hey, another part of it too could also be about, you know, you have to really think about it too, because the whole aspect isn't just about, you know, the no portals concept. Obviously, it's going to be a big part of it, but map knowledge is going to be another part. You know, this is what we're taking a look at right now. We're taking a look at map 3 here. This is going to be called Miss. It's a remake of the popular map Abyss, where basically if you miss your shots, your team is not going to succeed. You know, it's a very open map, and, you know, I've actually seen a preview. I know you saw a preview with me as well of this map, and there's a lot of sneaky spots these players can utilize. And obviously, with it being a remake, there's been some changes that have been made to spice this up a little bit. But it sounds like we're going to be getting into a mist right here. I am very excited to see what's going to happen here.
Well, one thing to consider as well that we actually didn't talk about, I should just get into this, and we're seeing the railgun coming to use very early on. It's going to be way more about these power weapons. Who's going to find the power weapons the quickest and get control of them, because you're not going to be snuck behind by any portals. It'll all just be about making sure you watch your angles. So if you have your angles watched and you have a spawn for one of the power weapons locked down, then that is how you're going to be able to get all your map control. And we have seen that railgun into effect very early on here, as Lee's managing to pick up a double kill there now. 4-0, a great start from him. And, you know, as I was just saying there at the start, that's most likely because of the fact he picked up the railgun, the power weapon being key in these first few gunfights.
Yeah, and you remember, just a reminder to everyone, this does go up to 75 kills. The first team to successfully get 75 kills is going to be the winner of this matchup. We're already seeing Alpha very dominant with almost a 10-kill lead here. Now, I just need to mention something that I saw that I thought was just hilarious. The minute we got into this map, the first thing every player did was try to place a portal. So these players still have their portal guns, but there is no portal walls for them to utilize here. And I just find it hilarious that the first thing we saw these players do as soon as we got into this map was every single one of them tried to throw a portal somewhere, and it just did not work for them.
I mean, you can just tell that they're so used to playing Splitgate with the portals. You have that natural twitchy finger that comes out on that portal button as soon as you load into a game. I mean, it'd be like if you took out the jumping, for example. Everyone would still be spamming that X button or that space bar, just, you know, instantly trying to jump. It's just such a natural thing that comes to you when you learn the mechanics of a game. And it is quite funny to see teams that try to use it and then we realize, like, oh, wait a minute, no, I can't use these. I gotta put my instincts on the back burner for a moment and focus on what matters in this mode, which is the kills. And so far, it does seem to be Alpha that are more focused on the kills, as they're, I believe, was it 5 ahead, 6 ahead at the moment? Doing a very good job so far. And you did say that you believe that the teamwork of Team Alpha would come into play here and they would dominate. And I mean, so far it does seem that you're right.
We're seeing it so far. I mean, so far, I mean, very early. I mean, it's just 5 kill difference between these two teams. But also, like, I'm still gonna keep my bet. I'm not gonna be you. I'm not gonna flip-flop my suggestions.
Oh,
I'm gonna stick with my gut. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my gut here. You know, I'm pretty set on it. And you know, tonight hasn't really been my night. I've been jinxing things, you know, a ton tonight. But you know, I'm very confident in XSET and this Alpha team to pick this up and, you know, bring this game home. But you know, you seem to be on the other side of that, and I want to ask, what is it that you see in this team that makes you think that they're going to bring it home on Bravo?
Killing spree.
Well, you did actually bring up an interesting element before we got into the game about how the teamwork was really coming into play on map number 2 for Team Alpha, and how this map would revolve around teamwork because there'd be no portals. And I didn't actually consider that, and I thought it was a really good point. But I just then think back to map number 1 and how Team Bravo, when they managed to get map control, they were really dominant. And it took them a little bit to get map control, but once they got it, they really began to see the fruits of their labor, so to speak. And that could potentially be what's happening here. As you say, it is getting closer. There's only 1 or 2 kills in it. More map control and more confidence they get in this game as they just take the lead there. I feel like they really grow into games, and I believe that's what we're going to see here. I still think they're going to sneak this one.
Bravo obviously capitalizing it, so maybe I am jinxing everything once again, but I will not admit that to the stream right now. You know, it is still very close. It is only a 2-kill difference right now, and there's still another 5 minutes in this game. Remember, it's first 75. First team that gets to 75 is going to be the team that takes home this game. I'm still very hopeful. I mean, it's only a 2-kill difference. It is like neck and neck right now. I think it's going to come down to the wire with this matchup. And, you know, I didn't say I was going to flip-flop, and I'm not going to flip-flop. But honestly, I think it is really anyone's game right now with how close it is.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, it is absolutely fantastic to watch. I mean, when looking at this without its portals and the fact it's a team deathmatch, I think deciding or how a team wins this map mode, it's very, very momentum based, and not with the form that you brought in from previous maps, but literally just your wave of kills. Like, if you get 2 kills on the map and you have a gun in your hand that you like, being able to push forward with your team and assisting each other, bouncing off trades, it's very engagement by engagement based momentum, I feel. So even though, as we say, Alpha going back to over 5, 6 kills ahead, once Bravo get in their next swing of momentum, which I'm sure they will, it's going to go right back to being even. So even though now Alpha are actually 10 kills ahead, and my predictions, I'm beginning to get a little bit more worried about my prediction, but I do think Bravo, they will have that switch of momentum again, and it will go right down to the wire, I think.
Like I said, that you know, that team aspect is very important when you think about this mode, you know, especially when you're eliminating one of the core mechanics of this game. You know, you're basically just making this a shooter game at this point. So, you know, as much as teamwork is going to come into aspect of this, it's also going to come into play of what other games these players play. You know, obviously there's a ton of different FPS games out there, and some of these players obviously don't just play Splitgate. You know, they play other games, and it comes down to their aim. You know, it comes down to their aim, their map knowledge, you know, how they're choosing to approach these kills, and, you know, like peaks and all that stuff all come into play here. So, you know, I want to just talk about that, you know, the whole teammate aspect, and, you know, what we said we might see here, you know, because obviously we're seeing teamwork from both teams. Obviously they're working with their teammates to make sure that their team is on top, but Bravo is falling short, and I want to talk about that for a second. What do you think has changed between what we're seeing where they were neck and neck to now where Bravo is actually falling behind by a lot now? Like, what do you think has changed here?
Well, I was actually thinking that myself just before you asked, so I do actually have quite a good answer here for you. Is that I was looking at the X-ray, we could see the players through the map, and what I was noticing is that Alpha were finding themselves very central and very bunched together, and this is where I talked about momentum. And they just managed to keep hold of their momentum, pick up power points within the map where they were holding central, they were holding multiple angles, multiple different levels, and from there we're just being able to catch Bravo on the fringes in their spawn, trying to work their way back into positions to make the gunfights easier for them, and Bravo haven't been able to do that. It's funny, Alpha are doing the exact same thing that I thought Bravo were going to do at this point in the game, and as they are now ahead 70 to 48, it is looking like it's going to be Alpha's game, as they're ripping from the playbook that I thought Bravo were going to do, not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, it's just gonna be one kill remaining before Alpha picks up this game, and there it is. It is the end of this game with XSET making an awesome comeback. Originally, it was not looking so good for them, and you know, it's something I want to talk about. You know, because when we first saw XSET, they came in here, and you know, between you and I, we were questioning, you know, if we were going to even see a map 3. You know, we didn't think we were going to see a map 3, but as soon as we hit map 2, the whole dynamic of XSET's team changed completely. You know, they were more team focused, and they took over these team dominated modes, and that obviously worked very well for them, as we saw here, and they were able to pick up map 3 and bring it all home after it wasn't looking very good for them. And I just want to hear your thoughts on this. You know, I was surprisingly right for once, and you know, I didn't curse anything. I was right on this one. And, you know, I just want to hear your thoughts on that game and, you know, what you think about it now that we've seen that XSET picks this one up and moves on.
Well, congratulations on breaking your caster curse, first and foremost. That is must be a tremendous honor for you, and well done on that prediction. Look, I mean, as you were saying there, we were questioning whether or not it was going to go to a map 3. And I really did think that after that map number 1, we looked at Team Bravo and we were thinking to ourselves, are they going to be able to pull together as a team? Because Team Alpha, as there was that confusing switch around, but Team Alpha in that map number 1 really did play together well as a team on the sort of the individual kills level. And I really thought they were going to take that team momentum in terms of just being able to pick kills up on their own and take that forward and potentially win that map 2, maybe not as comfortably, but I thought they'd be able to pick that up. But it just ended up being a case of where Team Bravo, then changing to Team Alpha, of course, just managed to flick a switch. They managed to get the teamwork working, managed to pick up the kills, which was, you know, the biggest surprise to me of all is not only were they playing tactically better and working better together as a team, they were just picking up good kills, using the power weapons well, picking up good positions and getting assists together. They just ended up bringing it all together. And even though I still thought Bravo were going to pull it back on map number 3, I think you were right in that instance where the teamwork just really came into play on that map 3, and they won it. You know, it wasn't comfortable for a while, but it felt rather comfortable towards the end.
Yeah, and I mean, these players definitely have to get ready, as you know, XSET going to be moving into round 2 now. We're going to start seeing some round 2 matchups very shortly, actually. But before that, we are going to take a quick break. So make sure you guys get some water and get yourselves ready for the awesome matchups that we have coming up. But we'll be back. We'll give you an update of all the brackets after this short break. Hey chat, we're back. And I was mid-burger and was told that we're ready to start up our next matchup, which, I mean, hey, I don't know what's more exciting. The burger that was in my stomach or the idea that we're going to see a whole new team, because the team that we're about to watch is going to be Seaville and Screamin Weenies. Both teams which we have not seen on the stream today. But if you guys did watch the previous tournament that was hosted, Seaville is a familiar name that we have seen before. It is the exact same roster we did see. And honestly, Zep, you don't know what you're in for, but I am super excited for this one.
Well, you told me that we were going to be in for a good one when we got into the last game, and you were absolutely right. We got to that map 3, and it was so much fun. And honestly, just the more and more I'm watching of Splitgate and learning about the game and the competitive scene and getting to know all the people involved, like yourself and all the team that put these maps together, have been some fantastic people. It just then being able to sit here and just watch the games, it just makes my excitement grow, and I'm really beginning to appreciate all the finer elements that go into putting on an event like this, putting on a tournament for you guys to watch at home, and then just like seeing how these maps play out and seeing the skills that these players bring and how close that the games manage to be. And as we've talked about a lot already tonight about the variety between, you know, one team dominating one map and then it going right down to the wire and then like a switch around, it's impossible to predict how it's actually gonna go. But going into this game 3 now, I am just really excited, and I once again trust you in saying it's going to be a good one. And are we suffering technical difficulties? I believe Vrax may have frozen on stream. Is that what we're seeing here? Unless he's just giving me a big stare down, and he's just really good at keeping absolutely still, folks. We do apologize for this technical difficulty. Really looking forward to getting into this map number 3, though. I am just going to sit here and ramble to you guys until we get Vrax back in. And I've just been informed in the ear that Vrax's PC has crashed. I would like to laugh and make some snippy remarks, but as we were preparing to get this one away, my stream crashed as well, my PC. So, Vrax, do you care to tell the beautiful people at home what happened? Are you back here yet? Are you in? Is he in yet? Can you hear me, Vrax? Speak, Vrax.
Any second now, I'll be back.
We have no audio coming through. Oh, bro.
We're almost there.
Oh, you could be heard on the stream.
There we are. We're good now.
We're good.
Oh my
yes,
gosh.
I can hear
All
you,
right,
Vrax.
so
awesome. We're back.
I actually just did that. That was actually on purpose. Just because I wanted to make a pun. Because I was told by one of our producers before we came back here not to make any more puns. So I wanted to make a pun about all this, all the issues we've been having today. So I actually asked my dad to just cut the power off and just take my power completely off. So Snake, shout out to you. That was for you. But anyways, I'm back. You're welcome, Snake. We're back and we are getting ready for our next matchup. Zep, I know completely nothing of what you just said or what your expectations are, but I hope you have high expectations because I'm not going to make you repeat everything you just said all over again. But enough of my puns and all of the shots that I'm making towards Snake right now. Love Snake, by the way. Even if Snake doesn't love me sometimes. And I'm totally not just saying that because they're in my ear right now. But anyways, we have an amazing matchup between Seaville and Screamin Weenies, being our number 4 and number 5 seeds. Seaville consisting of Visions, Sharks, Jay, Hank, Benz, and I can't pronounce his name. I'm not even gonna try. Then we're gonna have the Screamin Weenies with Trey Daddy, Sub J, Scrub W, Dr. Pepper Girl, and Sprite. All players who I have heard of before, have seen before, or I know that they are just awesome and amazing and are going to absolutely blow my mind away. But as you guys can see on the screen right now, we have an updated bracket for you guys, so you can see where we are currently at in our standings. Some matches are currently going on off stream. Other matches are going to be happening on stream. So we're going to be getting going our round 2 matches going. Some which are already in progress and others which you're going to watch in the stream. Shout out to Snake for updating that midway when I was talking. Calling Snake out on that one. But hey, it's all love here. It's great. I mean, we're going to be getting into the same maps that we have seen before. Honestly, I'm excited to see these teams. I know there's going to be some crazy gameplay that we're going to see, and I'm fully excited.
Oh, I'm super excited to get into this too. I'm almost just as excited to see, though, who is going to end up with more technical difficulties by the end of this stream. Is it going to be the us casters, or is it going to be the game itself? So far, I think we're 3-1. We're 3-1. Someone in the production team get a scoreboard up right now of technical difficulties. Who's going to come out on top at the end of that one? But as we get into this one, as we get into game number 3, I'm just super excited. You know, we're moving on to round 2. We're seeing, like, with no disrespect, what you could argue to be the weaker teams now eliminated, and we're going to be getting into situations now where we're going to see teams who have played on this map before, are already warm, are high quality players. So whether or not these games will be closer as of yet, it will be hard to say, but it'll definitely be, I'd say, at higher caliber performance as we get into map number 1.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we already spoke about domination, how it works, and obviously on this map. And it comes down to, we have to see which one of these teams are really going to work together, which one of these teams are really going to be able to push these points and get them. And we're already seeing Bravo take a nice lead with the 2 points, A and C, Alpha only holding 1 point. Once again, we're only seeing these teams for the first time on the stream here, so there is really nothing that we can sit here and say in terms of predictions, you know? Like, we don't know what to expect, we don't know what we're going to see. But right now, we are seeing Bravo very dominant, and you know, it's really just be a fight to see if Bravo's going to maintain dominance or if Alpha's going to pick up on that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is so far a good performance from Bravo. You look at the kills across the board, they are pretty good. I mean, Dr. Pepper Girl 2-1, Finn the Human 5-2. Well, is he going to perform out of this world? Are we going to be questioning whether he's human by the end of this one? We'll have to wait and see. But meanwhile, on board with iBarker Girls, my God, the other team having it rough dealing with this guy. I know, it's a fantastic team, and I hope the producers appreciate the fun of me saying the other team's having it rough because of iBarker Girls. I want that put on the pun list for the end of the stream. I hope some people are keeping count. I'm going to join in on this as well. Currently now Finn the Human now 8-2 as well. So far so good for them, as they are extending this lead now 61 to 130. If you're Team Bravo, you got to be happy with how it's going so far.
I mean, yeah, I mean, for Team Bravo, they're doing pretty good. I mean, you know, they came in here, they were dominating this. And speaking of dominating this, I just gotta know, the name I Bark at Girls, is that some sort of domination tactic? Like, is that what's going, I mean, you know, keeping that going on with the stupid little jokes and the stupid little puns, just for Snake, you know, I gotta know, is the barking a tactic, or is this helping him in any way? You know, it's completely irrelevant, but like, it's something that has to get mentioned. You know, we're trying to figure out these teams' tactics here, you know, as casters. That's our job, you know, basically break down what these teams are doing and how they're doing it. And I just gotta know, is this some sort of tactic that we're just not seeing? Like, are the comms right now just someone getting barked at in their team's comms? We may never know.
I mean, if I had to give my personal prediction on that, I'd say it's to scare off any potential girl gamers he may run into. You know, he gets into a lobby, there's a girl gamer who's cracked, reads the name iBarker Girls, is absolutely in their head before the game even starts, and he just comes out with the advantage there. So I believe the name, rather than trying to be funny, is just a pure tactical element that just adds just another level to the mind games that he plays in competitive Splitgate. So fair play to him.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing Alpha now pick up some points here, holding B and C, with Bravo only holding A. This match is getting very close. Like I was saying, I know some of these players. I'm familiar with a lot of these players. Scrub W, Sub J, what do you call it? SSG Vision, Sharks, J, like all these players are all phenomenal players, and it's definitely showing within their stats, within their gameplay, and obviously within how close this matchup is. You know, it is getting very, very close here. Alpha obviously has 1 point above a Bravo, but it doesn't mean they have the point lead right now. It looks like they're trying to capture C right now to get all 3, and they are successful in doing so, which might help them put a lead over Bravo. It is very early, but I kind of want to make a prediction here, you know? And you know, it's not gonna be my prediction. I want to put you on the spot. You know, you've been putting me on the spot a lot, and I think I need to put you on the spot here.
dear.
Based
Well,
on
this
the way this game is going, who do you think we're going to see bring this map home?
Well, this is an insanely tough one to call, because I was going to say, I mean, I did have my prediction semi-right that as we were going into round number 2 and the teams had already been familiar with the maps, that we were going to see closer games. And what we're seeing now is sort of a back and forth, a swing of momentum. You know, Bravo doing really well off the start, but then Alpha coming in with their momentum swing. It is hard to tell where this one is going to go. I mean, it does seem like Bravo maybe getting a little more kills across the board, whereas you look at Alpha, it is Jay and Visions that are picking up the kills with Benz and Hank not picking up as much. I think it is very hard to say at the moment, but I like to think that Alpha are going to keep this momentum going. I feel like it's a case of where they're growing into this game again, similar to what we saw in the last game, with the team managing to grow into it over time. And I think it's going to be a close game. I think Bravo are going to come back. They're going to take it right down to the wire. As we see that killing spree of 5 from in there. I do think this is going to be Alpha's game, because I'm liking what I'm seeing from them in terms of the momentum shift at the moment.
I agree with you, but also there's 2 uncapped points right now. One of them getting picked up by Bravo here, which means it leaves A completely open for anyone to take it. If Bravo can secure another point here, we're going to see a very close neck-and-neck game. All points have been uncaptured, as we see Alpha is the one that comes out on top with the more points. You know, I'm gonna have to agree with you here. So far, it's looking like this is gonna be in Alpha's favor, but also Bravo's putting up a very good fight right now. As we see, they're capturing B right now. They were trying to go for holding 3 to get themselves back into the lead. They were unable to do it, and now all they're missing is just 1 point. They're the only team right now that actually is getting points, as A is uncapped. Alpha getting nothing right now. You know, the dynamic of this game is just switching so quickly, and it's really anyone's game, I feel like.
Oh, it really is, and it's so much fun to watch. I mean, at the end of the day, with the scores being this tight, all it takes is just 1 or 2 wave of kills to either pull way into the lead or pull this game right back. It's just at that point where anything could happen, and as we see a triple kill come in there, and just what a fantastic play. SSG Visions 44 and 11. This is a really dominant performance here, and now as those 3 points are captured, I do believe it is the kills and the likes of this man that is going to be the difference. He gets another triple on what, 11 kills now, 12 in a row. He didn't lose count here, but I think this player, he's definitely been the difference maker in this one.
And Vision is going to be very similar to Charmander here in the sense that they are just outperforming everyone in the entire lobby. I mean, look at the kills, 49 and 11. Like, let's talk about that. We saw Charmander obviously drop a 70 bomb when we were spectating, but we have not seen another player come anywhere close to it. Fragtastic now coming from Vision, meaning 15 kills have been secured by Visions without dying once. Let's talk about that.
Fragtastic of the night.
I think so. It might be.
Fantastic.
We've seen 5 kills, we've seen 10 kills, but I don't think we've seen a Fragtastic just yet until now.
I mean, I know it's early days yet, but if we see a Visions versus Charmander game, if we see that down the line, I think that will be the battle of the ages. Just taking a look at the scores here, Alpha well on their way to the 600 point mark. Bravo not too far behind, but as we tick closer to the end, the team that is behind can afford to make less and less mistakes. And once Alpha cross the 600 point threshold, Bravo will have to put on a flawless performance if they want to come back into this one. I am going to stick to my prediction here. I think it's Alphas. I think it's Alphas in this map 1.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. Alpha just being 90 points away from securing map 1. But Bravo is not giving up just yet, having all 3 points captured now, trying to turn this game around. That BFB is going to be coming in. You're going to see the, like, oh my god, you see the kills. They're all coming in from Bravo. Bravo is taking out Alpha. They are not giving up just yet. But Alpha is so close to victory on map 1. We're going to see the kill come from here from I Bark at Girls on Visions. This is getting down to the wire. Bravo now surpassing 500 points, having 2 points captured compared to Alpha's 1. This is still very winnable for Bravo here.
I Bark at Girls just had a phenomenal piece of play there that was borderline responsible for getting their team back into it, but now it is close. But even with Alpha just having 1 point, that's causing that pick just to go up to the point where if they even get 2 or even 3 points for just a second as they're on 2 points now, it does look like it is going to be all about done. Bravo, they cannot let themselves get disheartened if they end up not coming away with the win here,
they're
because
still
they put it back
going.
well.
They're still going. I mean, look at them. They have 2 points right now. Alpha only has the 1 point. It is still a very close point. Alpha picking up the 2 points now is going to make it very hard for Bravo to pick this one up, but it does not mean it is impossible. With 1 minute remaining left on the clock, it's going to come down to the wire. Alpha picking up all 3 points and making sure they pick up the victory for game 1. What a game.
Oh, what a fantastic game to watch. Absolutely brilliant game to watch. I mean, what, like, it's been a brilliant tournament so far, don't get me wrong, but one of the things we were seeing as sort of a regular pattern with map number 1 was just one team showing dominance. But that happens with round 1s. As I did say before getting into the game, once you get into round 2s and you're getting into the better, more experienced teams, and they've had a turn at playing the map already, they know how they want to play it, and it's fresh. And as we got into that, we did see momentum swings. We saw teams definitely utilizing plays they utilized in the previous round to come away with the victories, and having to adapt to certain situations. Wave of kills coming in for both teams at different points. I mean, as we said there, you had like Ibarca girls who just had a fantastic play that very nearly got Bravo back into it towards the end, and I believe it was what, 100 to 150 point victory for Alpha in the end. But that doesn't really tell the full story of the game, for realistically it was way closer than that. It's just that Alpha managed to get those 3 points again towards the end and just racked up the points towards the very end, but it really could have gone either way.
Yeah, now let's talk about the player to watch for this game. Visions, if I'm not mistaken, had a record there after we got out of 60 to 17. 60 kills, 17 deaths. Not the highest we've seen tonight, but definitely up there with one of the highest we have seen tonight. I mean, going into map 2, I'm very hopeful that this team's going to do well. And if we do see a map 3, you know, we're definitely going to see Visions excel there. You know, portals obviously are a big aspect for Visions, but, you know, they're not everything. We're seeing the record there, 60 and 17. You know, it is a kill ratio that we haven't seen a lot of players tonight even get close to that. And so far, the only two we have seen do that is Visions and Charmander, both awesome players. And honestly, I would love to see us get a map through at this one just to see what type of kill ratio we could see Visions get there.
It will be really interesting to see what he does end up getting. I think 1 point to consider as well if we want to really delve into the stats. Now, I could be mistaken on this, but I believe, what did you say the kills he got was like 60 and 17 or something?
60 and 17.
60 and 17. Is that the largest we've seen on map 1?
It is not. It is not, because we saw Charmander earlier with 77 kills. So that's
was that map 2? Was that map 2?
It was map 1. It was map 1. So we've seen Charmander on map 1 with 77 kills. We've seen now Visions in second place with top kills, having 60 kills on that map. I mean,
Fragtastic.
Oh yeah, and the Fragtastic, you're right about that. But I mean, let's take a look at the next map that we have coming up. Just so that everyone is familiar with it. You've all seen it maybe like 10 different times now, and you're gonna see it about another 10 times. I mean, it's okay. It's just about as many puns as you're gonna hear from us the rest of the night. So I mean, this map definitely changes the dynamic. We've seen it make or break teams. I mean, we saw it for XSET last match. You know, they came into this map, completely dominated on this map, went into map 3, and it was over from there. XSET managed to sweep it back up. What didn't seem like it was going to be a win for them, they managed to come back and sweep it, you know? So, honestly, what are you expecting going into this match?
It is really hard to tell. I mean, after the map 1s we saw from round 1, we were in positions where we could give predictions and be relatively confident in them. I mean, I could sit here now and sort of try and break it down and give a prediction, but honestly, I think any prediction that I would give at this moment would be more guesswork than based off anything. I really think it's going to be right down to the wire for both of these teams, and I'm just super interested to see how it kicks off.
I mean, yeah, I mean, so far, it's not looking like it's kicking it off so well. I mean, it looks like we might have to have a restart here. It looks like the server's having a little bit of issues here. Oh, so we might be getting prepared for a restart. But
it does look like a restart is underway, or will be underway, unfortunately, unless it does fix itself.
I mean, hey, it might fix itself. Let's stay hopeful. Let's not. I mean, hey, we don't want to go 4-1 on the mistake board here. So let's stay hopeful here. It looks like everything's going to pick itself back up. It just needed a second to get itself into the game and get its head in the game. But we're good here. Bravo's in the lead now. Alpha falling short here. And remember, there's only 1 point here in King of the Hill. So it's really going to be about teamwork. And we've been mentioning this all night. It's all about which team can be the most team-oriented and actually work together to secure these points.
Well, I mean, it is so far Bravo that are in the lead, and it is fascinating that with every map 1 we've seen a map 2 be drastically different for the team that's lost. We've seen them come in and give better performances. So I do wonder if Bravo, considering the last game was so close, if they're going to make that switch up and actually pull ahead quite a lot here. I mean, it's only 30 points off the beginning, and it's very early doors. We can't really tell as of yet. It is just so hard to kind of give your predictions with these teams, because it's been really close all series. It really has. The momentum switches have been really important, trying to get these games won, and now on this map 2, Alpha picking up that time again. It's just so hard to see where this one's going to go.
I mean, something else you do have to remember here is, even though the point lead may have not seemed so large, right? This map only goes up to 300 points, which is something else you have to take into consideration. Because although the score is about 45 to like 15, they still have a sizable lead, and they're sizably closer to that 300 mark than the other team.
Yeah, that is very true. That's a very good point to consider. But as we've then seen, Alpha managing to pull back a bit of time, and even though the gap can seem sometimes a little more drastic when you're only going up to 300, it doesn't take a lot to pull it back, as we did see there from Alpha, who are again now it's only 45 to 57. With the momentum switches that we saw in map 1, I feel like it's going to be a similar instance here as Alpha begin to pick up time. And honestly, we could see a map 3, but I think on every map that we're going to see between these two teams, it's going to be a case of it going right down to the wire. I don't see any team pulling away in this series whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it here. This one's getting very neck and neck. But as we've seen in this map time and time again, it starts off neck and neck, and eventually one team just happens to crumble. And that's really where we have to wait to see what happens, We kept saying that we can't make predictions right now, and it's true. It gets so close. I mean, as you're seeing Alpha getting points right now, trying to tie it up with Bravo here, but it's really hard to call this, You can't sit here and call it when every single time we've been on this map, it started with one team dominating. The other team managed to catch up, but then it stayed neck and neck for a majority of the game until we got towards the end. Once we started getting towards the end, one team took a sizable lead, and the other team was just unable to come back. So it's really about which team is going to crumble first and let their guard down and let the other team gain a sizable lead on top of them.
Well, one thing to consider as well, if we go to look over at the kills, you've got J and SSG Visions picking up a sizable amount of kills for Alpha, but you go over to side Bravo and you have Finn, Ibarker Girls, and Scrub, and even Sub J arguably coming in there now, beginning to get the good wave of kills. And with this game being so tight, but with Alpha, I suppose, having more room to improve on the kills side of things, if they can pick up those more kills, they actually could end up pulling away. But then again, Dr. Pepper Girl 6 and 12, room there to pick it up. Sub J 12 and 8 doing good so far, but it can be better. Honestly, I think it will just come down to what team can switch it on first. What player who isn't maybe performing at their best is able to turn a corner. I think that will be the difference maker.
Yeah, definitely all it's going to come down to. I mean, look at this score here. Let's talk about that. 104 to 104 right now. Just getting tied up by Bravo. Now putting Bravo in the lead by just 2 points. We're seeing how quickly this is turning around. One team was in the lead, then they got it, then they lost the lead, and then they came right back into the lead. And it's just back and forth with who's taking the lead, who is not in the lead, who has control, who doesn't have control. It is just constantly back and forth. And honestly, it is so hard to call who is going to pick this up, because both teams are playing this so well. It makes it so difficult to try to call who we think is going to win here.
Yeah, I mean, if you were trying to make that call, like, you really are just guessing at the end of the day, because both teams really do seem to be giving their all, and they're getting the reward for the effort that they're putting in from time to time. I mean, just when you think that one team is maybe beginning to look like they'll be able to, maybe not even pull away, but be able to maintain a lead, the other team just comes right back and flips it on its head, and as now Alpha go back into the lead. An impossible one to call, but if you were trying to go off numbers and trying to be a little more objective on it, Actually, now that I'm actually looking at the numbers,
It's so close.
It is so close. You got Jay 29 and 9. You got I brought girls 26 and 9. Well, no, 26 and 10, and then Finn 27 and 11. Scrub then 27 and 10. It's so close across the board. It's impossible to honestly call this one. It's talk about neck and neck.
The game doesn't end until that timer hits 0, and these teams are definitely utilizing time to their advantage. As we see, they're playing slow, and they're not prioritizing the hill necessarily. They're prioritizing watching their back, making sure that they're clear, and making sure that their teammates have a clean path to get to that point. It's all about teamwork in this mode, and we've been mentioning it all night, and these players are definitely showcasing that very well here. You know, we're seeing them come into this, we're seeing them work together, and we're seeing them try to work together to clear the point so that one of their teammates can hop on and get some points for them. But it is so close in terms of score right now.
I mean, when you're talking about games that get neck and neck, it comes down to every little detail. And even though you hate to single players out, we play for fun and we play to do well, and you don't like to be singled out. But we look at this team Alpha, and even though Benz is slightly negative on the KD, he's not doing too bad in that regard, and he will be the weakest point. But him being the weakest point isn't too detrimental to them. Whereas you go over to Team Bravo and you look at Dr. Pepper Girl 10 and 18, maybe just beginning to pull the kills back a little bit now, but that difference of having a player that just really isn't pulling the numbers on the same level as 5 on the other team, that could be the difference maker, because it can show maybe that the teamwork isn't there, that the rest of the team isn't giving the opportunity for the player who isn't doing as well to pick up the kills. And even though it may sound like such a nitpick type of detail, when you have games that are as close as this, that could be the only detail that matters at the end.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that. I mean, I just can't get over how close this score is. Like I keep mentioning, this goes to 300 with right now Bravo being the lead at 185, Alpha 169. Haha, very funny. What's it called? Like, it's so hard to make a call here, you know? Like, it's just the constant back and forth between these teams right now. These teams have, like, they've really worked to get to this point. You know, this obviously is the second time they're playing this map. All these teams have played off stream. You know, we haven't seen any of these teams on stream just yet, but they really took that time in their first match to really perfect what they're doing, and it really shows how equal skill level these two teams are. I mean, these two teams, the 4th and 5th seed, and we're seeing that skill level match up like neck and neck right here with how close the score is.
I mean, what I honestly think it's going to come down to, I mean, we often look at these games and look at the players that are performing the best. I think it genuinely will just come down to looking at who's playing the worst, because Benz has actually now fallen behind Dr. Pepper Girl, and since then Bravo have actually managed to pull a bit more of a lead. So keep an eye on the weakest players for both teams and see who manages to pull it back first, because I genuinely think it is just that 5th player that's making the difference here, and that will be the difference maker.
Yeah, the 5th player is a huge difference, especially being that Splitgate is typically played in a 4v4 scenario, which, you know, now that I think about it, that also is probably a part of the reason why we're seeing so many high kill games today. You know, the 5 players, the 1 extra player seems to make a pretty big impact. You know, we've seen 40 bombs and 50 bombs, but in actual competition, you never see anywhere close to the 77 that we saw in game 1 today. You know, so it's a very crazy dynamic. But I do want to go back to the part that I mentioned now that we're at 30 seconds left, about how these teams, they are so neck and neck until one team lets their guard down enough to let the other team pick it up. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now. I think we're going to see a map 3. You know, Bravo is picking it up tremendously right here. Alpha falling very far behind now, letting their guard down maybe just a little too much and letting Bravo pick this up. With 15 seconds left remaining, Alpha needs to get into this point to put this game into overtime, or Bravo needs to hold it here if they want to win up this match. Alpha's going to be pushing on. They cannot seem to get it. iBark Girls finishing off one of them, and that is going to be the end of game 2, with Bravo bringing this one home, which means we're going to have the awesome opportunity of seeing map 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was that. It ended up being quite a substantial lead for Bravo at the end. And I mean, if you were looking at this game purely from a stats point, you see Bravo having the lead by, I believe, what, 60, 70 points.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really tell the full tale of the game. As you said, you were very right in what you were saying, that both teams keep very close until a certain point where another team seems to either crumble or give up. And it just seems to be the case of what happened here. Alpha may have just realized that they weren't getting back into this game. They were losing the momentum. Bravo were just able to keep holding what they needed to hold. And yeah, there's Bravo done a really good job in the end. We get to go to a map 3. I'm super excited to see that. And who do you think is going to come out on top of map 3?
Honestly, I want to say Alpha just because of the performance is also from Visions in game 1. You know, I want to be hopeful that we're going to see Visions do some damage going into map 3 here. You know, we saw Visions above and beyond from the rest of the players in the lobby. And, you know, if he really wants to showcase himself, map 3 is really going to be the map to do that. This is the point where he can showcase how good his aim is, how good his map knowledge is, and how good his game sense is by making sure he takes as many players as he possibly can. Now, I don't think we're going to see a 50 bomb because remember, these games do only go to 75 kills, but I am pretty hopeful that we are going to see a pretty high kill game from Visions.
Well, if I was actually to give my predictions now for map 3, I think we're going to be different again. I'm actually giving this one to Team Bravo, and I'm going to give it to Team Bravo for the same reason on the last map 3 that you did, and it was the teamwork aspect. I think what we seen from Bravo at the end of that last game was really good teamwork just to keep Alpha completely off the point. And if they keep that momentum of teamwork going, I think map number 3 could end up being a breeze for them.
I mean, hey, let's just take a look at this map here and see what we are actually dealing with. I mean, there is, like we said, there is a ton of spots here. This is revamped Abyss. Obviously, if you miss your shots, your team is not going to win in this map. So make sure you're hitting all of your shots when you're playing on this map. If not, it's not going to be very good for your team. There is no portals, which changes up the entire game for some of these players who are very used to portals. Now, the one thing I do want to see as soon as we get into this map is I want to see how many people try to throw out a portal, because they still have their portal guns, but there's no portal walls for them to do anything. So, you know, I'm ready for them to get into this game and think that they're playing a regular game of Splitgate, when in reality, they need to make sure they're ready, because there is no portal walls that they can utilize here, and that is a huge disadvantage to some of these players who, you know, they work so well with these portals.
Well, it could just be down at the end of the day to what team adapts quicker, but we did mention it the last time map 3 came up as well, and that was the power weapon positions, and we saw them utilized very, very early on in the last map 3, so it'll be fascinating to see if that happens again here.
I mean, hey, we're getting right into a miss. Has to be one of my favorite maps, maybe because of the name, maybe not, who knows, but we're seeing Seaville right off the top taking a 4-kill lead, 5 kills right off the bat. We didn't see any portals, which is a good sign. It means these players are prepared, they're ready, and they know what they're doing. But Seaville, just like I was saying, they came into this and very quickly took a lead. We saw the Weenies, they took only 1 kill. Seaville took 5 right in the beginning of this map. You know, you were saying you're sticking with the Bravo side here with the Weenies over here, but I'm going to have to stick with Seaville. You know, Seaville came in here and they were not playing any games. We saw them drop 5 kills, which means they dropped the entire team in just the first couple of seconds into the game. If that doesn't put a mark on the board for them, I don't know what does. They are definitely the team we want to be watching after. Obviously, Weenie seems to be catching up, but, you know, I don't know how much of a lead they're going to be able to get. You know, they were caught off guard by Seaville once. I think they could do it again, and I don't know. What do you say here? Are you going to stick with your stuff? I mean, you know, you've kind of been open to switching your sides here, so
I switched sides once, and this is what I get for the rest of the tournament.
The rest of it.
Sides. But looking at this one, Seaville are taking quite a lead, and part of me does want to stick with Weenies, but one point I didn't actually consider when making the prediction is that now that we're on round 2, one of these teams could have gone onto a map 2 already, whereas for another team, this could be their first time on map 3. And you could make the argument that if Seaville, now we don't know this as of this moment, we can maybe check the statistics afterwards, but if Seaville have played a map 3 before and Weenies haven't, that could be a massive advantage to them if they're already familiar, and as they got all those kills at the very start to get that early lead, maybe it shows that they were more ready and prepared for this map.
You know, I was curious, so I took a look. And I will be the first one to tell you that neither Seaville or the Screaming Weenies have played map 3. So this is both teams' first time on this map, surprisingly.
Oh, lovely kill there. Sorry for the interruption there. But
No,
that was
you're
a
all
lovely
good.
triple kill that we got here. You love to see that bat come into play. It's the most satisfying wallop you'll ever hear in a video game. Just absolutely love to see it. And Weenies have managed to pull themselves back into it. I bark at girls. He has his moments, and he seems to be having one here. 14 and 5. He's taken out there, but this one I think is going to go right down to the wire as well.
I mean, hey, we have to look back at this, the aspect of the fact that none of these teams have played map 3 yet. So this is their first time playing map 3. You know, these guys are going into it for the first time. They don't necessarily know what they're expecting here. You know, it depends on if these players have tried out this map before, if they have the knowledge on the original map, and, you know, if their teamwork is really going to stick from the last 2 matches. You know, after you're playing 2 matches, you're getting to a 3rd map, you know, things get tiring, you know, so sometimes these players put their guard down. I mean, we've seen it in previous matches. We saw it last match, you know, we thought one team had the upper hand, but then all of a sudden one team let their guard down and the other team managed to pick it up. And, you know, this is a point where these teams are coming into something that's brand new, and it's really down to the wire if they really want to win it. So they have to give it their all here, and both of these teams definitely giving it their all. Super close game right now. Seaville 42, Weenies 39. Remember, score goes first to 75, so it is still really anybody's game here.
I mean, both these teams at this point just cannot afford to give up. I mean, we've seen it with Seaville in the last game, that it was getting towards the end. They weren't getting a break on Hill, so it felt like that they gave up. Whether you're Seaville or Weenies, depending on when we get to the final 10-15 kills, you cannot let it slip. You cannot start thinking that you've lost this. You've got to keep playing right until the end, because even there we saw Seaville go a couple ahead and Weenies pull it right back, and now Seaville have managed to put it back to 4. So things can change here in an instant. And now 51 to 47. I mean, I'm sticking with my prediction. I think Weenies are going to sneak this one, but honestly, I couldn't sit here and tell you that I've broken down exactly why they were going to win it. I think this was just guesswork after having such a close series.
I mean, you may have not broken that down yet, but you will be breaking down after Seaville picks this one up, because I'm going to be sticking with my side with Seaville here. You know, I've seen Seaville in previous tournaments. This is the first time I come in contact with Weenies as a team. You know, I've seen some of these players individually, but never in this team setting. And obviously, things change when you're in a 5v5 scenario here, too. But, you know, I'm going to be sticking with Seaville here. You know, taking the lead right there just by 1. Is looking good in their favor as they pick up a couple more kills to put them in a lot nicer of a lead. As we hit 5 minutes left in the game, I mean, I'm just saying, you still have 5 minutes left to switch up your sides, you know? I'm just saying, you've been doing it the whole stream. You might as well not stop now. So if you're going to switch, I'm just saying, you still got yourself 5 minutes.
I'm going to be an honorable man and stick to my guns here in this instance. I actually think, looking at what team is going to win this, and we did see it at the last map 3 that we went into, it was something that I mentioned. It was when Team Alpha managed to come out with the win. They ended up playing very bunched up towards the end and played central and played for map control. I think key for these teams now as we get into the final waves of kills in seeing who's going to win this is that who can play better together. They have to stick beside each other, risk getting 2-piece just to make sure that they get the quick kills against the individuals that they catch out in open areas. And honestly, I don't know what team's going to do it first, but there's only 10 kills left in it for Seaville. Weenies only 2 behind that, though. And I think there will be less than 3 kills in this. I genuinely think it'll go down to the final wave of kills.
So close. It's literally any team's game right now, dude. I'm like losing my words here for how to describe the match that we're seeing right now. We're getting very close to the end. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left remaining. But time is not something that these players have to worry about in here. They have to worry about getting these kills. Seaville in a 2-kill lead, now 3-kill lead right now, above Weenies. They're trying to close this up very quickly, but it's going to come down to the wire here. Seaville needing just 3 kills left to bring this map home and win it for their team. Is it possible for them to do it? I really think they could do it, but Weenies is very grouped up. They are all pushing together, and they might be able to capitalize on this. Seaville getting another kill, making it 73, needing just 2 kills left. Weenies catching up just under by 1 kill. It is really any team's game. Tied game right now. Just 2 kills remaining. Whichever team can pick up the 2 kills will be victorious here in map 3, the final game. It's all down to the wire. These teams are regrouping now. They're getting themselves together, and they're getting ready to try to get this final push, because it's going to come down to this final push to see who can get it. We're seeing picks come off from Weenies, but we're seeing a lot of damage come back towards their way. Seaville staying very held back, but Weenies is going to try to get a push in very quickly. You're seeing the pick. They managed to get a kill, and Weenies picks up this matchup. What a game we just witnessed here. They went from being neck and neck, they went from losing the lead to bringing it back and winning the entire thing in game 3. This is the type of stuff you don't see every day. Like, you know, I keep talking about the team aspect, and, you know, how it's about trusting your teammates and working with your team. And as much as I would have loved to see Seaville come out on top on this, I have to hand it to you. Weenies did come out very good at this, especially in those last moments. You know, at one point, it was 73-73. Both teams tied up, and we saw both teams for a second there actually regroup together. They all took a step back from fighting. They all grouped up together in their separate sides of the map, and they each developed plans. And Weenies just happened to make a plan that just worked flawlessly for them. You know, they worked together, then they split up, and they managed to pick off the final kills they needed to pick up map 3 here, winning them this round.
Well, I think the big difference there at the very end with 2 kills left in it was that Team Alpha in this instance, they just got scared. They bunched up, they got scared, they didn't know what to do. Weenies took the chance, realizing that the other team had decided to bunch up, and they sent that player on the flank. And that's where we saw kill 74 come in for Weenies from that little flank that they'd done. They just enveloped around that corner the Team Alpha were sitting themselves in. And I think that's what won it for them at the end of the day. I mean, for a second, I thought that it was going to be the brilliance of Vision that was going to win it for them, because he managed to pick up a couple of kills. I think he went from like 42 to 45 or 46 at one point, just managing to keep it, to get it to within that 2 kills. But then Weenies managed to pull it back, and it just went right down to the wire. So entertaining to watch.
I mean, what a game we just saw there. You know, like I had my hopes, you know, and I was very close, you know, but Weenies just happened to come back. They knew what they were doing. They were prepared, and they took that by storm. By far, one of the best things we have seen tonight, but also one of the things that has made me the most tired tonight, because going through all of that and trying to keep up with all of it, that was a lot. But it's okay. I'm still breathing. I'm still surviving, and I can't wait to see what Weenies does in the coming matches as we get closer to the semifinals and then the finals eventually. We're obviously going to crown a winner who is going to be walking home with a piece of a $500 prize pool.
I mean, I just cannot wait to see where this one goes, because it's funny, you would think maybe in your round ones and you're early on, you're going to have a team that just shows like complete dominance. You know, you're going to have at least one team in there that's going to be right, round 1, get it done and dusted, move on to the next one. But just looking at how this has gone, even though again we've had the map ones which sometimes went a little all over the place in terms of dominance, overall you'd say that nearly every game that we've seen has had some elements of closeness in there, and this one being the closest of them all across the board. I mean, both of these teams, you know, regardless of whether you won or lost that one, you should be going away with your head held high, knowing that you gave a good performance and that you can come back to play another tournament in future. And it could literally just be a case of where luck swings your way the next time round. You can't beat yourself up too much.
I mean, I could have not said it any better. I was actually going to mention that point, but you hit it right on the head there. But no, you know, both teams should be very proud about their performance. They both performed very well, and it really was down to the wire. And that just comes to show, you know, number 4, number 5 seating there, you know, it just shows how close that skill level truly is. That game truly highlights how close of a skill level these players actually were. Obviously being the 4th and 5th seed in terms of their rankings, you know, it really came down to the wire there. And honestly, I don't know what we just saw, but honestly, that has got to be a top 10 Splitgate moment in terms of games that have happened. You know, I don't know what we just saw, but wow, that was such a game.
I mean, it was so cool at the end of that map number 3 as well, just going back and looking when there was only 2 kills needed for both of those teams. You could almost practically visualize the comms. It's like, guys, get to the corner, let's regroup. Like, it must have been frantic. All composure, all planning, all tactical elements must have just gone out the window. You get into the corner with your team and you're playing it just as almost like it's a search and destroy in like CS:GO or something. You're just trying to get that pick. It literally changed up the speed, the elements, just everything that we've seen in this tournament so far just got switched up for those last couple of kills, and it makes it like such an entertaining watch that you can have unique circumstances like that offers such a variety in a playing and viewing experience.
Yeah, and just to give an idea of what we're walking into as we start getting into the semifinals, all round 2 games have been finished. So our semifinals teams are officially here. So just to run up the lineup while we work on some things on the back end, for semifinals, game 1, we're going to be looking at OGs versus Screaming Weenies, who we just watched make that awesome victory. OGs being our number 1 seed, and Screaming Weenies being our number 5 seed. So that is definitely going to be a game to watch. But don't let the seeding fool you. We just saw an amazing performance from Weenies, and I don't doubt they're going to put up an amazing performance going to the semifinals here. But in game 2, underneath them, as you can see, we have XSET and British Blokes. British Blokes, a team that we have not seen just yet, and XSET, a team that we saw, which originally we weren't so hopeful about, but we watched them pick it up, return back to whatever mentality they needed to pick up the game and completely turn the entire game around. We see they're still dominating in their games, and now they are here in the semifinals with us. They are going to be seed 10 with British Blokes being seed 6. So this is definitely going to be an interesting game. But once again, seeding doesn't always mean everything, because if we look back at XSET versus 5 Guys, which is a game that happened off stream, 5 Guys was actually seed number 2 here. XSET was seed number 10, and XSET won their game 2-0 against 5 Guys. So at the end of the day, the seeding is just a number put in place so we could try to make these matches more fair for the players participating. But at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily determine on how these players are actually going to perform once it comes showtime.
And one very interesting thing to take into consideration as well from all of these is how much are the unique elements of this tournament playing as a factor in whether or not these teams come out on top. Because as you say, a team that was like top 2 in the seeding not managing to make it through there, could that be because of the changes, the fact that we have like custom maps that are slightly different? Like, could that be the difference maker, or could it be just a case of where they're just not there on the night? I mean, we see it happen across all of esports, because esports, there is a level of physicality to it. You need your reaction times there, etc. But ultimately, it's 90% of it is a mental game. Where you are in your headspace, how confident you're feeling, how much you can zone in and concentrate. I mean, we've all been there. We all play games. You've been there, and you're trying to play the competitive that we try to play. We use the term competitive loosely because we're not the best players in the world. But I know I've had it. I'm sure you've had it too, where you're going and you're looking at a screen, you're trying to play it, and you just can't get your eyes to focus. You can't get your eyes just to focus on directly what's ahead of you. You just feel like you can't zone in and get to that level. And regardless of how good you normally are, if you're a team who just isn't quite there on the day, and you're a team that's maybe lower seeded, but you're so zoned in and ready to go, that can be the difference maker when it comes into a tournament, because it's not like your seeding counts through, all of the, it's not like your seeding counts through the entire game's life cycle. It's tournament by tournament based, and that could be what's cost these higher seeded teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, if what we just saw is, I don't even know what you want to call it, but if this is like a preview of what we're going to see on these games going on from here on out, as we all know, the way that bracket system works is as you move to the end of the bracket, the skill level increases, and I don't even want to waste any time getting into our semifinals. So, I mean, let's get ready to take a look at the map that we're going to be playing. We're going back to map 1, which I am super excited to get into these semifinal matches. Like I said, if my expectations are correct, as you move down the bracket, the games just get more intense. The stakes are a lot higher, and I am super excited to see what these teams are able to do.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying there about how the skill level just keeps increasing, we did see in that round 2 quite an increase in skill level in terms of how evenly matched both teams were and how close it was on that map number 1. And I wonder if it's going to be even closer again here. Are we going to have a situation where these games just keep getting closer and closer and closer and going more and more down to the wire? Because I got to be honest, I don't see how games can get more down to the wire after what we saw on that last map number 3 of that previous game. If we get anything as close, remotely close to that, we're in for a fantastic series. So I can't wait to get into this one.
I mean, hey, we're seeing Weenies back up again after we just saw them pick up an amazing victory in the last matchup. We're seeing they're dominating straight from the beginning here, already capturing 2 points. OG's capturing 1. Remember, just to put this game into perspective, OG's our #1 seeding, which meaning combined ranking of all these players is the top in terms of all the players that have participated in this tournament. With Screamin Weenies, on the other hand, being seed #5. Some names that I recognize in the OG's team. Super excited to see how these players do. We have not seen them yet on stream. But Weenies already dominating very early on in this matchup, and I can't wait to see how they continue to hold this.
One thing to take into consideration as to why maybe Weenies are dominating off the bat is that, could you imagine being in that situation of that game 3 where you need the 2 kills and you get them, like how hyped you must feel, how much adrenaline you must feel, and then being able to get into the next game so quickly, as we see Weenies now have a triple cap and going to take over a 100-point lead.
Wow.
These guys are just living off momentum right now and running with it, and that's what you have to do. The longer they can keep this going, more of a chance they have of not just maybe winning this game, but winning the tournament altogether. That will be on the mind of Weenies now. They feel like if they won that last game, they can win anything, and very possible for them here.
Now, something important that I think should be mentioned, OGs they actually live up to their name. They actually, most of them I believe are actually all OGs of this game actually, and have been playing for years on end. I might be mistaken, but all of them I think have been playing since the game's original launch, like a couple years back already. So these players are what you could basically consider veterans. You know, a lot of them obviously create content rather than play competitively, but being our #1 seed in this tournament also says a lot. They have the experience in here, they have the ranking to back it up, and regardless if they are content creators or not, they are definitely going to bring us good content and good gameplay in this stream.
Well, they'll be trying to bring good content for the stream anyway, because at the moment with them being 80 to 249, not much of this is going to get clipped up into some YouTube or Twitch montage or whatever you'd want to put on, because it's not going good for them so far. But you know, there is plenty of time. We've talked about domination before. It can seem like you're a million miles away, and you can very quickly pull yourself back into it. But when you have people performing like iBarker Girls 15 and 4 and Scrub 18 and 5, or 18 and 6 now, should I say, you know, these players are just living off playing as their best selves at the moment. And we didn't get, of course, we didn't get to see the OG games up until this moment. We don't know how their games went, so we don't necessarily know the entire story.
Actually, I can tell you how their games went.
Oh, you've got the stats. You tell me their stats right now.
Yes, I do have the stats. So OGs did get a bye in round 1, meaning that they only started in round 2, where they went against BPE, which was the team that had became victorious in our first matchup of the night, and they beat BPE 2-1. So with that in mind, just remember the type of gameplay we saw with BPE and 7Z Esports all the way when we were watching our first game. OGs beat them 2-1, which means OGs actually has map knowledge when it comes to map 3. So if we see a map 3 here, it might be very good for OGs. I mean, both teams here have map 3 knowledge. I mean, we just saw Screamin Weenies pick up an amazing win on map 3, and you know, now with the knowledge that OGs have played all 3 maps, we don't know what we can be expecting here with these teams. There's still a lot of time left, and OGs are catching up. Obviously, they do have some way to go, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. There's still 6 minutes left on the timer. There's still a lot of opportunities for them to take this back, and it seems like they're regrouping because they are slowly starting to lower the gap that there is between these two teams. You know, they're trying to capitalize as much as they can, and unfortunately, Weenies is just not cooperating with them. You know, Weenies wants to go on to the finals. You know, there's a lot on the line here. We are in the semi-finals of this tournament here. The winner of this will be going into the finals, facing whoever is the winner of the next match that we are going to be spectating. So there is a lot on the line here, and there's a lot of pressure.
I mean, look, if I was to put my money on the line here, I think for map 1 at least, I still see Weenies coming out with this one, but I think it's going to be really close because I think, as you said, the OGs are growing into this game, and I think they're going to continue to grow. But I do think the Weenies are just going to have moments of dominance because they have players just doing really well for them, like Scrub and I Bark Girls, where they're just having like these individual moments of brilliance where they're going to be able to capture 2 points and have that at least for a few seconds. I think we could have a game that's maybe within 100 to 150 points by the end up, but I still do think it will be Weenies that come way out in the end. I honestly don't know where they're getting this momentum from, because as like with OGs winning their last game, that was a very hard game to win. We did watch that map 1 and we seen how the team they played against did play, and they seemed particularly good themselves. So really fascinating to see how Weenies, being the 5th seed, are performing so well against a team that, you know, has been able to prove themselves up until this point.
I mean, yeah, they're placed in the 1st seed. It's, you know, it's a big responsibility being in the 1st seed. You know, there's a lot of expectations going into your matches. You know, everyone's looking at you as the top team. Like, you're the team that is expected to be out on top every single match. You know, but the beauty of seeding is that it is only there to make games fair and never actually determines the actual outcome. That's just the beauty of it. You know, we've seen teams that have been a lower seed or a higher seed, you know, beat out teams, you know, and it's just a number that is there for seeding. It never actually determines the outcome of these matches, which is just awesome to see.
Oh, most definitely. It is really, really cool to see. And as we see now, I mean, the OGs have 2 points, or now only 1 point. Every time it looks like they're going to get back into this, the Weenies just go, no, we're just going to take that lead advantage that we had right back. And they're just managing to keep distance. Like, it's getting close, but just not close enough for the OGs, as they're still at nearly just over a 200-point difference, as Weenies are about to pass the 600-point mark.
Yeah, and passing that 600-point mark does not mean it is very good for the OGs. Weenies just need another 100 points before they secure map 1 here. But, I mean, we have to talk about this. The OGs are not very far behind. I think this is probably one of the closer games we have had on map 1, which means going into map 2, I'm actually very hopeful that the OGs are going to have a very good performance on there. Because remember, it all is going to come down to teamwork. I've said that time and time again. It's been proven time and time again. It always comes down to the teamwork when it comes onto map 2. Weenies holding a strong lead right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like OG's gonna be able to catch up, with Weenies only being 50 points away, holding 2 points right now, trying to get that 3rd point. Can't seem to get that 3rd point just yet, but they are looking for it. They're trying their best to get into that point, but they still have the other 2 points, A and B, that are collecting points for them. We're going to be just about 10 points away from the end of this game. If OGs want to stay in this, they're going to have to uncap A, but unfortunately, Weenies picks up a 2nd point and picks up map 1 in the semifinals.
Well, I'm just honestly shocked by how much Weenies had the OGs in the back pocket there. They seem to just have a read of the plays, knew how the other team wanted to play. Now, going on to map number 2, it is going to be very different. And I think the way the Weenies played that, we are going to see some differences on how close it ends up being going into map 2. I do see the OGs having way more of an opportunity to come back in and win that game. And I actually could see us going to a map 3. I think you're the same as well. You love the map 3s in this tournament, and
I've been
I think we
enjoying
gotta
the
make
map
that prediction.
3s, you know? You can't blame me, you know? Like, it's just very interesting seeing how these players do in such a different environment, you know? Especially for the OGs. They've been playing this game without the No Portals mode. The No Portals mode was something that was released recently, you know? So these players are all so used to using their portals. We obviously saw the game from Weenies before, where they made an amazing comeback, and it just goes to show that when you remove one mechanic, they really have to adapt to the new environment that they're in, and it really changes the pace of the game. It changes who we think is actually going to be in the lead, and honestly, it's a very crazy thing. I'm super excited to go into map 2. I'm excited to see who's going to pick up map 2, and I'm excited to see if we're gonna get ourselves a map 3 for semifinals.
I have my money on us getting a map 3. Look, I'm in a place of where, if I was to go a little bit more on the subject of, I like the idea of the Weenies being the underdogs. We kind of wrote them off almost in map 1 on the last game that we watched them, and they come back to win the game in such a fantastic fashion. You know, talk about a dramatic end to then come into this one. And again, I know we were saying that seedings don't really matter at the end of the day, but they have a name attached to them and a weight. And ultimately, you know, I thought it was going to be closer in the end of that map one, but every time, as we talked about, the OGs looked like they were coming back into it. The Weenies counteracted that, and they managed to stop it.
Yeah.
So I'm really surprised by the Weenies, and I just love to see them keep this going. I hope it isn't a fluke by them. I hope like they've flicked a switch and are just going to keep going forward and keep growing in this tournament.
I mean, look, if you want to keep seeing the Weenies move forward, then I think that is the perfect time to take a look at map 2 to see what we're getting ourselves involved to. We've seen map 2 a million times. You're going to see it a million times, as many more times I make bad jokes. But that's okay. That's a different issue. That's a personal issue. But anyways, you know, I'm excited to see how these teams perform, you know? Like we said, OGs definitely have experience under their belt, but at the end of the day, what we've learned is that this map and this remake has come down to the teamwork that these teams have. It's about their teamwork and their chemistry that really determines how they perform. And honestly, I think OGs definitely have that. They're all veteran players. They've all been playing the game for a while, and that's something they all have in common they can click with. And because of that, I think they're ready for this map, and I think they might be able to take this one back.
Well, it is just going to be super interesting to see, you know. I just find it really hard to give predictions here. I'm going to let you take it off at the start. I want to see how these teams play before I give any predictions as to how I think this one's going to go.
I mean, hey, you can say whatever you want about your predictions. Prediction or not, I would like to see the OGs win. You know, I don't want to make a prediction too much on this game. I just want to see how this one plays out. But I do want to be hopeful that we're going to see OGs come out on top. I was seeing very early on Scrub with that railgun already. You know, that railgun, it's the power we've been talking about time and time again. You know, we see it come into play so often. Between that and the rocket launcher, getting 2 kills there with the rocket launcher. You know, we're seeing this power weapon. You know, something gets used better than others. I mean, I don't know what we just saw there with the rocket launcher. But hey, like I said, it has its good days and has its bad days. But, you know, Weenies right now has a scary lead right now on top of OGs. But OGs is not letting that stop them. They are still pushing back, and they are going to slowly take the lead over on Weenies. This goes back to what I was saying. I really think OGs has a line up on Weenies this one in terms of team dynamic.
Well, I just gotta bring it back to off the bat what we saw Scrub there do with the rocket launcher. What a phenomenal start that we just saw from him. It just seemed to work like clockwork. And, you know, when looking at the Weenies in terms of how they've played so well throughout these last couple of games, you gotta look at the performances of Scrub and iBarker Girls as being sort of the main two who have been so consistent in, like, even their KD. I mean, we look at them now, 12-2 to 10-2. Really fantastic starts from them, and they are the momentum setters, the trend setters for the Weenies. And, you know, you have then Sub J as well, who's had his moments, and Finn, Dr. Pepper Girl, you know, hasn't had the best of performances in terms of consistency. But if they can find consistency, then we could see the Weenies potentially completely dominate. I mean, at the moment, it's 58-22. Even with having one player who hasn't necessarily pulled up the kills as much as we'd like to see, they're putting in a dominant performance here. It's fantastic to see. It's surprising to see, as I'm sure you'd think.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we're seeing the collection agency right there with the triple kill. So, I mean, look, we're seeing these collection agency, we're seeing these kills all come in. Unfortunately, you know, what I wanted to see was the OGs come out on top, which in the beginning, it did seem like they had it. Right now, it does seem like they're struggling to maintain that, though. So, you know, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. I'm going to say I'm not so sure now if we're going to see a map 3, you know? Weenies is really confident in their gameplay, and they're really proving that. You know, when we first started seeing Weenies, we went in with the idea of, like, you know, these guys are the underdogs. These are the guys we're thinking aren't going to make it past this round. And they proved us completely wrong. They turned my opinion from what it originally was to something completely different.
What a,
you know?
Triple kill there from Scrub. Sorry to interrupt, but that was amazing.
You are all good. Like,
Scrub, so I gotta say, Scrub and iBarker Girls, because we've been looking over them now for a little bit. The movement that I just seen earlier by iBarker Girls, really using the portal momentum well. It just seems to be loving this map at the moment. This is a team that is just, like,
you know,
absolutely in their element, in their best form.
We want to mention something really quickly. Since you just mentioned the portals, let's just remember here, with the OGs catching up now, you know, they're not looking as bad as they were a few minutes ago when I was first talking about it, you know? Speaking of the portals and how they're utilizing the portals, if the game continues the way that it's going and we're able to see the OGs pick this back up, how do you think these teams are going to perform without the portals? Obviously, both teams have played on the map. They understand the mechanics are not there that they're used to. And both teams have won in that map. So if we do go into a map 3, what are you expecting here?
First of all, just got to mention we got a nice little kaleidoscope there. What a fantastic series of kills that was had there. But talking about this map 3, I think you're right. I think it's going to be a very hard one to call. I mean, I think what won the Weenies that last map 3 was the awareness to be calm, and what gives you that awareness to be calm is experience. And you know, it's in the name. OGs, they're very experienced players. So if we get into a situation where it goes map number 3 right down to the wire, 5 kills in it, and you had to take a stab at what team is going to be more reliable at keeping their cool, you would have to say it would go to the OGs. But then again, the Weenies are running on such good momentum regardless of the map or mode. Maybe it won't matter whether they're camera collected. They'll just keep striding forward, keep their momentum, and even if it goes to map 3, they might make it light work. But you know, at the moment, 92 to 131, map 3 is far from guaranteed.
I mean, hear me out on this one. Every time we've gone to King of the Hill, we've always seen it stay neck and neck relatively for the entire game until we get closer to the end, where we just saw one team just make either an amazing comeback, or we've seen a team that just completely went above and beyond and dominated, right? And I don't think this game's going to be any different. You know, it's still pretty close. It's still very early on. But I think the OGs is going to be one of those teams that make one of those big comebacks to save their spot in these semifinals here. And I don't think it's out of place right now. I mean, OGs right now, 105 points. They're about 50 points away from catching up to the Weenies. But 50 points is not impossible. We've seen it done before. We've seen it done in other matches. And if any team is going to make a comeback that big right now, I think it's going to be the OGs.
I mean, it is possible, but one thing we got to mention as well, we got to look at the kills. Bark, Scrub, Sub-J all doing phenomenal in kills. Finn not that far behind, and Dr. Pepper actually keeping up a decent amount of kills and managing to stay positive. I think just in terms of what you need to go right for a team that may still be the underdogs, everything is going right for the Weenies. They're not really putting a foot wrong, you know, that you couldn't really have unrealistic expectations, right? Dr. Pepper wasn't going to drop a 50 bomb out of nowhere. So in terms of being 14 and 13, you know, keeping a positive KD, looking at how the tournament has gone, that's the best you could have hoped for the Weenies. And looking at how the rest of their team is going, it's hard to spot really a negative, something that isn't going right for them or going like not to the game plan. So even though OGs, it is very possible they can make the comeback. If there's any team I think could, it will be them. But I'm currently with the Weenies, I'm just feeling very confident in the way they're performing and moving around the map.
I mean, hey, you can be confident, but I mean, look at that score. Like I said, there was a 50-point difference in the beginning, and it's now been minimized down to almost 30. You know, so that goes back to my point that I think the OGs are going to be the team here that turns this around. I'm still confident that we're going to see a map 3. You know, there was times in this matchup where it seemed like we weren't going to see this, but, you know, the OGs are really taking a step back to regroup and work on what they have to do, and they're working really well now at gaining these points. They're getting on that point, and, you know, I just want to mention what you were talking about before. You know, you were talking about the stats and everything, right? So I just want to mention, stats aren't everything in this mode. You know, what it really comes down to is getting onto that point and getting points for your team. We're not playing team deathmatch here. That will be map 3 if we get there. But all that you have to do here is make sure that you are standing on that point and getting credit for your team. Kills come second. Kills are the defense mechanism so that you can get points, but they are not necessary to win this thing. And that's what I think, that's the part that I think you're mixing up with this, because it is still very winnable for OGs. We've seen them hop on regardless of having lower kills, right? And, you know, we obviously Weenies with an absurd amount of kills, 2 of them having over 40 kills, 1 over 30 kills, and the other 2 over 20 kills. You know, kills aren't everything in this mode. It's about getting your foot onto that point, making sure you have the presence there, and making sure you secure those points for your team as best as you can and for as long as you can.
Well, I do think you said the word there of what I'd use to say that I would partially disagree with the statement is that an absurdly more amount of kills. I mean, we look at Ibarca Girls and Scrub, they're not just getting more kills and keeping the overall kills ahead just by a little bit, they're getting a lot of kills. And at the end of the day, when you're getting that amount of kills, a certain amount of them is going to come from just being around the hill. And looking at where they're getting the kills as well, they close around the hill well, they win it and then they push out the angles. These aren't kills that they're picking up by skimming around the map, just playing selfishly. I think what we're seeing here, and that's the reason why Dr. Pepper Girl is doing very well in this instance as well, is that we're seeing these kills being picked up in very team-friendly scenarios where every kill that they're getting is helping their team push forward and do a job on the hill. Don't get me wrong, I think the OGs may be slightly better tactically, but I think on pure form and momentum, I think the Weenies are just have a little more there, and I think that's what's going to see them through here.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna have to agree with you on your point. I mean, the OGs are putting up a good fight. We're now less than 1 minute away from the finish of this map. OGs are catching up though. They're only 40 points away, but that rocket is coming in. Gonna take out 3 of them. It is not looking
He gets
good.
the 4 kaleidoscope.
He finishes up the 4 kills, gets the kaleidoscope, cannot get the 5th one. But it is not over just yet. There's still another 30 seconds. There is still an opportunity for the OGs to get onto this point and put this game into overtime if they can maintain it. But we're seeing that rocket launcher come out again and again. It is a very dangerous weapon that these players need to be afraid about. And when you're in a tight room like this point is right now, it is not very good for you. OGs now hopping onto the point, which is 5 seconds left in the game. They need to hold this point for another 46 seconds to get 46 points. As we start overtime right now, they're trying to go, but they're taking a lot of damage. They're trying to get this, but they cannot seem to hold it as Weenies picks up this game in the semi-finals.
Well, I just gotta say it, 2 50 bombs and a 40 bomb from the Weenies, upsetting the top seeded team, winning this thing 2-0. I mean, maybe I'm saying it a little too early, but I suppose Weenies, you know, they're through to the final. I have my money on Weenies to win this whole thing.
You see,
I think that's
I would agree with you. My only thing is, I just like to remember about what we saw XSET do. Obviously, the next matchup we're going to see here is XSET and British Blokes, which British Blokes we haven't seen yet, right? And British Blokes is our 6th seed, XSET is our 10th seed. But XSET made a crazy comeback in the first game that we had saw with them. It was game 2 that we had watched here on the stream. They made a crazy comeback after being a team that could not secure points, what it seemed like, and we were like, okay, they're done for. It's gonna be a 2-round game and we're moving on to the next one. They completely underestimated every type of thinking that we had. They came back stronger than before and they had a crazy lead while doing so. You know, XSET, regardless of being the 10th seed going up against the 6th seed, we've already learned here that seeding is just a number assigned to you to help place you in an evenly placed bracket. That is it. It doesn't actually come down to, you know, what place you are and that's going to mean you're going to win. As we just saw, the OGs being the number 1 seed just got knocked out of this tournament because of that. You know? So I really have to sit here and say I want to see the performance of XSET. But if XSET does move on to the finals, I really want to say I'm gonna have my money on them. But before we can get to the finals, we obviously have to get through the second semifinals game. So before we do that, we're going to take a short break, make sure we get all the brackets updated, and then come back to you guys to make sure you guys are all updated with what's going on. So please stay tuned and we'll be right back. guess what time it is? It's semifinal number 2, which is going to put us with our winner who is going to be moving into the finals. That is a lot of words that made no sense, but hi, we're back. You get the point. I'm Vrax, joined with Zeph. We've been here the entire time, so if you forgot about us, well, here we are. Before we get into anything, I do want to take a look at our bracket, just so we can see what we are dealing with here. Semifinals matchup we are seeing now is going to be XSET versus the British Blokes. And obviously, as you can see above, Screamin Weenies, as we had just finished watching, have moved on into the finals. So that's what we are looking at right now. But I've been told that there is another scoreboard that we have been keeping track of that we're going to slither our way over to on the screen. And this is how many technical difficulties we have had today. Yeah! So far, it is currently a tied game between the cast and crew and the players and the game. So the cast and the crew have had 8 technical difficulties, and the players in the game have had 8 technical difficulties. Who will be the finals winner? I don't know, but my money is not on the cast and crew. Sorry, I'm biased on that one. I had half of the issues. But anyways, back to talking about the game here. Zep, what are your expectations going into this game with British Blokes and XSET? We've seen XSET, but we haven't seen British Blokes.
Well, you know, I kind of want to go back for a second, and I want to go back to that technical difficulties. You know, that's been a fantastic thing to watch. You know, you had the players and the servers take an early lead with building up issues. I suppose right off the bat, caster and crew, we had the issues off the beginning. It ultimately tied itself to be an even game, and we've said we've had close games that have been neck and neck, but it's going to go right down to the wire here with technical difficulties across the board, and I cannot wait to see who comes out on top so we can mock them forever. But as you were saying, back to the game. I'm very interested to see what we think here. You know, you and me have been talking in between in the intermissions as well, and we're talking about the games that we've been seeing. I'm all for the Weenies. You're all for what's the team name again? It's got XSET. XSET. It goes out of my head.
I'm saying like we haven't seen XSET, and obviously my prediction could go out the window this game, but I genuinely think XSET has what it takes to go all the way to finals right now and possibly win this. You know, we've seen them make such a big comeback when we had first seen them in their first match, and honestly, it's just like I don't know how much more we can really sit here to try to prove how good of a team XSET actually is. I mean, here we are looking at the first map that we're going to be going into. I mean, this is a map that when we originally watched XSET, we didn't think they were going to make it past round 2. We thought it was going to be round 1, round 2, and XSET was going to be out of here in round 1. But as soon as we got into map 2, you know, XSET completely changed the way we were thinking about the way of the game. You know, like they basically came in and said, you know, we may have not done the best in map 1, but come map 2, we're here to do some damage. And since that, they've definitely done damage. The game after that, they went 2-0, meaning that they won map 1 and map 2, and they have the experience on maps 1, 2, and 3. So they know what they're doing in terms of the maps, and they've played all of them. Now it's just about seeing if they can maintain level-headedness within map 1, which we didn't see back in game 1. If we see their game 1 again, and we see them basically make some changes to whatever they were doing that made them not perform so well when we first saw them, I think they have an amazing chance of taking this home.
Well, I do think that as well. I mean, you make very good points there, all things considered, but I do think, you know, we've talked about Weenies, we talk about XSET, but maybe we're not giving enough credit to British Blokes. I mean, look, we haven't seen much of them. To be fair, we haven't seen any of them, so we haven't exactly been following along in their journey. But ultimately, they've done good enough to make it to the semi-final. They could be on good momentum, so it'll be interesting to see as we get into this one.
Well, I mean, speaking of momentum, British Blokes are already up by about 20 points, so you are not wrong. Gotta give credit where credit is due here. British Blokes definitely putting in some damage right here, already capturing 2 points. XSET no points right now that they're gaining because there is no point captured for them. They need to capture something and quick before the British Blokes are able to capture B site and have all three points capturing, all 3 points captured and generating points for them.
Well, look, British Blokes, you know, 116 to 16 at the moment, dominant performance. They want to get this finished early so they can go to bed. They're across the pond over in Britain. I'm here in Ireland myself. It's very late over at these parts. So these guys are probably looking, we'll get these games done. We get to go for our nap, our victory nap. And they are coming out here, fiery hot, just stretching this lead so much early on. But, you know, it's not over and done with yet by any means. XSET have plenty of time to come back into this game, and that was a very nice double kill there, as we've seen with that bat. As I said, you always love to see the kills. Is he going to get the next one here? He doesn't. Very interesting start so far, 39 to 179.
I mean, we're seeing XSET struggle a lot here, and the toxicity with the teabagging. Oh my gosh, that is rude. Please keep the toxicity out of the video games. Keep it in your head or something. I mean, man. All right. I mean, hey, British Blokes are enjoying themselves. All right. I understand it. They have all these sites captured right now, and you know they're putting the domination in the game mode domination. You know, they're really showing up XSET here right now by holding all 3 of those sites at one point. You know, they had that for a while, and they are in an absurd lead right now. XSET at 50 points, British Blokes at 281 right now. It's not looking too good for XSET right now, but I still have hopes for XSET, being that this is the same thing we saw happen with XSET in their first matchup. You know, they didn't perform well in map 1, and map 2 is really where they excelled. So regardless of their performance in this game, I still think there's a big chance for XSET to still come back in the whole matchup. But right now, British Blokes, just like you were saying before, this is the first time we see them on the stream today, and they are absolutely dominating. Obviously, British Blokes being our number 6 seed, XSET being our number 10 seed, and remembering that obviously seeding isn't everything. British Blokes is definitely, you know, showcasing what they could do. And honestly, if we see British Blokes move on to the finals against Weenies, honestly, I think that's going to be a crazy close game.
You know, for a second there, I was going to say, dare I say, XSET get a 100-point club, but they've managed to get over the 100 points now and on to the next 100. They need to get a quite clean run to 200 points here and not let British Blokes get too much further ahead if they want to stay back into this one. The comeback is definitely on, and they're a team that can do it. But if you're British Blokes right now, once again getting 3 points, you are surely feeling confident that you can keep this going.
I mean, this team right here, I mean, they are doing absolutely amazing right now. The British Blokes, you know, like we keep saying, we haven't seen them all day, and, you know, the first time we're seeing them today, they are definitely impressing everyone right now on the stream. You know, they have a crazy point lead right now. They're getting very close to that 500 mark. You know, meanwhile, XSET is slowly making their comeback here, you know, so there's still a lot of time for them to do so. There's still a chance for them to bring this back, as they just hit 150 points on their way to 200 points. You know, they just have to make sure that the British Blokes don't keep capturing points. If they keep letting the British Blokes capture points, it is not going to go well for them, and they're going to have to rely on taking this to map 2 if they want to stay in this.
Well, one thing to consider as well, and I presume British Blokes are British because of their name. Now, you would know more about this than I would, but could servers be playing an effect into this game? Would there be much of a difference in regards to that? Because I'm genuinely unsure about how much of a difference Splitgate servers would make in the grand scheme of playing this game. I mean, as I said, you might know more than I would.
I mean, hey, every game I mean, you've ever played a video game before, try playing on one side of the country and then try connecting to a server on the other side of the country. You tell me how that feels. So, you know, for the British Blokes right now, you know, they're playing on NA servers right now. They're not playing on their native servers. So
oh, really? They're playing NA?
Oh, they're playing NA. It was confirmed before we went into this match. I want to say they're playing West right now. I could be wrong. It's either East or West they're playing right now. Whichever one they're playing is irrelevant. The point of the matter is they are currently playing on NA servers as EU players. So they're already at a disadvantage in that sense, but they are not letting that stop them. They are absolutely dominating. XSET, on the other hand, right now, I believe all of them are located in NA. I'm not sure where in NA all of them all come from. I believe they all come from different parts, but they are all located in NA. So they definitely have the better connection to the servers, which they can try to use that to their advantage, but it's not looking good for them right now. I mean, British Blokes just was holding no points at one point there. You know, if XSET takes this properly and they can capture at least 2 points, they might be able to save this game for themselves.
Well, I mean, you look at the kills as well. You've got XS Kush there, 29 and 12. The KD isn't looking as bad as you think it would given the score. So if they can make the kills count a little more, XSET, they absolutely could pull themselves back into this. But I'm sure one thing that is worth noting as well, that back coming into play again, and the railgun play, you absolutely love to see it. But as I was saying, one thing to consider as well is that, you know, the Weenies, they have to play the final. They're surely going to be watching this, trying to pick apart as much information as they can. They should feel worried. They should feel worried about how the team's performing in this game and the momentum that British Blokes seem to be on right now.
Yeah, no, they should definitely be worried. But I mean, props to XSET for trying to bring this one back. They're still down by about half of the points that they actually need to catch up. But they are catching up. They are putting the work, and it just shows that XSET is not ready to give up quite just yet. British Blokes being just 50 points away from victory on map 1 and being one step closer to a spot in the finals. Going to be 40 away now as we see XSET capturing B point, but they cannot seem to defend it for long as Denny comes in and manages to wipe them out. We're going to see the British Blokes coming now, trying to take out B, and if they can get B, I'm pretty sure they have this game in the bag. B now captured, just 20 points remaining before the end of this matchup, getting very down to the wire right now. They're going to stay defending these points, trying to get to the final seconds as we see British Blokes pick up map 1, putting them one step closer to the finals.
Oh, what a fantastic performance there for British Blokes. I mean, you look at the kills across the board, right? British Blokes, they're doing a little better on the kills, 100%, but they're not doing way better to the point you think they deserve such a dominant lead throughout that, which really shows that they're not only picking up good kills in good areas, but they're working really well together as a team. And I think that is what's going to be scary for the other team now going into map 2. We've often seen the big switch up in map number 2 due to how you play as a team and how it switches up in comparison. But going into this one, British Blokes, they played that as a team so well, and you got to be worried. You got to be worried if you're a fan of the other team.
Speaking of worried, you know, we've been doing this a lot. We've been going back for the teams that we haven't necessarily seen so much. So I want to take a second to just look back at, you know, the bracket standings and actually how they placed, right? British Blokes in round 1 went 2-0, right? They were seed 6. They beat out seed 11. Their second game, though, they went up against seed 3 and won that, also 2-0, which, if you think about it, partially puts them at an advantage because that makes them one of the only teams that have not played map 3.
It does, but then, yeah, you go on to it. Like, if that map 3 comes into play, it is going to change things up, drastically change things up. But then, if they've won both the games 2-0,
that's the point that I'm trying to make here.
Trend.
If they're looking to continue that trend here, they might be able to finish up and clean through the series all the way through with 2-0s, and they might never have to touch map 3 in their life. But it will be a severe disadvantage to them if we do see a map 3 and we see XSET make a large comeback here on map 2. You know, it's just scary because they are put in a very tough situation here. They really have to push through this map and make sure they don't drop it. If they drop this map, they're going to be playing on a map that they have not played all day yet. The other teams have all played this map at least once. Regardless of winning or losing on that map, they have all played them at least once today. So that just goes to show that this team could be at a disadvantage, but according to the way that their track record currently is looking, they might be able to finish this up right here and see their way to the finals.
Well, you know, at the same time, if you're British Blokes and you're about to go into a final with two teams on form that will be very neck and neck and could go to a map 3, you'd almost want an experience on map 3 before getting in, because it, well, never mind about not having experience in the semi-final, but not having experience on it in the final could be incredibly detrimental to them when we get to the final game.
That is a very good point there. I mean, hey, we're going to get right into King of the Hill here on Helix 2.0, made by the amazing Phoenix, which, by the way, if you guys did not know, that is a Twitch channel you're watching us right now. So, yeah, shout out Phoenix for putting together this amazing map for this tournament. But yeah, we're already seeing British Blokes from the start here, already taking big control. Already 15 points in. It's only been a couple seconds. obviously we saw it very quiet to start. There was no team that went straight for the point. They all seem to have gone for power weapons, which is a smart move for them. But now we have to figure out where those power weapons have actually gone to. I've seen the rocket launcher used a little bit. I've seen the railgun used already. You know, who knows what other power weapons are already out there and ready to be used.
I mean, British Blokes, just watching how they played that, they're playing together so well as a team. I did say that their teamwork looked good on map number 1, which is why I thought we wouldn't really have the switch around we've normally seen between map 1 and map 2. And just seeing how they played it off the bat, they got the power weapons, but then they came back and regrouped together, playing off the angles, playing beside each other, no one trying to make the individual hero play. That's kind of what you need to do on this map, is you need to have a really good team performance. And even though XSET, they are pulling it back a little bit, does look like British Blokes just have the control that they want. They're in a position that they want to be in at the moment, and it is up to XSET to upset the current scenario and try and pull back into this game.
That was a good one, I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with that one.
I just had to say, it caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. What's it called? You know, XSET is not out just yet. You know, British Blokes. I recognize some of these names and some of these players. They have their experience. You know, they know what they're doing. They're pretty freaking good players. And, you know, they know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, they are at the disadvantage in terms of servers right now, which it should be XSET's advantage here. But clearly, British Blokes are not letting anything stop them, you know? They're not going to let the server stop them. They're not going to let anything stop them. They are here to put in a fight, and they are here to win. You know, we see XSET catching up very slowly, which is great to see. But also, we see the British Blokes just come back with whatever XSET has, and they have an immediate attack right back to whatever XSET presents to them. And that's going to be a huge thing for the British Blokes, because if XSET can't regroup and figure out how to counter what British Blokes is countering on them, it's not going to end well for XSET, and this could be end of the road for XSET.
I mean, another thing worth noting as well is that when we've often seen players do really well in these games, we've had one player which has usually been the standout, which I suppose in this case, looking at British Bloke, would be Denis, 16-4 at the moment. But usually when you see players who end up doing well, you normally have one amazing player, two really, really good players, and then the last two are doing, you know, pretty average. But we look at the way British Blokes are playing at the moment, you have 4 players who are currently playing very, very well, and then you have a player who's only 4-3, which, you know, doesn't have that many engagements, but it's still a positive KD. So there's no player that is dropping lives, that are losing their position. And even if you are not necessarily getting as many kills, as long as you are not dying, you are in a position where the other team has to be aware of you, which can really halt their movement when trying to play for hills. So the fact that, you know, British Blokes essentially have 5 players that aren't really putting a foot wrong, whereas you go over to XSET and they have a player currently 2-9, that could be what's making such a drastic difference here, as British Blokes are nearly 100 points ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta just see how the rest of this game plays out. Just hitting the 6-minute mark, British Blokes have almost an 100-point lead here. And remember, King of the Hill here goes to 300 points, which means British Blokes is just about to hit the halfway point that they need to be at in order to secure their spot in the finals here. It is not looking too good for XSET. British Blokes already in a 100-point lead, now hitting the halfway mark to victory and to find their spot in the finals. XSET really needs to do something here if they want to stay in this.
I wonder, now correct me if I'm wrong here, again, you know yourself, you are the stat man, but is this the first, if British Blokes manage to win this and get the 300 points, will that be the first 300 points we've seen on map 2 all night? And I swear the rest of them have run the clock down before getting to 300 points.
In terms of all of the other games that we have seen on stream, we have, I think we saw one that didn't go into overtime, that was beat by the timer. I might be wrong on that, so don't quote me on that. But I believe we only had one game that actually finished without going into overtime. This might be one of those games that we have tonight that won't go into overtime. British Blokes getting very close to that 200-point mark, which means they were only going to be 100 points away from securing a spot in the finals. It is very close for them and is not looking very good for XSET right now. Like, it it's upsetting. You know, I came in here with a lot of high hopes for XSET. You know, they performed so well on this map last time, but British Blokes just in here, and they are not messing around. We're seeing that collection agency right now. We're seeing that double kill. We're just seeing them absolutely dominate XSET right now, and it just goes to show that they came in here, they had a plan, and they were ready to fight. XSET, on the other hand, they came in here and they're giving it their all, but their all is just not enough to put up against the British Blokes.
Well, I did say before we got started with this semi-final not to underestimate British Blokes. We talked a lot about Weenies next set, almost as if we expected that to be the final. And probably didn't give British Blokes the credit that they were due, and they are most certainly due that credit after the performance they have managed to give us here. It's definitely going to make for a super interesting final if they manage to pull through with this. XSET, you would think now, if they're to make a comeback, it's the comeback of dreams. A very good melee there, but I think it is done and dusted, and I do think we know our finalists.
Yeah, it's getting very, very close to the end of this game here. XSET 68, British Blokes 222, and climbing. We're seeing that killing spree and that double kill. Going for the triple kill, but can't seem to connect with it. It's getting very close to the end of this game here. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. The British Blokes only have to get onto that point for a little while longer if they want to take this one to the finals. It is getting very close. We just hit the 3-minute mark now, and honestly, I think we're in the last couple of minutes in our game here.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, God, just what a team performance from British Blokes. And if we go in now to the final and we see these two teams, you have one team that was just feeling such momentum but has had to take a bit of a break, and then you have British Blokes who are not only running on good momentum at the moment but are just playing so well together as a unit. It's just going to make for a very fascinating matchup because we're seeing some upsets here. I definitely thought XSET would do a way better job than what they're doing here, but British Blokes have just managed to completely shut them down and make them look average when, of course, we both know they are far from average.
Exactly.
That just goes to show the levels of what we're watching here.
I mean, yeah, just like we mentioned earlier, you know, as the bracket continues, the skill level increases dramatically, and we're seeing that right now. It went from being what I thought was going to be a very close game to not being so close. But remember, it is not over yet. XSET now on the point, getting close to that 100-point mark. It is still very possible for them to still bring this back. It's going to take a lot out of them, but it's not impossible.
Well, I would love to see a comeback here. Just from the neutral point of view, seeing XSET make a comeback would be great. But British Blokes, it looks like to me they want to keep XSET in the 100-point club. They want to make a statement. They want to say we didn't even let this team get past 100 points. That's how good we are. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that as XSET managed to get over the 100 or just about, as British Blokes now will be looking to wrap this up. But I'm telling you, British Blokes, I had my favourite for who I thought was going to win this tournament, but British Blokes has just blown that wide open, and I could see them winning the whole thing now.
Yeah, you know, British Blokes came in here after looking at that bracket. You know, they're just 10 points away from securing their spot in the finals. You know, when we looked at the bracket, they showed domination from the beginning. You know, they have never played a map 3 because they have been wiping all their games 2-0. And this game does not look like it's going to be any different. They're trying to get onto the point, but they cannot seem to get onto the point there. XSET was holding the point for a second. They are going to be able to hop back onto the point. This game is not over quite yet. And, you know, we were talking before about we've only had like 1 or 2 games that haven't gone into overtime yet. I think this one might also go into overtime. We're seeing Kush with the rockets right now. What an amazing rocket from Kush there, holding the point now. But if they want to win this, they're going to have to hold this for a very long time. And they don't have a very long time to do this before it swaps, and it's not looking very good for them here.
Well, that was just a lovely piece of movement by Kush there, and they are doing the best that they can to try and stay in this, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. British Blokes, they're on the point, and just like that, British Blokes have won map 2 and win this game 2-0, and they will be going to the final.
The British Blokes absolutely blew this one out of the park. I mean, we came in here with no knowledge of what to expect with these players. All we had was obviously where their seating was at in their past matches. And, you know, they've started out They played 2-0. They went to the next match. They played 2-0. They made it here to the semifinals, and they did nothing different. They played 2-0 the entire bracket so far. And honestly, you know, I don't know how you're feeling about, you know, your prediction earlier now, you know, now that we just saw the British Blokes, but I'm not sure how I feel about Weenies anymore, you know? I think Weenies are going to give them a run for their money, but at the end of the day, you know, the performance that we just saw, it's unmatched from the record of any other team right now. They are the only team right now that has gone 2-0 this entire series. And that says a lot in its own right there, you know? So, I don't know. I really think British Blokes going to bring this one home.
It's a very tough one to call. It's an incredibly tough one to call. I think my head wants to go towards British Blokes because you're right, we did see such a dominant performance from them, but my heart still goes with the Weenies, and I do have a reason for that, and I think it's because the Weenies not only went to a map number 3, but won it in a pressure situation with only 2 kills, making the difference at the very end. So they know what it's like for a series to go all the way, meaning that even if they lost a map 1 and they sneak a map 2, they are bringing British Blokes into uncharted territory where the Weenies will be feeling more than confident that they can win it. So for me, is all it takes is for Weenies to come away with 1 map, and then they're bringing British Blokes into a situation where they're in control and it's theirs to lose. So while I think British Blokes may be more dominant currently in terms of teamwork and kills, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for them whatsoever. And if it goes all the way, my money is on the Weenies. But if we see a truly dominant map number 1 from British Blokes, and we see it dominant in a teamwork perspective as well, then I think they are going to be the ones that come away with the win.
You know, it sounds like you're still very undecided. So here's what we're going to do. I think what we'll do is we'll take a quick break. You can collect your thoughts, see what you're thinking. And then we'll be back with the finals of this tournament. So don't go anywhere. Sit tight. We will be back shortly once we get the match ready to go. And to break we go. The moment everyone has been waiting for, including those that are in the Discord trying to already claim their prize money because they want some KFC. It is the finals, so sit back, relax, enjoy your KFC, and get yourself ready. Me and Zep are here for one last game of the night. Zep, what are your thoughts? You had some time to think over the break. I gotta know now, what are you thinking? British Blokes or Weenies?
Oh, it truly is the final hurrah of what has been a fantastic tournament, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you and getting to meet the whole production team and getting involved with a Splitgate tournament. It truly has been amazing, and I can't thank you enough for taking me on board with this. And as we come to the end of it all tonight, it really just is a question of, is my heart going to overrule my head? We did say before going to the break that my heart was saying Weenies, but my head was saying British Blokes. And you know something? The heart wants what the heart wants, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to go map 3. I think we're going to go all the way, and I think it is going to be Weenies who come out victorious. I could very easily be wrong on that. As I said, I'm going with my heart on this. I'm going with my gut. Couldn't give you too many statistics to back it up, but that is where my head is at. Honestly, with this one. But what about you yourself?
That's a good call. And I'm a little biased here. I'm not gonna follow my heart or my brain. I'm gonna follow my channel points because I put them all in on British Blokes. So I'm kind of gonna follow my channel points. If you're from the British Blokes and you're watching this, if you lose, my channel points are all gone, and I apologize. But there's no bias here. I just hit click on my channel points and that's it. So my channel points are on the line here. Gotta stick with the channel points. You know, I pride myself in having the most channel points here, which is only like 1,000. It's okay. But I still pride myself on my channel points, and you know, I'm gonna have to stick with the British Blokes for that reason.
They'll throw the game now just to see you suffer. You know,
yeah,
that's worth more than $500.
No, I don't think I'm gonna have to worry this game. I don't think I'm gonna have to worry this game. You know, I think I'm pretty safe here. I think my channel points are in safe hands.
Well, you know, I do think it is going to be one of those ones where it's either a 2-0 to British Blokes or it's a 2-1 to Weenies. I don't see Weenies doing a 2-0. I think if Weenies come out with a victory in this, it's a case of it going all the way. But if British Blokes can establish the dominance that they had even the beginning of map number 1 in that semi-final, then it genuinely could be a walk in the park for them. But as I said, I still think Weenies. That's where I'm going.
I'm just gonna say, whichever team wins this, and whenever they receive their prize money, I hope they get a nice bucket of KFC chicken. I mean, as we see right here, Screamin Weenies, British Blokes. You know, it's one of them that is taking this home right now. You know, one of them's gonna, you know, win some money. They're gonna buy some KFC. Actually, do you guys have KFC in your area of the world, in your part of the world?
Oh, we have KFC, but it's disgusting in our part of the world.
Oh,
or maybe
okay,
I've just had bad luck with it.
So maybe they'll spend their money on trying to get better KFC. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you're like one of our players from XSET Kush who wants some KFC desperately right now, you know, you can spend your money on that. But remember, only one team can win: Screamin Weenies or the British Blokes. It comes down to that. Who is going to win it? We are taking our final trip into map 1. And honestly, this has been a crazy series. I mean, I have a lot of different emotions going into this finals here. You know,
it's so emotional.
It is very emotional. You know, when we're done with this, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna be very sad. You know, just sad that it's over. But it's okay.
Oh, definitely.
And
I mean,
I just like to mention really quickly. I'm sorry that I'm not accustomed to having a KFC in foreign countries. Sorry, Europe.
But no, you're right. It is going to be emotional when it's all done, because not only from our perspective of getting to cast it and be involved in it and sort of even just seeing the build up to all of this, but you know, watching the whole team as well and the production put this together, really watching this grow and people work on this. I think it's been such a successful thing. But when you see something finished that people have worked so hard on, you know, it can be a tough thing to see. But I'm sure the whole production team will be happy to see it be such a success.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, so far the British Blokes are not playing any games very early on. So, I mean, I'm just going to tell you this now, Zep. If you're still rooting for the Weenies, I'm going to steal a chat joke here and tell you to KFC. Keep your fingers crossed, because it looks like they're going to need it right now, because the British Blokes are coming in hot here.
I absolutely love that one, and I'm so glad you gave credit for stealing that one, because if you claim that as your own, that would have been a crime against humanity. But you're right, so far so good for British Blokes, but Weenies do have 2 points. But what I'm seeing again off the bat, what impressed me the most about the Weenies in other games, and also now what we're beginning to see, or what I'm beginning to notice from British Blokes, is just expert portal use. You have both teams now in good form that are used to playing these maps now, used to the angles, and they are just going to use them all to their advantage, as British Blokes had all 3 points there for just a minute and are already beginning to extend a bit of a lead here.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing the British Blokes already put on that lead, just like you said, with the nice BFB. Wow. And honestly, I would have not even been able to see that. I don't know. He saw that. That was so quick. British Blokes having 2 caps right now. Weenies only having 1. But they're not doing horrible right now. They still have a chance to make this work. You know, British Blokes got a lot of their power in the last couple of games that we saw, from going in very early on and taking control very quickly. But right now, it's not happening. Weenies right now capping 2, possibly going to get a 3rd here. But it looks like British Blokes are actually going to be on that point to cap it, to stop them. But like I said, Weenies still have a chance to bring it back here. Like, they still have a lot of time. It's still very early in the game, and it's still in anybody's ballpark.
Well, one thing I've just noticed that we got to mention is that when you are in a final against such a good team, you cannot afford to have even one player falling a little behind. And Finn, he just managed to pick up another there, but he is 2-7. He was 1-6. Finn has played good throughout the entire tournament. Now is not the time to drop the ball. I mean, look, they're playing against good teams here. But if you want to try and beat British Blokes, who are so dominant as a team, you need all hands on deck. So they have to try and pick those numbers up if they want to win this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it here. It is still a very close call. Weenies are doing very good at, like, getting these points and sticking to them. Their only issue is actually maintaining them. If they can figure out a way to maintain these points, they are going to do just fine on this map. You know, as we're seeing, they've been holding 1 or 2 at a time, which is keeping them pretty consistent in terms of how far they are. You know, they're about 100 points away right now, but it doesn't mean that it's completely over for them. You know, like, they still have a very valid chance at making in here. You know, we obviously see that they get uncapped now, with now British Blokes having all 3. Oh my gosh, that is not going to be good for the Weenies here. The Weenies gonna have to work here to uncap 1 or 2 of those if they want to get back into this. You know, honestly, I think the only chance that the Weenies are going to have right now to get a good point lead on the British Blokes is to capture and maintain all 3 points at once.
Yeah, that does seem to be the only thing they'll be able to do, because, I mean, looking at this as well, a key difference that in this game between the 2 teams is that Weenies look like they have to work so hard to get 2 points or 3 points just for that little bit. It looks like it takes a lot of effort and a lot of coordination to break British Blokes down, and even then, when British Blokes then get a 2nd or 3rd point, they make it look easy. They make it look like that, yeah, they're in control. So Weenies are going to really exert themselves here, trying to pull themselves back in. And as we go further and further into this, remember, it is a final. They've played games before. They're going to be getting tired, getting fatigued, getting even potentially fed up. And if they cannot shrink this gap, with the British Blokes having now nearly 150 point lead, then the Weenies could end up falling off, and it could end up being an easy final for British Blokes. You
know, speaking of a 150 point lead, the British Blokes are actually 150 points away now. No, I lied, not 150 points, 350 points away. I cannot do math. They're only 350 points away from a map 1 victory here. Weenies has some catching up to do, but they have to realize that now they're in the half point of this game. British Blokes are still holding the lead, and that is not a good sign for Weenies here. If they want to go and continue on, they need to make sure they can get this map. We've seen what British Blokes can do. We've seen how scary they could be as a group, and right now, Weenies really needs to try to capitalize on this.
Well, you know, one thing to consider as well, looking back on, say, round 1, for example, we've seen teams take almost a 200 point lead and then that instantly fall away in the early stages. So you know, the Weenies being down by 100 points, realistically, in this domination mode on Splitgate, it means virtually nothing. I mean, they can come back into it so quickly, provided they work together well, and right now they have 2 points. If they can get waves of kills, which, you know, isn't looking particularly likely at the moment, as a couple of kills were picked up there by British Blokes, but it wouldn't take a lot. All they need is about 30 seconds to a minute of solid momentum, and they are back into this game. Whether or not they get that is the question here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking very good for Weenies. Weenies just passing that 300-point mark. Now holding 2. It looks like they might get a 3rd one here, but it looks like British Blokes quickly retaliate by capturing A from them so they can't hold 3 at once. Weenies are so close here. If they can capture 3 at once, this is going to be a huge play for them. And honestly, if they could pick up the 3 captures, I honestly think we could see them getting close to taking the lead here. I don't want to say take the lead fully just because they are still very far behind, you know, but they are catching up at a very steady pace, being only about 100 points behind the lead right now.
Well, one thing as well that I just noticed that I hadn't considered up until now is that looking at how Weenies have performed on a consistency base, it's always been iBarker Girls and Scrub that have been doing really well. And Sub J tends to start doing well, but he does in the second half of the game. He ends up really boosting his numbers. And even though British Blokes have all 3 points now, if Weenies can stop that right here, right now, and get Sub J a little more involved, then this game can end up being very close. Very close. I mean, I think my map 1 is still for British Blokes with the performance they're giving, but Weenies, they have an opportunity. They just need to act on it now.
Just like you said, Weenies have an awesome opportunity. They have to make sure they can, you know, capitalize on it right now. As we see, they're not giving up just yet. There's still another 3 minutes left in this game. It's still anyone's game. British Blokes definitely holding a big lead right now as they close in on that 600-point mark. But Weenies just closing on the 400-point mark. There's still a chance here, but it's going to be very difficult at this stage of the game for the Weenies to come back. British Blokes now just hitting 600 points, meaning that they're only 100 points away from a victory in map 1. Weenies really need to step it up if they want to stay in this.
Yeah, Weenies have to go flawless now, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But, you know, again, if there was any team who could have a moment of going flawless, it would be Weenies. But British Blokes just got that triple kill, and I think that's going to be game-setting matches. They're probably going to get a triple cap as well, or had one, I think, briefly there for a second. And now as they pass over the 650 mark, it is done and dusted virtually on this map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting very close to the end here. British Blokes being at 670 points with all 3 capped right now, meaning they are just, actually 680 now. Yes, I was correct. They are just 20 points away from the victory at map 1. They have 2 points captured right now. If they maintain this, they're going to win map 1 here. There's 2 points away, and the British Blokes take map 1 of our finals.
Well, Denis, Kifa, and Smithy just combining for an absolute boatload of kills. I mean, we were talking at the very start when we were finding one player that's getting 40 to 50 kills, and we were saying it's brilliant. British Blokes have 3 players playing to that consistency, and I don't care who you are. I don't care how good of a team you are, how much momentum you have. If you're playing against 3 players who are playing at such a consistent level, kills-wise, there's nothing you can do. And I think Weenies as well, they're stifling British Blokes a bit. It's definitely not as easy for them. We're definitely seeing the qualities that Weenies had in the other games. But as I said, this is a battle between me personally, who I thought was going to win over the head and the heart, and what I was thinking in my head about British Blokes and how they can decimate a team at times. I think we're beginning to see that play out here, and I still want to keep rooting for the Weenies, and for the sake of keeping it interesting here from the caster's point of view, I'm still going to root for them in map 2. But I have to say I'm way less confident than I was going into it, and I wasn't the most confident to begin with.
Now, you possibly still could have some hope here, right? Hear me out on this one. We've seen games turn around with map 2. We saw with XSET, right? Now, obviously, map 2 is not the last map that is possible to be played. It's obviously we play map 1 and 2 always, but map 2 is not always the last map for some players. You know, some games have gone on to map 3 as we have seen today, right? So my question to you is, do you think there's a chance for us to see a map 3 and see Weenies come back from the loss they just had in map 1?
I think there's a very good chance. To be honest, going into this one, I don't know if we mentioned it in the intermission or we mentioned it on stream. I can't quite remember, but the only way I saw Weenies winning this was on a map 3. British Blokes just have too much going for them at the moment to lose 2 maps that they were giving such dominant performances on. I think the whole thing that I always thought would be the case is that Weenies would sneak either map 1 or map 2 by a very close margin and then use their experience on map 3 to get through. It was never going to be easy for them, but I always thought if British Blokes were performing well and continue to perform well, that it would be a walk in the park for them. So I either expect for map number 2 we're going to see a similarly dominant performance where it's not quite as easy for them as it was in the semi-finals, or we're going to see a game that goes right down to the wire where the Weenies sneak it and take us to map 3.
I mean, hey, we're looking at map 2 here for the last time here. But, you know, there's no guarantee that this is the last game we have, you know? We obviously still have Amiss, the amazing Abyss remake, which I have made too many puns about today. So I'll spare the audience by not making another. But, you know, we're hopping onto map 2 now, right? It's the last time we're going to see this map. The last time these players are going to be playing on this map. And possibly the last map we play in this series. You know, there's a lot of pressure going into this. There's a lot on the line, and these players are definitely feeling that pressure. Now, it's all going to come down to the teamwork that we've been mentioning every single time on this map. You know, it all comes down to which team can coordinate the best, which team is going to make sure they have the best plays, and which team works together to ensure that they get the victory. We're getting right into it. Helix 2.0, the last time we were seeing this map, King of the Hill. Weenies versus British Blokes. I mean, I don't know what to expect here. I mean, there's no points on the board. As you can already tell, these players have learned early on they need to focus on these power weapons. When we were watching earlier games, we were not seeing that at all. And these players are definitely going on now, focusing those power weapons and using them to their advantages, as we're going to see a bunch of these power weapons come into play very soon.
Yeah, I mean, just the difference in quality between round 1 and now is it's just a whole nother world, really. And what I always find fascinating when watching a game like Splitgate, you can almost tell how good a player is by the way they turn and hit a portal. It's like what the gun skill and the gun gap I find in Splitgate is always like of quite a low skill gap, in that there's not much difference between being really good and just being good at it, but it's really the portals is where there is such a difference. And looking at how some of these players, like we just seen there, even with that turn from Smitty, it's like it's a simple turn, but it's just a high quality way of working around the portals that we weren't necessarily seeing all the time in the round 1 game. So it is really cool to kind of see the growth in skill that you said we would see throughout this bracket. And we are just seeing 2 teams who are on top form, but what team is going to take that form and make it into a win here in this final?
I mean, there's just so much happening right now. It's very hard to keep up with everything. British Blokes right now obviously holding that lead, but Weenies, you know, like they're not too far behind. Remember, King of the Hill here goes to 300 points. British Blokes already at 50. You know, they're getting very close at 100 mark very quickly. You know, like I'm honestly like, I zoned out for a second there. You know, I'm just kind of like thinking like, what are the possible outcomes of this matchup here? You know, what are the possibilities of Weenies, you know, really bringing us to map 3 here? And what do the Weenies have to do if, you know, we want to see them go into map 3?
Well, I think with the Weenies, and this is what's scaring me with them at the moment and why I'm growing less and less confident, is because I alluded to it a bit in map number 1, is that everything they get, they have to work so hard for. Like, it seems a game of where British Blokes do something, and it's about how hard the Weenies can work to counteract what the British Blokes have done. I'm never seeing an instance where it's like, wow, I didn't expect British Blokes to do that. They had to work so hard in that play to win it back from the Weenies. It's always been the Weenies where it's been on their table or on their plate to have to return fire if they want to stay in this game. And I just don't think they have it in the tank. I think with British Blokes, they just have the skill to be able to be like, right, even if Weenies get 20 points back, we know we're always going to be able to keep 10 and 20 points ahead, and we'll just choke the life out of the Weenies until eventually, as we've seen a lot on this map, they'll end up just giving up, and we'll see the British Blokes come away with maybe a 50-60 point win. It's amazing watching how British Blokes play. We weren't following them until the semi-finals of this tournament, and they really just came out of nowhere, and they've given like such a ruthless performance that is really just of like the top tier of gameplay.
I mean, yeah, they're incoming here at having double points above Weenies right now, which is definitely not a good thing for Weenies as they come in on 100 points right here. You know, they're just 200 points away from winning this entire thing right now. Like, victory to them is super close right now, but it's also not very far for Weenies. Weenies still can take this into map 3. You know, they're currently 50 points behind. They just need to regroup, relax, and they need to figure out what they have to do to counter what the British Blokes are doing. Because what's working with the British Blokes is they find out what the Weenies are doing, and they have a counter for everything that they are doing. But the Weenies, on the other hand, have no counters to what the British Blokes are doing, which I don't think is helping them in any way. You know, so there's something that needs to get changed here before the end of this match, which we still have another 5 minutes and 30 seconds. There's a lot of time to switch it and make something happen here. But they need to figure out what it is and switch it fast if they want to stay in this.
I mean, I do think it is a case as well, just kind of looking at the individual players and the kills that they've been able to pick up. I think with British Blokes, you have 4 players that are performing at a world-class level, whereas with the Weenies, you only have 3. I think Sub-J and Finn the Human are very in and out. It's usually a case of either one of them has a good game and the other doesn't. And if they can utilize a situation where they both start picking up the kills, and iBark Girls isn't having a good game, which is very unlike him, but Finn's having a decent amount of kills, Sub-J is having a decent amount of kills, all things considered. Like, nothing to the level of British Blokes, but not doing too badly. If iBarker Girls can pull it back and Finn and Sub-J can pull up the kills just a little bit, and even with Dr. Pepper Girl managing at 11 at the moment, it's possible. It didn't look like it was going to be possible on map 1 for a long time for them to come back, but it definitely looks like there is a way back here for them on this map 2.
I mean, we're seeing it here right now, 128 to 91. British Blokes with the 128. Weenies with the 91. You know, Weenies are slowly creeping their way up to the top. You know, they're really pushing. They're really trying. And they understand they have the time to do that. But not a lot of time. British Blokes are closing in on the 150 points mark, which means they only need 150 points more to secure the victory in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the British Blokes, if you're a fan of them and you're one of the players in their team, you're just thinking, we're so close now. I mean, you talk about both of these teams feeling the pressure. Looking at the way British Blokes are playing, I don't think they are feeling any pressure. I think they are absolutely loving this. The pressure, I believe, is on Weenies, but it's when you're a player that is like of the highest caliber, which is what we're seeing here. We're seeing very high caliber players. The only way you even get this far in your playing career is to be able to thrive off pressure. A lot of people crumble under it, but I think the best players manage to use pressure to their advantage, and I think that's why the Weenies are still in it up until this point, is because they realize that every kill they get is so important to staying in this series and at least not having it be an embarrassing loss if it is a loss. So I think the pressure of it all is standing well to them, but the British Blokes, I think they're just out there having fun and borderline making a mockery of it at this point, as they nearly have a 100-point lead here in a final.
I mean, they're also probably borderline asleep, because let's remember that it's like 4 a.m. for them right now. So on top of being so close to the finish here, they're also so close to hitting their bed and passing out, because it is very late for them. So, you know, they have some motivation to finish this up, sweep it through, do a 2-0 sweep through every single game that they play, and get themselves to sleep knowing that they just won something great.
And up for school in the morning, I'm sure. A lovely Monday morning school journey for them, potentially, but no, I mean, it's fantastic to see. And look, as someone as well who's based in Ireland, really into my Call of Duty scene, something that we often see in Europe in terms of the first-person shooters is a very, very underdeveloped scene, not just with Call of Duty, but across the board. So when you see a team, whether they're from Britain, France, Ireland, Spain, wherever it may be, do well against Americans where, you know, esports is way more of a prominent and not only prominent but socially acceptable scene, it really kind of does bring a smile to your face, because in a way it sort of transcends borders, where it's like, yeah, we're Europe and Europeans are doing well in the scene, and it's not just the Americans that are doing so well. And as British blokes, they look like they're edging towards that finish line. It's a good day for European Splitgate.
I mean, yeah, you said it here. British Blokes right now, 225 points, meaning they are just 45 points away from victory in this tournament. Obviously, Weenies are not liking this. They're going to try everything they possibly can to stop them from picking up this victory here. You know, the Weenies do not want to go out like this. They've had such a hard fight. They've done crazy things in this event, and the last thing they want is to go out like this. They're going to do their all to not let this go to a 2-0 final. You know, this team, we have to talk about it. British Blokes, they've been 2-0 their whole series, the whole day. You know, that is an impressive record to have. And if they're going to sweep their way all the way through like that, that is impressive in itself. I mean, we're looking at 1 minute remaining now. You know, they're on this point right now. You know, Weenies are going to try to capture some points, try to catch up as best as they can. But even with the 1 minute timer on now, it's still not going to be enough for them to catch up unless they hold it throughout overtime. We're seeing the British Blokes like push in onto them, trying to get them off that point as quickly as possible, trying to secure this game here. At 270 points right now, they're gonna just be 30 seconds away from a victory in this tournament. All on hill right now, 3 sitting there. British Blokes need to watch their top, because oh my gosh, that rocket launcher came in, took them out. They didn't have to watch anywhere. British Blokes at almost 290 points right here, being just 10 seconds away from a win here. Can they do it? They're holding it very good. If the Weenies want to win here, or they want to have a chance, they need to get onto that point, but they cannot seem to do it, and the British Blokes are going to be the winners of this tournament.
Our first 300 points as well on this map came in the final, and you know what? British Blokes, it wasn't easy, but they made it look easy in the end. 58
50 and 58.
But what's amazing about that is that, yeah, you don't just have one player picking up those kills. That entire team, maybe bar one player, could have gone on a 50 or even a 60 bomb, or if it was them in their own, potentially even 70. You know, everything that we were saying at the beginning of this tournament, when we were finding individual players performing brilliantly, this was like we took all those brilliant individual players, mushed them together, and put them on one team, and it was just a really dominant performance by them. But let's be honest, did they really win? Because they didn't get to experience a miss. They didn't get to play the Portalist map number 3. So who really won in the end? The name's gone out of my head.
It sounds like you really wanted the Weenies to win here.
I mean, I had my heart set on the Weenies because I really bought into their story. I bought into the idea that we writ them off. They went to the map 3. They won it right at the death, you know. That's why I think they'll walk away from this tournament really happy with their performance overall, because they walk away with a story to tell. They got to the final where they were just beat by a team that was just clearly on another level, but ultimately their journey to this final was full of drama and entertainment, and that's ultimately what we do this for. We do it for entertainment, we do it for a good time, and we do it to win as well. But they nearly had the best of both worlds there. But British Blokes, they were just too strong for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about too strong. I mean, let's take a talk about those kills that they had. I was seeing 44, 48, 51, and 58. Like, I think combined as a team, they had well over 200 kills. I think that's an achievement in itself for the British Blokes. And obviously now winning the entire thing. Congratulations to them. But obviously, like you said, the Weenies should not be upset. They played amazing to get to where they were in the finals, and they should definitely be very proud about how they got themselves there. It was an awesome series. You know, it could have not gone any better. What an awesome way to end the show.
Yeah, congratulations to British Blokes and commiserations to the Weenies, you know, because, I mean, if you were to strip all of it back and you were someone that just tuned in to watch the final and you see Weenies versus British Blokes and British Blokes winning that last one like 130 to 300, you would think, God, what has this seeding been like, and how have the Weenies gotten to this final and played against this team? But, you know, stats don't always tell the full story. And that's what's the beautiful thing about being able to follow through as many games as we can, is that we've got to cast a couple of games with the Weenies. We've seen their story, and it was their story of how they came through and how they won their games that made me root for them with the gut instead of the head. And that's, I think, should be taken into consideration when looking at the scores, is that, yeah, it may be a dominant performance at the end by British Blokes, but it really doesn't tell the full story of the journey through this tournament.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right, and I have to agree with that. You know, British Blokes definitely came through and swept through all of their competition. And, you know, clearly they were the best team we had here, you know, obviously becoming first place in this tournament today. But, you know, you still have to commend all the other team that showed up today, participated, and, you know, game this tournament. They're all, you know, first spot in the finals. You know, obviously, it's a tournament. Not everyone can make it, unfortunately. But, you know, what's important is that everyone came out, everyone had a good time, and, you know, everyone had fun. That's what it comes down to. And, you know, I think we had a pretty successful show today. I think it was awesome. I think, you know, I think it was great, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I really do think it was great. I mean, I think it was such a success, you know, sort of in a climate at the moment where everything you could argue is sort of up in the air with Splitgate, and there could be, you know, things within the community where people, you know, people would have reasons to feel negative. And in a time where people would have reasons to feel negative about things, you need tournaments like these and events like these to try and bring a community together and just have something to be positive about. And how could you not be positive about this? You have a stream that got great viewership, being run by a great production, who, you know, had two amazing casters, might I add, as well, presiding over the whole thing. We ultimately just got to bring what was such an entertaining event to you guys. And yeah, I just think it was really enjoyable, and having something that's enjoyable, I think that's what counts at the end of the day. And I think people who were here will be happier leaving than they were when they came in, you know, on the overall, with just how Splitgate is, because I think this tournament was such a success and a lot of fun across the board.
Well, before we do anything else, I've been told that there's a possibility of us having a cast versus crew show match, a 2v2 show match on map 3. So
Caster versus crew show match.
I think that's in your hands, Zep. I think everyone else already agreed to it. But while you're thinking, I'll take a little stress off of you so you have some time to think. We're gonna take a quick look at the bracket really quickly, the final bracket, if it's updated. If it's not updated, then blame Snake. But look at that, Snake updated it. Let's go, Snake. All right, so there you go. Through all of our rounds, so round 1, round 2, semifinals, and finals, we have crowned our champions of today's tournament, the British Blokes. But that is not the only thing we have been monitoring today, because we've also been monitoring how many technical errors have happened today. And here it is, the final score for technical difficulties. Cast and crew had 8 technical difficulties, and players in the game had 10. Obviously, the cast and crew is so much better than the players in the game in terms of technical difficulties. I'll take that. But the real question is, are the cast and crew as good as they claim they are? Because, I mean, if everyone agrees to a show match here on the 3rd map, then I think we can really find out.
I mean, I think it has to happen. I mean,
look, it has to happen.
I mean, we talk about cast and crew are currently managed to be ahead just by 2 points in terms of not having technical difficulties. So trying to run an impromptu game with the casters and crew, trying to avoid technical difficulties, we may end up taking the lead with these difficulties right at the end here, trying to get this loaded up. But hey, I mean, we're here, we're having a good time. We might as well do it.
I'm down for it. I mean, at this point, show is over. So before we start working on any exhibition match or anything like that, just some quick shout outs, thank yous, all the aboves, you know, just the nitty gritty, fancy, endy, streamy, stuffy stuff. But basically, obviously I have to give a huge shout out to Phoenix. This is hosted all on Phoenix's channel, so if you guys are not following, be sure to hit that follow button. I'm Vrax. Zep is joined with me today, doing his first time casting Splitgate. So congratulations on that, because you did an amazing job, and it was awesome working with you today.
Thank you very much.
Also, have to give a shout out to Snake. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be here without Snake, unfortunately. So unfortunately, my whole career relies on Snake. Shout out my Splitgate casting career, guys. And then we obviously have to give a shout out to the production, not Jesse, but Ignited. So Ignited, thank you for the amazing production work. Jesse, if you're still watching, I'm so sad you couldn't be here, but honestly, Ignited did an amazing job and deserves to be commended. Even if you guys were fighting in the other VC, like I was so told. But anyways, that is it for today. We are going to get this going. The only issue is we might have to add another technical difficulty to the counter because one of the casters named Vrax may or may not have Splitgate installed right now and is currently installing it. It needs 5 minutes.
You love to hear it. Folks,
Oh my gosh,
it's
I
honestly
can't.
it's been great doing this today. I mean, it's been a lot of fun, Vrax, as he just said there. You know, my first ever Splitgate tournament, and it was so cool to be a part of it. You know, for those of you, I mean, shameless plug a little bit here, but you know, my name is Zep_Zone on Twitch, and what I primarily do will be heavily involved around the Irish and sort of EU British scene when it comes to Call of Duty. That's what I'm going to be casting a lot of going forward as Modern Warfare 2 comes out, working with a group called Katana Gaming, who are an Irish esports group. And you know, my priority focus is going to be with Call of Duty, but having the opportunity to explore other games. And when I was looking to explore other games in the off season, seeing a game like Splitgate that I really enjoyed when it came out, and sort of always been watching from a distance to see how the game is doing. And when I was looking for an opportunity to get involved with this in the off season, the production came to me and introduced me to Vrax and the idea of doing this tournament. And honestly, they've been a joy to work with. My first ever time working with their production, and honestly, in my mind, it couldn't have gone better, because I've just really loved working with everybody here. I hope that we can all do something again in future, provided they want me, of course. We'll see, fingers crossed, you know. But I have really enjoyed this, and I and I hope that you guys have enjoyed having me on board as well. Enjoyed me and Vrax being able to bring this tournament to you.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, hey, while we're self-promoting, I'm just gonna remind you all, I'm Vrax. I'm Splitgate's favorite caster. That's not actually a caster for Splitgate officially. You know, I just get dragged down by Snake whenever Snake has a tournament. And I willingly do it. And I'm just like, hey, Snake, you doing a tournament? I'm there. Hello?
Willingly is
willingly.
a strong word here.
I said willingly.
Is a strong word.
I willingly do this. What are you saying? I willingly do this. You saying you forced me into this? Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry. No, I said I willingly do it. I didn't say you willingly let me. I just said I willingly do it. The way I get involved with this through you that's just the okay. But anyways, yeah, I'm Vrax. I am Splitgate's favorite community caster. That's my self-proclaimed title now. I love me. Everyone loves me. That's all that matters. Especially Snake. Snake loves me the most. And I'm gonna stop stalling once my Splitgate finishes installing.
You're nearly there. I'm sure you're really fast into that, and the game is just downloading like super quickly.
3 minutes.
You see, I already had my game installed, you see, because Vrax, unlike you, I was prepared for an event like this. I knew that we would be called upon, and my game is here and ready to go. So if you're going to be in future an official Splitgate caster, you need to come prepared from now on.
Okay, well, in my defense, you know how my PC crashed earlier in the stream?
Mm-hmm.
That is because I'm having PC issues, so I've reset my computer about 10 times in the last week. So I only have about 3 games installed, and one of them is actually OBS, which isn't even a game.
So when we lose, this is going to be your excuse, is it? The PC, you know, poor workman with his tools and all.
No, we're not gonna lose. No, we're not gonna lose.
Oh no, I believe you. I'm enjoying the confidence here. I mean, I haven't actually played Splitgate properly in about 2 months, but you know,
we might lose.
And I also should probably inform you that if I'm playing this, I'm playing with controller, because I can't play keyboard and mouse when it comes to these games. Okay, never
mind. We might win. Never mind. We might win. Never mind. Honestly, no. Honestly, common Snake L. Honestly. What do you mean reverse inputs?
But then if you win, it's...
No, Snake has a controller. Snake is just scared. It's okay.
No, you guys play keyboard and mouse. You guys can play keyboard and mouse. That's fine. We'll still kick ass.
Oh my gosh, you're all heard. Hello, friends that are in the VC with us.
Oh my god, is that Vrax and Zap?
Oh my god.
The Vrax and Zep, I'll have you know. The
Lord
Lord Zep
I
and
get added
Sir
the.
Vrax, alright?
I get added the in front of my name. Wow. What do I deserve this honor?
You casted over a prestigious Splitgate tournament. You practically knighted. You are knighted in the gaming world. Sir Vrax, the Great.
As I said, I am the self-proclaimed I'm the self-proclaimed favorite caster of everyone in the community. That's it.
Yeah, what's this all?
Second favorite right here.
What's all this KFC talk when we have Five Guys, man?
Oh my gosh, then we have the Five Guys. Oh my gosh. Wait, so Phoenix, I'm not sure if you heard, right? So we had the team Five Guys, and in between one of the breaks, my dad told me that he had got us food. So I go downstairs, and on the table is Five Guys that he had ordered.
Oh my god, that's great.
So in between the break, I literally went and I had Five Guys during the break. So I'm literally just literally in between. Anytime when Zeph was talking, I was literally just munching on French fries the entire time. Like there was one point where Zep finished earlier than I expected, and I literally had to stick a French fry in my mouth and just keep talking with it in my mouth, but it wasn't noticeable.
Yeah, your mic picked up, and you're just like, like, all right, okay, cool.
All right, hold on, my Splitgate's booting up now. See, guys, I told you I'm not a complete failure.
Only a moderate one.
Yeah, only moderate.
All right,
I'll take moderate.
I got Zep added. We can invite Zep in here.
All right.
Lovely.
We turned the Twitch stream from a production to like a not
lack
production.
of production.
You
Yes.
gotta cast over our games too, man.
Oh, I will actually cast over the game. I'm not even joking. Don't test me, because I will do it.
Straight up just gonna cast himself.
The sad part is Snake knows I will do it.
Yeah, you will.
I will do it. All right, let's see. Oh gosh, I forgot how to play Splitgate. Oh gosh.
Well, I don't know about you, Vrax, but I'm looking forward to kicking some ass.
Zep, when did you get the streamer tag? What?
What? Oh, I played this game in like early beta and applied for the early
I don't have the streamer tag.
Shit, this man better have a legacy tag on his account too.
I
got
think.
legacy tag. I got legacy tag.
No.
I think I played this game
day
day
one
of
people. I ain't even gonna lie.
Release even potentially.
How do you add people on
real
Splitgate with the friend code? Hello, am I dumb?
Do I have to invite you?
Oh no, I see it. It's right in front of my face. It says literally add friends. I'm blind.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. You're already on my friends list for some reason.
Yes, because we've played. Me, you, Machiavelli.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I'm kidding.
Oh gosh. Okay, we're in.
Just the fact that I see this face on my friends list, just you know.
It's terrifying.
All
right, chat. So if you guys were not aware of what's going on, we're having a bonus game here. It's gonna be cast versus crew, where the cast is going to win and the crew is going to prosper. And by prosper, I mean they're probably gonna beat us, but it's okay because we have spirit.
How do I default dance? How do I default dance to the pre-game screen? It's like Fortnite.
Oh wait, casters. There we go.
It'll.
Zeb, join the caster side. Oh, okay.
I know how to do that.
Click on settings.
Yeah. wait. You
know,
guys have put custom map. Come on, we need map 3.
You say click on
map 3. All right,
yeah, this is
map 3. We said hello.
What is this?
Why are we playing Abyss? No, we're playing a miss. Come on.
Oh, map op.
Is it stadium? Are you showing us stadium?
A miss.
Oh,
yes.
Christ.
Oh, they're putting it on the stream. Yeah, guys. So chat. This is a miss. Obviously, not we're gonna be playing today in tonight's show match. So please sit back,
Oh, there we
relax,
go.
and enjoy the amazing gameplay between myself, Zep, Snake, and Phoenix. So everyone sit back, relax, and enjoy some amazing gameplay from some not so amazing game players.
Speak for yourself, Frax, but I am a streamer. Legacy
I'm also a
tags,
streamer. I'm a
Splitgate player.
TikToker.
Oh, TikTok. All right, take
There's
it
no
all back.
TikToker tag. Nah.
I mean, there is a content
Yo,
creator.
I
tag you can get.
I put 1,000 channel points. I made 4.2k channel points back from that. All right, here we go. Game time.
This is gonna look really bad now that I haven't paid attention to the map design. I'm not gonna know where I'm going.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the map design either. Whoops.
Goodbye, Rex.
Oh, my game. Oh, why is it bugging? No, that's so not fair. I lagged.
EU
I
Pingo
actually
Burr.
had that. Yeah, yeah, I'm using the EU excuse already.
Oh, I'm gonna lose this aim fight. No, I'm not.
No, no, God.
No, I fell off the map. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it.
Though.
You guys have the advantage. My mouse pad is literally pooling with sweat right now.
I'm just confused why Rockets isn't going a railgun.
Oh. No!
Oh god, it's so laggy.
It would have been such a good flank. What are you saying?
Aw, damn.
Oh,
Bada bing, bada
God
boom.
damn it. Rax, come on, I have 2 kills here. I've doubled your. Oh, there we go. Good man, good man.
Bro, what'd you say about my KD, bro? Watch
Oh,
out.
I said nothing. I said nothing. Well done. You do you, King.
What are you
As you-
playing ring around?
So intense right now.
I hate you.
God, why the Rex in the distance here?
Ah, everyone go.
Behind me.
I was just trying to run.
I got the melee.
Snake.
Oh, nah. It's okay, though, because I hit the melee on Snake.
Oh, for God's sake, every time I'm getting shot, it's in the back.
It's them cheeks.
Yo, I'm literally hitting, I'm hitting more melees than I am shots.
Dummy
This is
thick
pathetic.
cheeks, like. It's like when I turn around a corner, it takes my cheeks an extra 2 seconds to get around. Like it's just.
It's them cheeks. They're just they're so
Zep
desirable.
has aim.
Zep plays
Dead.
COD.
Yeah.
What do you mean Zep has aim? COD has nothing else going for it.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, you're so lucky you hit that melee. I literally could have hit it and I would have literally won. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
like,
no.
Come back here. Face
yeah,
me.
what's
this is your
that sport
destiny.
hill?
Oh no. The
Where
guy
are
has
you
some
going?
lead.
No, I meleeed.
I am
No.
whipping. I am whipping. Oh no! No!
No.
Oh, yes!
Lost the lead.
Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk
Look
about it.
at that.
Didn't happen.
Why? My aim is terrible here. You think it's gonna be better on Valorant? Man, I can't
Oh.
portal. That's all I've got going for me. We both have S.
Ah!
I hate you.
Tied
Thank
the
you.
leader.
I accidentally melee
No!
so
Please
much
no,
on this
please no,
game
please no,
playing
please no, please
controller.
no.
Lost
No!
the lead.
What is this? What does this go to?
20.
20? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
No. Oh dear.
Oh, look at
We're
AR.
in trouble.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, brother.
I'm getting carried?
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Blasphemy!
Turns out Snake is getting carried by Phoenix here.
I'm banning you. I'm banning you. Phoenix. I'm banning you.
Oh,
There you
the
go.
comeback. We
Watch
talked
out, on my
earlier
back, on my
about
back, on my back, on my
momentum,
back,
and the
on my back.
momentum has shifted.
Gain
Above
the
weak.
lead.
Above
kill,
weak,
good
Snake.
kill, good kill.
Oh no, he's lying. He's lying to you. He's lying to you. Don't believe him.
I have to run!
Snake's hit.
Oh.
On me, on me, on me.
No!
No! I needed one more melee on you. You're so lucky.
Oh dear.
Oh my god, you saved my ass! Ah! Oh, if you hit that, I would have died.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. We might not win
Oh,
here.
No, 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 no.
No.
Oh, no.
I need to actually go around and start getting weapons. Rax, you stay up.
Hi, Rex.
What did I just
I'm
say?
dead. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Yo, what if you guys let us get a tie game and then we can like, you know, see who wins the tie game?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll.
Where's
I'm
the
sure they'll
fairness
let us
in
do
that? Are you crouching?
Maybe?
Are you trying to hide?
Maybe?
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, he's got angles on me.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, baby.
God damn it.
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what we've been talking about. What?
Man.
I mean, fluke. I'd argue fluke. Best of three. Best of three.
Best of three, best of three, best of three.
I'm down.
Yeah, because you know you don't have to play one more time.
Yes.
You guys
No, we'll not get too all swept. Come on.
You guys want portals this time?
Oh,
Ooh.
switch maps?
Yes.
Switch
yes,
maps?
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Please give
yes,
me portals.
yes.
Please give me portals.
Not normal map though. I want one of the maps from today.
Oh, okay.
Please
Sure.
give me portals.
Helix?
Yeah, portals. That'd be great. I'm good.
Yeah,
with
let's do
portals.
Helix.
Oh yeah, Zep, Q and E.
I'm controller.
Oh.
Right.
L1
left
and
to right.
R1. All right.
Yeah,
That's the.
yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, you have the inferior input. Got it right.
Oh, it's gonna be embarrassing.
I'm getting used to keyboard and mouse for slower games, but not a hope in hell I get used to it for a game like Splitgate. Not a chance.
It's okay. You have an AI aiming for you. That's why you gotta aim.
Oh yeah, exactly. Maybe I just have a deadly accurate thumb with a jittery wrist. You ever consider that? Yeah. There you
What?
go.
What?
Is that this is why I'm so good with a controller. I've just like my thumb is better at aiming than my entire wrist. I don't even need aim. I'll turn aim assist off. I still dominate.
How do you do that? Break your hand?
All right, we're getting into map 2.
Maybe.
Well, wait, the house or the casters?
Oh my God.
get your bets in chat now.
Who was that? Was
That's
that
just-
Zach?
It was.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another fantastic tournament we got going on here. The casters versus the crew 2v2.
How did you just turn American? How did you just turn American? What?
I mess
we
around with
gotta-
accents in
We're
my spare
adding
time.
one.
2.
We're adding one to the technical
Team
difficulties.
Deathmatch.
Oh no, what happened?
Oh, let's
Old
stand
Snake
still.
isn't loading in.
Let's wait
Oh,
till they
W,
load
W.
in. They'll
Oh,
make
no.
excuses otherwise.
It's okay. This usually takes me.
Why are the
Oh,
power
there we go.
weapons not loading?
Gain the lead.
I don't know. Haven't seen that one yet.
There's no rockets for some reason.
L rockets, honestly.
Oh! What? How
14.
Oh, that is some straight
Alright,
bull.
where are you guys at? Oh my god. I missed so many shots on you, Rex. Snake, we're losing.
Oh no. You're
my
losing and
movement,
all the
it's
kills
so
are unfortunately
far.
Vrax's.
Oh god damn it. I spent too much time focusing on the portals and not getting the kills. That's my issue.
Let them come naturally, my guy.
Pretty much.
Ah!
Don't be hiding in a corner!
Oh!
I hate you.
You got meleeed.
I hate you.
Wait, where? Oh god, you're right there. How did I not see you? This is poor with me.
I never got the opportunity to really play this map, so I don't know where that. Oh my god, hi.
Oh,
Hi,
shoot.
how are you?
Gain the lead.
Yo, you're
No,
not supposed to
reverse.
melee me.
No.
You're not supposed to melee me. That's really rude of you.
I mean, that was very predictable by me. I'm ashamed. It would be nice if I could find a weapon. That would be interesting.
There was
Oh,
one
I
right in
had
front
one.
of you.
Oh, it's out of ammo.
Oh shoot.
Flange.
Oh, that's just mean. What's with all this violence? Can't we just
VR
work together and have
headshots
fun?
be too strong.
Eh. Damn.
Bam!
Thank you.
Oh.
Ooh!
Thanks, game lag. Appreciate it. Damn you servers.
What are you doing? What are you doing? I can't
There's a
hit you
portal.
because you're so unpredictable.
Oh my god,
I know.
Snake, close your portal.
No.
Oh my god, stay close your portal! Oh my god!
This is mine.
Where's everyone?
This is mine.
I need a Tanner tree
Oh, no, they're coming.
spray.
Ah! You still took it! I hate you. Unfair. Rigged.
Broken.
I'll tell you what,
Oh
Rick.
god, hi.
That doesn't want to spawn rockets.
Bye.
Oh, lovely bait and switch. He's weak. Chase him.
Come on. Come on, Phoenix.
Oh, we put it away. It's fine.
Good.
I came back for your booty. Oh my
Ow.
goodness. Imagine the
My aim is
host
terrible.
being good.
Oh,
Thank you.
god. Okay, yeah, no, ignore me. I'm terrible.
Oh shoot.
Oh my god.
Woohoo!
Ah.
They're
Oh my
both weak.
gosh.
They're both weak, Snake. Kill them in the
Oh,
SMG
we're
ring.
not. He's lying. He's lying. Don't believe him.
That
Those
is
lies,
not.
rumors. Fake news.
No!
Oh. Movement on par
You
once
were
again.
trying to fire mouse.
Get him, Phoenix! Get him, Phoenix!
The lead.
Yeah!
Ah.
Tied the leader.
Oh shoot! Phoenix, you're right there! You're right there!
Clearly the most intense game of the night, including all the tournament games.
I know.
Wait a minute.
No, please!
Lost the lead.
I like how he's begging for his life right now.
You're just too cracked.
I can smell you.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Excuse me?
Oh no!
Man
Oh
just destroyed my
no!
portal?
Oh,
Rude.
come on.
Oh no.
And I'm dead here. I'm dead here. It's over. It's over for me. It's over for me. It's over for me. It's over
Now
for
you
me.
got this.
Why
Just
would you
believe in
come in
yourself.
here?
5 minutes
Because-
remaining.
I wanted to be nice and be friends, and you didn't want to do that.
Oh.
Yeet.
Cancel Snake for bullying.
I can't believe she'd do that to you. Like, that's just horrible.
My
I'd never do
God.
that.
I'm just expecting to see you crouching in a corner. No, he's got my BR.
No, he's weak.
No, I'm not.
Mentally and physically.
Why do you win that, man? I had SMG.
Oh no, I meleeed it by accident again.
Oh,
Oh, no.
come on.
No.
I'm so unpredictable. It's so funny.
No, he's 40 health.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh dear.
That's what I am. I'm dead.
No. You can't be dead yet. Get out of there.
Gotta get to the chopper.
Ah, come on. Do it. I'm here.
Tied the
Yes!
Yes.
Yes!
Brax, when
Oh,
did you actually get
for-
decent?
God.
When I actually started
sake.
playing the game and being decent at the game.
Oh, never? Explain
Really,
to me how
Celeste?
that timeline works.
Oh shoot. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. That was such a good. That was such a good bait. Oh, that's it. We lost. It's over.
No, fuck. I died.
Snake, I know you were so mad over that clip
I
I
was
just
just
hit.
flying around at the end, dude. Just having fun.
Oh, we get it. It's so easy for you. All right. Sorry. You're such a great player.
Snake
Like.
said, "When did you get decent?"
Snake was tripling, I was flying.
It's like I think you forgot I had a point in my life where I was so convinced I was gonna go pro in Splitgate.
Oh, same.
Yeah, that was
Same.
called PAX, and that's only because we were the only other competition.
You know what? If you guys didn't have like a pro players in your team, I would have won.
Probably, yeah.
Oh man.
Probably,
Oh, we're on
yeah.
cams. Hello. Oh, are we signing off the stream? Is that what's happening now?
Yeah, we are gonna do a raid target at this point. Thank you everyone
Okay.
for coming.
Great.
Hello, Twitch chat. Thank
No
you guys for
rating.
watching the twitch.television live stream. This is the end of the twitch.television live stream.
Oh my God,
I'm
Rex.
Vrax, your favorite Splitgate caster, joined with me, Rome. No, not Rome. Rome was not here today. I almost said Rome because I looked in the Discord. No, I looked in the Discord. I looked to my. No. I looked to my left and I saw Rome's name in the
So-
Discord because I have Discord tabbed in, not the VMix. So
You're thinking
I'm
of your
joined by
ex
Zep.
instead of me.
I'm joined
gutted.
by Zep. No, wait. What I would have said
Oh,
would
you
have not made
remember
sense
my
anyway
name
if I would have
then?
said Rome. If I would have said
me out.
if I would have
Just
said
take me
Rome, it
out.
would have not made sense the rest of what I was gonna say. I was gonna say I am joined by Zep,
and
everyone's
well?
favorite Call of Duty caster, but I guess I can't say that because I messed up.
No, you can say it. Try again. I'll give you.
No,
give you another shot.
no. I was already
No,
slandered for it.
No, tell me I'm the best Call of Duty caster again, please. My ego needs
All
it.
right,
Come
I'm Vrax, everyone's favorite Splitgate caster, and joined with me today was Zep, everyone's favorite Call of Duty caster,
on. There we go. Thank you.
based in
very much.
Ireland.
Based in Ireland. Yes. Just about.
Bro, I kid you not. I literally had Discord open and it's just a message from Rome in the stage chat. I don't know why I'm so scrolled up.
Oh yeah, no, I have. It was
Yeah,
a
I'm
pleasure.
scrolled all the way up in the stage chat to a message from Rome.
Hold on, I'm changing his nickname to Rome 2.0 or Rome V2. There we go.
Oh my god, no, it has to be 2.0 because 2.0 is everything else.
VOD will be watchable, yes.
VOD will be watchable possibly. All right, chat. So, goodbye. We are leaving now. This is the end of the stream. We're gonna raid somebody. I don't know who we're raiding yet, though.
We're raiding Mormon.
Oh, raiding Mormon. We know who we're raiding. Everyone join the raid right now. If not, you are, I don't know. I don't know.
Big
Yeah.
L's
Oh.
for no raid.
Stay
No peer
tuned.
pressure.
Yeah,
No
guys,
peer pressure.
stay,
Oh,
stay
cool
tuned
kids
for
are
the
good.
Splitgate Universe
already
tournament. Oh, good.
We're already out.
God damn it.